In a quiet village, a young boy with spiky black hair stands with a wooden stick, puffing out his chest as he declares, "I'm a wizard." He thrusts his stick towards a young blonde-haired girl who plays along, screeching like a beast. The boy shouts, "Eat my magic, you monster!" But she retorts with equal enthusiasm, "I'm a monster, I eat wizards." Taking a deep breath, the boy grips his wooden stick tightly, preparing to cast his imaginary spell. He brings the stick down with a solid thwack right on the girl's head. She immediately cries out, "Ouch!" The girl, clutching her head, tearfully asks, "How can you hit me for real?" The boy looks bewildered, complaining, "Monsters are supposed to lose to wizards." Fed up, she declares, "In that case, I want to be a wizard too." As the argument continues, the girl stomps her foot, shouting, "No, that's not fair." From a short distance away, an old man with a long white beard watches them, chuckling to himself. Ho ho. The old man, flanked by two other villagers, approaches with a warm smile. "You sure are energetic in the morning, little ones." The children's faces light up as they recognize him, crying out, "Grandpa Rabbus." The boy, full of hope, quickly asks, "What do I need to do to become a wizard?" Elder Rabbus's voice replies from off-screen, stating bluntly, "You can't become one just because you want to." An imposing image of a hooded figure surrounded by a golden magic circle appears as Rabbus explains the world's hierarchy. Wizards are the apex of humanity. They're nobles and knights who inherited the ability to use mysterious powers from our ancestors. Rabbus looks at the children with a hint of pity. "So, unfortunately, you two can't become wizards." A nearby villager overhears and gently scolds him. "Elder, how could you say something like that to children?" Changing the subject, the villager's tone turns serious. He looks at Rabbus and asks, "Well, that's that. Is it true?" The elder glances back, feigning ignorance. "What is?" Looking down at the elder from a higher step, the villager elaborates with a worried expression. "I heard a monster appear." Elder Rabbus's face becomes grim, his voice low as he confirms the rumor. "It's true." The villager lets out a gasp of dismay. "Oh no." As an image of a terrifying, shadowy beast flashes by, the villager relays the details. "They say Rop came across it at the entrance last night. They said its whole body was covered in a pitch-black shadow, and it was a leopard as big as a house." A village woman pulls the little girl close, trying to soothe her fears. "But don't worry," she says, patting the girl's head. "The village chief went to the city to request for a wizard." Another villager, sweating with a forced smile, adds to the reassurance. "He'll definitely bring a wizard back and the monster will be subjugated." The first man sighs, somewhat convinced. That's a relief. A hand gently rests on the girl's head as a voice warns her sternly. "You heard that, right? For the time being, you cannot go into the forest." The hand moves to rest on the boy's wooden stick as the voice gives a final, grave warning. "You all should be careful as well. Without a wizard, killing a monster is close to impossible." A villager turns to his companion, asking, "Do all the villagers know?" The other man confirms without even looking back. "Of course." But the first villager isn't satisfied. He presses on with another question. "Then what about him?" The camera focuses on Elder Rabbus, who looks up from his staff, confused. "Who?" The villager points toward the nearby mountains, answering the elder's question. "The shepherd on Hisaril Hill." The scene shifts to a peaceful, sunny field where a young man with white hair is napping amongst his flock. He is the shepherd Turan. Turan opens his eyes, a blade of grass sticking out of his mouth. He has a look of utter boredom on his face as the wind blows through his hair. Lying back in the grass, surrounded by his bleating sheep, Turan thinks to himself, "This is so boring." He looks out at the rolling hills and his grazing flock, his internal monologue continuing. The same scenery. An image of his lonely barn flashes in his mind as he concludes his thought. The same day, over and over. Turan sighs, resting his head on a fluffy sheep. He mutters to himself, "At this rate, I'm going to forget how to talk." Suddenly, a disdainful voice speaks from above him, looking down with contempt. "Pathetic brat." It's Elder Rabbus, who has arrived on the hill to find Turan lazing about. He scolds him. "The sun hasn't even started to set, and you're already slacking off." Without even looking at him, Turan waves him away. "You're blocking the sunlight. Move." Rabbus glares down, insulted by the response. "You have no manners." Rabbus presses on, asking, "Are you still holding on to that incident from back then?" Turan, still lying down, nonchalantly asks, "That incident?" Turan's eyes narrow slightly as he clarifies. "Ah, you mean when my mother died and you tried to quietly turn the sheep into shared property?" Hearing this, Rabbus clears his throat awkwardly. Turan sits up, his expression hardening. "Yeah, if that's what you mean, then yes. I'm not generous enough to share my mother's inheritance, you know." Turan tells the elder off directly. We're not close enough to be asking how we're doing, so if you came here, say what you want and get lost. Rabbus explodes in anger, shouting, "You little brat." Turan's face becomes a mask of cold fury, his eyes sharp and threatening as he glares at the elder. What? Startled by the shepherd's intensity, Rabbus finally gets to the point. A monster has appeared. Turan rises to his feet, his attention now captured. A monster. While stroking one of the sheep, Rabbus explains, "They say it's a leopard as big as a house. Rop found it. I'm on my way back after telling the villagers." Turan smiles faintly, petting one of his own sheep. "That's a serious problem." Rabbus looks at him, bewildered by his calm demeanor. "You're not scared, though, even though you're the most likely target around here." Rabbus turns to leave, still perplexed by Turan's lack of fear. "I don't know what kind of guts you've got. Anyway, the village chief went to the city to request a wizard, so be careful." As he walks away, Rabbus finally admits his true motive, though he can't bring himself to face Turan. "I came because I was worried about you." But the shepherd sees right through the facade, calling him out. "You're not very honest." Turan continues to provoke the elder, turning his back on him. "Why can't you just say you came because you were worried about the sheep, not me?" Rabbus is left sputtering in rage. "You." A smirk plays on Turan's lips as he dismisses the fuming elder. "Old man, if you're done talking, get lost already." He glances back with a look of pure disgust, delivering one last verbal blow. "Your breath stinks so bad my nose is going to rot." As Elder Rabbus stomps away in a huff, Turan watches him go with a slight, satisfied smile while calmly petting one of his sheep. Once the elder is gone, Turan's expression turns serious as he contemplates the news he just heard. Monsters. He continues to ponder their nature, thinking to himself, beasts that wield mysterious power and magic. If humans have wizards, then beasts have monsters. Turan begins to walk through his field, a new thought occurring to him. A wizard is coming to a backwater village because of a monster. So I finally get to see a wizard in person. As he walks among his flock, his thoughts become more critical. But if it's a rural village chief calling them, there's a good chance they won't be anything special, even if they're a wizard. Despite his skepticism, a flicker of curiosity appears on his face. "Still, I want to see one." He wonders to himself, just how strong are they? Suddenly, Turan stops in his tracks, catching a scent on the wind. His eyes snap open wide with alarm as the smell registers. He thinks, this smell. Standing perfectly still, his senses on high alert, Turan identifies the distinct metallic scent. It's blood. The sun begins to set, casting a golden glow over the entrance to the forest. Without hesitation, Turan's feet carry him towards the woods, stepping onto the dirt path that leads into the trees. He follows the scent into the darkening forest, his instincts guiding him. He thinks with certainty, "I'm sure it was this way." He pauses for a moment, sniffing the air again to confirm the direction of the strong, coppery smell. Deeper in the woods, he comes to an abrupt halt. He turns his head, his expression grim, as he spots something just off the path. Turan looks down at the gruesome discovery, the mangled, blood-soaked body of the village elder. He recognizes him instantly. Rabbus. His initial shock gives way to a grim understanding. "He told me to be careful, yet goes in first," he mutters, connecting the dots. His gaze sharpens as he begins to analyze the scene. So the source of the blood smell was Rabbus. Turan examines the scene, his mind racing as he touches his chin in thought. This isn't a wound an ordinary wild animal could make. Looking at the brutal gashes on the elder's back, he comes to a grim conclusion. It has to be the monster. Suddenly, a sound from the darkness whips his head around, his eyes wide with alarm. A massive, monstrous paw with long, sharp claws and a glowing yellow orb steps out from the shadows. The full form of the beast emerges, a giant, shadowy leopard-like creature letting out a low growl. Turan turns to face the source of the sound, his back to the viewer as he confronts the unseen threat. The monster reveals itself fully, a terrifying house-sized leopard made of shadow and smoke, its eyes and markings glowing with a malevolent yellow light. It lets out a ferocious roar. The scene cuts to a question hanging in the air, a memory of a child's innocent query. How strong is a monster? On screen, the same young boy from the start of the chapter asks his father at the dinner table, "Is it true even adults can't beat it?" The father replies grimly, "They're insanely strong." The father places a plate on the table, explaining the harsh reality. "If ordinary adults like me rush it, you won't even be able to collect my bones." The boy looks down, dejected. "So even you can't beat it." The boy's face is filled with worry. "Then what will happen to our village now?" His father reassures him as he serves him a pancake. "Don't worry." Patting his son's head with a warm smile, the father explains the village's plan. "The village chief will bring a wizard. The wizard will subjugate the monster. The boy's eyes shine with renewed hope as he asks, "The wizard won't lose, right? The wizard will punish the monster, right?" The father's smile is full of confidence. Of course, they're great beings born with the power of magic. With the conviction of a fairy tale, he declares, "They'll kill the monster with a single word," as an image of the roaring beast flashes on screen. Back in the present, Turan stands perfectly still, his expression unreadable as he faces the massive shadow leopard. A deadly glint appears in his eye, sharp and focused, as he sizes up the creature before him. The command, "Die," echoes through the air as the monster lunges forward, only to be abruptly pushed back by an invisible force, its confusion palpable. A close-up shows the monster's head as golden energy crackles around its roaring maw, gathering for a strike. Turan focuses his will, a powerful red aura beginning to pulse around him as he prepares to unleash his magic. Turan looks slightly perplexed as he adjusts the collar of his shirt. "Not working," he murmurs to himself. The monster continues its furious charge, undeterred by Turan's silent command. Realizing his mental command failed, Turan raises his voice and issues a firm, verbal order. "Stop." His word has an immediate effect. The charging monster screeches to a halt, its claws digging into the dirt just inches from him. Turan smirks, a newfound confidence in his eyes. "I knew killing it wouldn't work, but it can't even be stopped," he says, as if testing the limits of his own abilities. The monster heaved against the unseen power holding it back. It tried to lash out at Turan with a heavy claw, its body popping and snapping in sheer rage. It bares its wicked teeth, letting out a low, menacing growl of defiance. With just a graceful sidestep, Turan caused the giant beast to overshoot its mark. His expression turns grimly determined. "In that case," he says, a plan forming in his mind. He reaches down and picks up a small, ordinary-looking stone from the ground. Turan pulls out his slingshot, declaring, "A shepherd should do what a shepherd does." The monster, having recovered, begins to charge once more. With the beast rushing toward him, Turan places the stone in his sling and utters his first command. "Harden." The stone glows with magical energy as he prepares to release it. His own eye begins to glow with an intense golden light as he issues his second command. "Become faster." He spins with incredible speed, building momentum for his attack. His foot digs into the ground, anchoring him as he prepares to unleash his powerful shot. With his eyes blazing, Turan yells his final command, "Pierce through." He unleashes his sling, and the stone erupts forward, wrapped in a powerful vortex of blue energy. It tears through the forest like a meteor, a streak of light aimed directly at the monster's head. The stone finds its mark, slamming directly into the side of the monster's head with incredible force. Blood and shadowy fragments erupt from the point of impact. However, a closer look revealed that the bullet's energy beam had only torn through a fragment of the beast's skull. The stone and the energy surge tore backward, leveling a stand of trees and sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Fresh from a near-death experience, the monster bared its fangs and swung its talons, lunging at Turan to make quick work of him. A wicked grin spreads across Turan's face as he reveals his strategy. "I'm aiming." The shot follows the stone's trajectory as it arcs through the air, now hovering directly above the monster's head. His voice echoes over the scene of destruction as he lands the killing blow. For the head, the impact caves in the monster's skull completely. Turan stands calmly amidst the aftermath, his work complete. He looks down at the monster's corpse, its head completely obliterated. "This is my first time using it on a monster," he remarks casually. Looking over the gruesome scene, he ponders the cleanup. "Should I toss it into some valley or something?" He clicks his tongue in annoyance, blood spattered on his face. "Tusk, those village bastards sure put me to work." After the battle, Turan stands alone, blood splattered on his face. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Tusk, all that for those townsfolk." With a steady gaze, he reaffirms a secret he's kept hidden for years, a fact that defines his very existence. "I am a wizard." His mind drifts back in time, recalling the exact moment his life changed forever. "I realized that I had special abilities 8 years ago." The memory shows a small boy, his younger self, sitting on the floor, effortlessly making tools and logs float with a strange blue energy. "When I was 10, young Turan turns back, his face beaming with the innocent pride of a child discovering something wonderful. He shouts excitedly, "Look, the logs are flying." He calls out again, "Mom!" his voice echoing in the house as his mother appears, her back turned to him. He eagerly demonstrates more of his newfound talents to her. "I can make fire and I can make wind." Back in the present, the memory is still sharp in Turan's mind. But his mother's reaction wasn't what he expected. Instead of joy, her face was filled with terror as she screamed, "Stop it!" he would later recall. It was the first and last time my mother got mad at me. At her shout, the magic dissipates and the objects clatter to the floor. Confused, the young boy whispers, "Mom." His mother's voice cuts through the silence, firm and serious. "Turan." She kneels down in front of him, her expression unreadable. "Come and have a chat with your mother." Gently, she tilts his chin up, her eyes searching his. "You want to live with me for a long time, right?" Terrified by her tone, he can only manage a small yes. Her voice drops to a serious whisper. "Then promise me this. Promise that you won't use this power from now on." She holds his head in her hands, her face shadowed and grave as she delivers the full weight of her command. "That you will never use this power in front of other people." Young Turan looks up, completely bewildered. "Why?" His mother begins her explanation. "Remember the story about the noble and the knight?" His eyes narrow slightly as he recalls the tale. "I remember." His mother continues, explaining the fabric of their world. "They call the people who wield this special power wizards, whether they are nobles or knights, but nobles and knights are inherently different." She tells him of their origins. Nobles are descendants of the divine people, the Freyans, who descended to save the old humans. Knights are the descendants of those nobles whose blood has been mixed with humans. He answers yes. With his confirmation, she says, "You remember." Her back is to him now as she builds to her final point. "That is why they differentiate between nobles and knights, even amongst wizards. I will tell you why you can't use this power, Turan." Finally, she reveals the terrible secret, showing him an image of his younger self with his father. "You inherited the powers of your father, a knight." She explains the harsh reality of their world. "There are many evil nobles outside this town, the nobles who treat knights as their slaves." In his memory, his mother gives him one final, critical instruction as he looks on with innocent eyes. "So remember this. Nobody can know that you are a wizard." Her face is filled with desperate hope as she asks, "You can promise me that, right?" The scene fades to black, and the story jumps forward in time. 8 years have passed since that day. Back in the present, Turan stands alone in his cabin, looking out the window. He thinks to himself, "I have continued to uphold the promise with my mother." He grips the curtain, his resolve hardening. The promise will not be broken. He gazes outside, content with his quiet life. "I have no desire to reveal myself as a wizard, or to descend the mountain." He is determined to live and die peacefully as a simple shepherd. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside shatters the silence, and his eyes snap open. Someone is pounding violently on his door, shouting his name. "Turan, come out." Turan opens the door, his expression completely unfazed by the commotion. He's met by a mob of angry villagers, led by a large, muscular man with a thick mustache and an aggressive posture. Turan lets out a theatrical yawn, looking thoroughly bored by their presence. "So," he stands before the group and calmly repeats their accusation back to them. "You're saying I killed Rabbis?" The leader of the villagers clenches his fist, shouting, "Yes, how shameless of you." The brutish man gets right in Turan's face, yelling the outrageous lie. "You hurt that old man, Rabbis, and threw him out to be eaten by monsters." Turan says nothing, his expression unreadable as the villager brute grabs the front of his tunic. His eyes narrow as he sees right through their pathetic attempt to frame him. "I see why you want to frame me." The other villagers look on, confused by his calm demeanor, one of them asking, "What?" Turan calmly lays out their cowardly motives. "The oldest man in the village died alone, instead of the young men who were too scared to fight the monster. I can see why you think this is the best way out of that." He looks at them with utter contempt, a slight smirk on his face. "That's the easiest way for you to shift blame from yourselves to me." Enraged at having his cowardice exposed, the leader of the villagers screams Turan's name and throws a punch right at his face. But the punch never lands. Turan dodges with ease, the villager brute's fist flying past his head. As he moves, a single thought crosses his mind. Magic is convenient. Taking advantage of the brute's own momentum, Turan delivered a brutal headbutt straight to his face, knocking him out cold instantly. He explained his power to himself. "As long as I have a fervent desire, it will manifest, but at the cost of my mana." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the rest of the villagers began lunging at him from all sides. All it took was a simple, whispered command, "Fall over." A villager trips over seemingly nothing, proving Turan's point. "I don't need to start a fire." He uses this subtle magic to aid his physical attacks, tripping another man with a swift kick. Just a little bit. He easily disarms one of the men, ensuring his interference is subtle, so that it's not obvious. He strikes another, the man crying out in pain. Turan holds back, using just enough for them not to die. With cold determination, he moves through the crowd, his thoughts clear. "I will dominate them." He weaves through the villagers, effortlessly dodging their clumsy attacks and striking them down one by one. The sounds of breaking would echo as their makeshift clubs are shattered and sent flying into the air. The leader of the mob lies unconscious on the ground. Turan reflects, and like that for 8 years, he stands calmly amidst the bodies of the defeated villagers, finishing his thought. I have hidden the fact that I am a wizard. Looking back at the groaning men on the ground, he scolds them. You should have used that strength for Rabbis' funeral. Just then a group of women from the village appear. Turan asks them bluntly, "Are you here to fight too?" One of them quickly waves her hands, stammering, "No, we." She finishes her sentence. "Came here to see you, Turan." Unimpressed, Turan remains silent for a beat before ordering, "Take these idiots down with you." Without another word, he turns and walks back into the solitude of his home. Alone again, he unties his hair, already thinking of the future complications. It's going to be chaos in the town again. They're going to use this as an excuse to rip me off when I go to trade. He sighs, already accepting the inevitable conflict. Well, fine. He grabs a fresh tunic. I can beat them up until I get a fair deal. He dismisses the thought, confident in his actions. I gave them a proper whooping, so they shouldn't be back for a... But his sentence is cut short by another series of loud knocks at his door. He stares at the door in disbelief, annoyance flashing across his face. They must be insane. The knocking continues, loud and insistent. Furious, Turan throws the door open, ready for another fight. Who is it? Do you really want to? But standing there isn't another villager. It's a tall, imposing stranger dressed in traveler's clothes, a sword at his hip. The man's rugged appearance, complete with a beard and a scar, tells Turan this is no ordinary visitor. Startled, Turan asks, "WH, who are you?" The stranger, Kjorn, speaks politely. "Excuse me. I thought I could ask for a favor in my travels, but I must have caught you at an inopportune moment." Turan pauses, his mind racing. A traveler? This is highly unusual for their remote village. Trying to appear normal, Turan replies, "Ah, no, I apologize. A few uninvited guests just came here moments ago." He immediately worries if his polite tone was convincing enough. "My mother taught me manners, but was that proper enough? I never talked nicely to anyone in that pathetic town, so this feels awkward." His thoughts drift to the man's weapon. Anyway, a traveler with a sword in this sleepy old town. This is definitely strange. Forcing a friendly smile, Turan offers, "If you're looking for an inn," but the man's stomach growls loudly, interrupting him. Turan lets out a small sigh, his resolve softening. He makes a decision and steps aside, inviting the stranger into his home. "Come in." He quickly prepares a meal for his unexpected guest, laying out a generous spread of bread, soup, cheese, and sausage on the table. Turan apologizes, saying, "We're not well off, so we don't have much." But the traveler, Kjorn, digs in heartily, exclaiming, "Oh, but this is a feast." The man looks up from his food, intrigued. "You surprise me, though. You've never met someone from outside the town?" Turan simply replies, "That's right." Turan explained his peaceful life. "I was born and raised on this hill and have lived as a shepherd all this time." As he spoke, Kjorn took a sip of water. Turan added, "It's also rare for this small town to get tourists." The traveler's eyes narrow slightly, a glint of suspicion appearing as he studies Turan. Unaware of the scrutiny, Turan calmly takes a sip from his own cup. Kjorn watches him for a moment longer before speaking a single word that catches Turan completely off guard. "Interesting." Turan looks up, confused. "Huh," Kjorn noted. "For someone who grew up here as a shepherd, you are quite well versed in manners. Your parents must have taught you well." Turan replied, "I learned from my mother, but she died a few years ago due to an illness." He offers his condolences, unaware of the turmoil inside Turan. "She raised a proud son like you, so I am sure she resides among the gods in a palace in the heavens." Turan gets up from the table, trying to move the conversation along. Kjorn says, "I want to thank you once again." Turan simply replies, "I just live the way my mother taught me." Turan changes the subject, asking, "But what brings you all the way out here to this country town?" Kjorn, holding a piece of dried meat, answers, "I was asked a favor." Turan looks back, curious. "A favor?" Kjorn explains his mission. They were looking for someone to take care of a monster puma. Then Kjorn drops a bombshell, his gaze fixed on Turan. "I am a wizard." The revelation hangs in the air, leaving Turan stunned. Turan quickly puts the pieces together. "You must be the wizard our village elder talked about." Kjorn confirms, "That's right." Having answered Turan's question, Kjorn turns the conversation back around, a sly look on his face. "Can I ask a question now?" Turan hesitantly agrees. "Sure." Kjorn begins his interrogation, listing the things that don't add up. "I sense a monster in this area, but I don't see a monster." Turan's calm facade begins to crack as Kjorn continues. What's even weirder is that you know about the village elder and the monster, yet you seem calm and aren't running away. Kjorn presses him, chewing on his jerky. If the monster went for a human, it would be you. Aren't you scared? He continues to pick apart Turan's story. You seem awfully brave for a shepherd who has never left this town. Leaning forward, his eyes burning with intensity, Kjorn asks the one question Turan has dreaded his entire life. Who are you? The word hangs in his mind, the secret he has guarded for so long. Wizard. As Kjorn's question hangs in the air, Turan is thrown back into the memory of asking his mother. Why can't anyone know that I'm a wizard? He remembers her simple, terrifying answer, because of the bad nobles. And his own innocent confusion, bad nobles. His mother's words from that day echo in his mind, explaining their world's cruel hierarchy. If nobles are shepherds like us, then knights are like the dogs that nobles keep. The memory of a powerful noble standing before his followers flashes in his mind as he recalls her warning. They might treat you with love, like family, but they can sell you off or sacrifice you if necessary. The memory of her face, filled with desperate love, is crystal clear. I don't want that kind of life for you, Turan. You want to keep living with your mom, right? He had agreed without a moment's hesitation. Yes. His mother's voice rings in his memory, her words firm and unwavering. Then remember this. Nobody can know that you are a wizard. She had warned him of the greatest danger. Especially other wizards. If they find out, they will separate us and turn you into their shepherd dog to be discarded at any moment. Back in the present, Turan's expression hardens. He knows what he must do to uphold his promise. The chilling thought crosses his mind. To avoid being found out as a wizard, you might have to kill people. The thought hangs ominously in the air as he stares at the unsuspecting wizard sitting at his table, a new and dangerous resolve solidifying in his eyes. In the dimly lit cabin, an older man sat across the dining table as Turan silently calculated his next move. To keep the fact that I'm a wizard from getting out, he asserted to himself, I might have to kill him. The younger man's expression remained unchanged as he thought to himself. So this is what it comes to. His gaze was fixed and piercing. A cold silence hung in the air until the man's voice cut through it, demanding, Why aren't you answering? The man remained focused, his eyes locked onto Turan as he waited intently for an answer. He quickly broke into a wide, apologetic grin, scratching the back of his neck. If you make a face like that, it just makes my joke awkward. A bead of sweat trickled down the younger man's face as he processed the words, questioning. A joke. The young man stood, admitting, I'm sorry, I don't really have a good sense of humor. But the older man quickly corrected him. No, that's not it. I'm the one who should apologize. I think I flustered you. The young man explained. It's my first time hearing a wizard joke, so it caught me off guard. The older man smiled, saying, Your reaction was so entertaining that I took the teasing too far. He then extended his hand warmly. Come to think of it, we still haven't introduced ourselves properly. Nice to meet you. With a friendly expression, he introduced himself. I'm Kjorn, a wanderer. The younger man took his hand, replying, I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself first. As they shook hands, he gave his own name. I'm Turan, a shepherd. Over a shared meal, Turan mentioned his age. I'm 18 years old this year. Kjorn replied with a surprising fact of his own. And I'll be 75 this year. Turan looked surprised. You really don't look that old. Kjorn explained. Wizards age more slowly than ordinary people and they live longer. Turan grew curious. How did you end up becoming a wanderer? Kjorn answered. After serving the Arabian family for 60 years, I left. Kjorn continued, a wistful look on his face. In my later years, I wanted to roam from place to place without settling down. Turan smiled, remarking, That's pretty romantic. Turan's smile remained as he reflected internally on the simple pleasure of sharing a harmless conversation. As he watched Kjorn grin, his thought continued, enjoying this time with a good person like this. The warm light of the candle illuminated the room as Turan came to a pleasant realization. He hadn't realized how much he missed simply sharing a harmless conversation with a good person, thinking to himself that he didn't realize it could be this enjoyable. Lost in conversation, they hadn't noticed how much time had passed until Kjorn looked towards the window, surprised. Wow, he remarked. It's already gotten this late. As the new day's light began to filter in, Kjorn stood up from the table. You're right. I didn't even notice the sun coming up. I should get going. He placed a single, shining coin on the table. This is Arabian silver. It's the purest among silver coins, so it should more than cover the cost of the meal. Turan accepted the payment, saying, I'll accept it gratefully. I hope your hunt goes smoothly. Kjorn paused at the door, turning back to add, Don't act like we'll never see each other again." With a final glance over his shoulder, Kjorn walked out into the dawn, joking. "I might come by a few more times to mooch off you on the way, you know." As morning broke, sunlight washed over the peaceful hillside overlooking the village. Out in the fields, Turan's sheep grazed quietly under the bright blue sky. Turan gave a single firm command, "Gather." Instantly the sheep perked up, their heads turning in his direction. The entire flock obediently began to walk towards him, assembling as he stood watch. As he watched over his flock, Turan reflected on his encounter with Kjorn. "It's the first time I've met another wizard. But more than that, how long has it been since I had a conversation that felt this comfortable?" He gently stroked one of his sheep, thinking about the ease and humor that naturally seeped into his way of speaking. "More than any adult I've ever met in my life." A memory surfaced of Kjorn returning with a small animal in his arms, announcing, "I'm back again." The thought concluded with certainty. He really was a good person. Standing amidst his flock, Turan mused. "I always thought knights were just emotionless hunting dogs used by arrogant nobles." A gentle breeze rustled his hair as a new thought troubled him. "Anyway, how do I tell him?" The scene shifts to Kjorn as he begins to head into the forest, while Turan is still wondering how to tell him that there are no more monsters left on Hisaril Hill. Kjorn suddenly came to a halt. A wave of unease washed over him as he muttered to himself, "That's strange." He surveyed the area, noticing the signs of destruction. "There are traces of a battle, but I can't feel a monster's presence." His eyes followed a strange mark high up on a massive tree, making him wonder, was the monster already hunted? He looked down from the tree to a spot on the ground where a faint light glowed, questioning, "Who in the world hunted it? Did the village chief leave it to another wizard besides me?" After a moment of thought, Kjorn let out a sigh of relief. "Either way, it's a relief. If someone killed the monster and made things safe, that's all that matters." Suddenly, Kjorn's eyes widened in alarm. A jolt of energy sent a shiver down his spine. He whipped his head around, alerted by a sudden, menacing presence behind him. From the dark earth, a monstrous clawed hand with a glowing yellow eye on its back began to emerge. A grotesque beast, a horrifying mess of teeth, flesh, and blood, burst forth with a terrifying roar. The creature towered over him, its shadowy form radiating malice. Kjorn stared in disbelief, recognizing the beast. A monster's. His face paled, sweat beading on his forehead as he questioned aloud, "Who would do something like this?" Without warning, the wraith's massive clawed hand swiped down towards him. Kjorn reacted instantly, a blast of energy from his hand meeting the creature's attack head-on. As he dodged another blow, his mind raced. If you don't absorb or disperse the mana from a dead monster's corpse, the monster turns into a wraith like this. A wizard who hunts monsters couldn't possibly not know that. He launched himself into the air, narrowly avoiding another savage strike from the wraith below. Flipping midair, he concluded, "So the one who killed this monster was definitely a wizard. Then why did they leave it to become a wraith?" Landing safely, he watched the creature warily. "Did they not know it becomes a wraith if you don't absorb the mana?" He immediately dismissed the idea. "No, a novice knight who doesn't even know something that basic couldn't have killed a monster like this in the first place." He began to gather golden energy into his hands, wondering, then, did they have some other intention? His face hardened with grim resolve as an arrow of pure energy coalesced in his hand. "No matter what it is," he declared, "I must destroy it." He unleashed a powerful beam of light, sending it hurtling directly towards the monster. But to his shock, the beam dissipated just before hitting its target, causing no damage at all. Kjorn stared in disbelief. "My magic was nullified. Does that mean that monster's mana is vastly stronger than mine?" In the blink of an eye, the wraith vanished into a black mist. "It disappeared," Kjorn exclaimed in shock. He frantically scanned the forest on high alert. "Is it trying to counter magic with magic? Where is it?" A dark, shadowy substance began to creep and bubble up from the ground right behind his feet. A shadowy tendril shot out from the ground, lashing at Kjorn like a whip. He blocked the attack, but the force of the blow sent him reeling, blood flying from his arm. Clutching his wounded arm, Kjorn realized the direness of his situation. This isn't a level a mere knight can contend with. At the very least, you'd need to be a lower-ranked noble to have a chance. He was thrown back by another brutal attack, his body skidding across the forest floor. Gasping for breath, he thought, to think I'd run into a monster wraith of this caliber in some remote mountain village. You really never know what life will throw at you. He stood firm before the looming beast, a sense of resignation settling over him. So this is as far as I go. He grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, but a determined smile spread across his lips. Clenching his jaw, he vowed, "I'm not going to die obediently. Even if I die, I'll take you with me." Golden mana flared to life in his hand. I'll concentrate all my mana into my hand. If I stab it directly the moment it lunges at me. The wraith charged forward, its massive claws ready to tear him apart. With a defiant roar, Kjorn prepared to meet the attack head-on, his hand glowing with immense power. He leaped into the air, aiming his final, desperate attack at the heart of the beast. But just as he was about to strike, a small, brilliant spark of blue light appeared between him and the monster. The beam of light streaked directly toward the giant beast, easily tearing a massive hole through the wraith's body and sending a powerful shockwave rippling throughout the forest. Blown back by the force, Kjorn landed hard, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief. He looked up to see the grotesque wraith still reeling before it came crashing down to the ground with a deafening thud. A calm voice cut through the chaos from behind him. "Are you all right?" Kjorn could only manage a startled gasp in reply. Kjorn turned to see Turan walking towards him, casually remarking, "A shepherd's joke is pretty startling too." Kjorn's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he gasped the young man's name. Turan! Meanwhile, Turan continued to close in, clutching his slingshot as he stepped into the clearing. The pieces clicked into place for Kjorn. "So you were a wizard," he stated, his voice a mix of shock and revelation. Turan simply confirmed it. "Yes, sir." Standing in the misty clearing, Kjorn questioned him directly. "Why didn't you tell me?" Turan remained silent. Kjorn then changed his line of questioning. "No, let me change the question. Why did you help me just now? You could have just walked away." A slight, enigmatic smile touched Turan's lips as he began to answer. "Because." The scene flashes back to their conversation in the cabin, the head of a wolf lying on the floor between them. In the flashback, Turan had asked, "Why are you going this far?" Kjorn, confused, replied, "What do you mean?" Turan elaborated, "I don't know what the village chief promised you, but with your skill, I feel like you could earn a lot more money more comfortably." Kjorn simply let out a small laugh. Kjorn then said, "They're pitiful people." Turan, looking up at him, asked, "In what way?" Kjorn explained his reasoning, living out here on the frontier, trembling in fear, without even basic protection. Turan countered, "That isn't your fault, is it?" Looking at Turan with conviction, Kjorn stated his philosophy. "A wizard is, by nature, someone who inherited the power of a god. If so, then we should live with pride in protecting powerless commoners." He smiled warmly, adding, "Well, not every wizard thinks the way I do. Everyone has their own thoughts and their own way of living." Back in the present, a genuine smile spread across Turan's face as he remembered Kjorn's words. He repeated Kjorn's sentiment with a happy expression. "Doesn't everyone have their own way of living?" The wraith, recovering, slammed its fist into the ground, sending Kjorn flying back. As Turan rushed towards him, Kjorn shouted a warning. "Listen carefully. It's not a level we can handle." He continued urgently, "It's a monster you can't fight unless you're at least a noble. Go tell the village chief this immediately and help them evacuate." Kjorn turned back to face the terrifying creature, his hand igniting with fire as he yelled, "I'll hold it here." Even as a torrent of energy continued to surge from his hands, Kjorn understood his dire situation all too well. Bracing himself, he thought, "I talk big, but I don't know how much longer I can hold out." But Turan's calm voice cut through his thoughts. "It's okay." Kjorn could only respond with a confused, "What?" Turan pointed to a glowing blue mana stone on the ground, explaining, "If that attack landed just now, I think it'll be okay." Kjorn, bewildered, asked, "What are you talking about?" Kjorn stared at Turan in stunned silence, his mind racing. Is he saying that attack wasn't his full strength? A young knight hiding out in the mountains can hunt a wraith that even nobles have to deal with. A profound realization hit him. In that moment, the veteran knight Kjorn thought to himself, his eyes wide with shock. His internal monologue continued, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. What he's seeing right now isn't just some small connection he happened to make in a rural village. As stones began to levitate, glowing with blue energy, he knew this was far more significant thinking. Nor is it the reckless bravado of a young knight who ran from nobles. An immense torrent of blue mana erupted from Turan, swirling around him with incredible power. Kjorn understood then that this scene before his eyes could be the beginning of a wizard who will turn the world upside down. As Turan met his gaze with a confident smile, he spoke, his voice calm amidst the raging power. "I was curious about my limits too." As the giant wraith looms over him, Turan braces for a fight, a whirlwind of energy gathering around him. A confident smirk crosses his face. He wasn't afraid. In fact, he was excited, admitting, "I was curious about my limits too." But Kjorn appears, his hands blazing with power, yelling, "I won't allow you to do it. No matter how outstanding your talent is, that thing is a tough opponent." He insists, "We have to join forces." but his plea is cut short as the wraith lunges at an unprepared Turan. In an instant, a massive wave of energy erupts from Turan, blasting the creature back. Kjorn watches in disbelief, his own magic fatting from his hand. He thinks to himself, no, right now, I'd only get in the way. I couldn't even react to that last attack. Clenching his fist, he accepts his current powerlessness. At this moment, I'm not any help, he thinks. What I need to do now. As another, even more immense, torrent of power explodes from Turan, Kjorn realizes his purpose. His true mission is make Turan's talent bloom. But even with all this power, Turan grits his teeth in frustration, muttering, damn it. His attack slams into the wraith but doesn't leave a scratch, sending him flying backward. It's not working, he says, landing hard. From the sidelines, Kjorn shouts the critical piece of information Turan is missing. You can't kill a wraith with physical attacks. The creature stomps towards him, its immense size blocking out the sky. Turan looks up and asks the obvious question, then how do I kill it? Kjorn immediately gives him the answer, shouting as Turan reaches out a hand. With fire. As Turan's eyes widen in understanding, Kjorn adds another option, or lightning. A moment later, a feeble fireball flickered and dissipated harmlessly on the wraith's shoulder. But Turan looks away, completely unimpressed, stating flatly, it's not working. From off-panel, Kjorn yells back, that's not the point. Kjorn realizes the boy is missing the absolute basics of magic. He thinks in a panic. To apply a wizard's power to another living being, establishing proper causality is a basic requirement. Don't tell me he doesn't even know the most basic common sense of a wizard. His eyes go wide as a shocking thought occurs to him. Could it be? The pieces fall into place, and the unbelievable truth dawns on Kjorn. He realizes he was the one who killed the monster and left it alone to become a wraith. So that means Turan has never absorbed mana in his life. Watching Turan battle the monster, Kjorn analyzed the boy's clumsy technique with a look of utter shock. He wondered in disbelief, how is he already this powerful? Before shouting out a tip. Don't just light a fire, manifest it first and then shoot. Just as he hit the ground after the monster's attack, Turan immediately regained his balance, preparing for a counterattack. Following Kjorn's advice, a vortex of fire erupted right in the palm of his hand. Kjorn watches from a distance, thinking to himself that while making a fire isn't hard for a wizard, controlling fire requires separate training. But Turan effortlessly creates a massive spiral of flame, shocking Kjorn, who can only think. He can do it immediately. He digs his feet into the ground, bracing for the spell. With a powerful downward thrust, Turan unleashes the flame. The wraith is immediately engulfed in a roaring inferno. Flames rage, consuming the creature's spiritual body. Kjorn shouts desperately, keep your mind focused. You have to keep pouring mana into it so the fire doesn't go out. As Turan stands surrounded by fire, Kjorn continues yelling instructions. You have to burn everything about the wraith away. Turan's expression hardens with concentration, his eyes glowing as he focuses his power. The intense blaze finally burns out, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Looking at the clear sky, Kjorn crosses his arms with a look of profound relief and declares, we won. He reflects on the battle, thinking, that was an absurdly strong wraith. A wraith you'd need at least noble-class power to fight. His eye widens, the sheer impossibility of it all hitting him. But he took it down. Turan stands over the creature's dissolving remains, asking, is it really over now? Kjorn can only stare in wonder, thinking, a shepherd from the mountains did it. Kjorn walks over to the smoldering corpse and gives his next lesson. If you don't want to meet another wraith, absorb the mana first. Turan, clueless, asks, how do I do that? Kjorn gives a simple instruction. Imagine yourself draining something into you. Turan reaches out his hand toward the mana leaking from the corpse and agrees. All right. Turan closes his eyes, a peaceful, satisfied smile spreading across his face as he experiences the sensation of mana for the very first time. At his command, a vibrant green aura, the wraith's leftover mana, begins to rise from the creature's dissolving remains, drawn toward his outstretched hand. He holds out his hand, and the mana from the dead wraith flows towards him, gathering in a glowing green orb. As he absorbs it, his eyes glow with a vibrant green light, reflecting the raw power he's taking in. The mana courses through his entire body like a web of energy, illuminating him from within. Kjorn flinches, his eyes wide in disbelief at the sheer volume of mana Turan is absorbing. As Turan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of overwhelming energy, Kjorn explained, you'll feel a certain sense of pleasure. Meanwhile, Turan was still reeling from the excitement of the sensation, thinking, I still can't believe it, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes. He asks for confirmation. So this really was your first time absorbing mana? Turan looks at his hand, still processing the new sensation, and quietly answers, Yes. Kjorn's mind races as he processes the information. After one's first awakening, mana grows slowly with age. The best way to grow is to kill monsters or wizards and absorb their mana. The implication of Turan's power becomes clear. But this was Turan's first time absorbing mana, and yet he's already able to handle magic at that level, meaning his innate potential is on a different league. Looking at the boy who is still staring at his own hand in wonder, Kjorn comes to a staggering conclusion about his identity, thinking, which means this young man is. He calls out to him directly, Turan. The shepherd turns, answering, yes. Kjorn bows his head respectfully. I've been very rude to you. May I ask which house you belong to? Turan lets out a small, amused smile. He calls out, Kjorn, to which the older man replies, yes. Instead of answering the question, Turan pointed to Kjorn's arm, which was spraying blood like a faucet, and said, wipe your blood off first. Kjorn looked down at his wound as if just noticing it, muttering a dazed, ah. Later, inside a rustic cabin, Kjorn tends to his now bandaged arm. As Turan organizes his medical supplies, Kjorn apologizes profusely. Pardon me for my rudeness. For me to make someone so esteemed as yourself to do something like this, I can only apologize. Turan dismisses the formal apology. I've told you many times that I'm not someone esteemed. I'm just a shepherd who doesn't even know who his father is. He gives Kjorn a sharp look, demanding, so please stop it. Kjorn immediately yields, saying, all right, don't glare at me like that. Outside, sheep graze peacefully around the cabin as Kjorn poses a question. But why would a powerful wizard like you be a shepherd? I don't mean to belittle you, but it doesn't seem like it suits you. Back at the table, Turan provides a simple, solemn answer. It was my mother's request. She told me to do this right up until the moment she died. Kjorn, taken aback, repeats, your mother's request. Turan stands and walks toward the window, continuing to recount his mother's final words. She said, below the mountain there are nobles. If it's revealed that you're a wizard, you'll only be used by them and then thrown away. Kjorn looks at Turan and acknowledges his mother's fear. She was wise, he says, to which Turan can only reply with a confused, huh. Turan admits, I'm surprised since I thought you'd call it overprotective parenting. But Kjorn shakes his head, explaining, your mother wasn't entirely wrong. He continues, his expression growing serious. Wizards have great power, and great power inevitably brings conflict. Just 20-some years ago, there was a major war between great noble houses. The scene flashes back to a brutal, fiery battlefield as Kjorn recounts the history. It was the war between the House of Arabian, which I served, and the great House of Zahar. So many people died in that war. The weight of his words is heavy. Out of roughly 3,000 Arabian knights at the time, more than 900 died. Nearly a third of them died. He looks away, the pain still fresh in his memory. Sadly, everyone close to me was in that third. Turan looks on, his expression shifting as he understands the gravity of Kjorn's past. Images of fallen knights fill the screen as Kjorn lists his losses. My friend Denver, who always said that he'd open a laundry shop once the war ended. My teacher Hartman, who scolded me, saying I still had so much to learn. The most painful memory comes last, showing a grievously wounded warrior. And my beloved wife and son. They were all massacred by House Zahar, and I alone survived. Bringing the story back to the present, he concludes, that's why your mother was right to an extent. A knight's life can vanish more easily and more meaninglessly than a commoner's. Kjorn's tone shifts, but the one thing she was wrong about was your aptitude. Turan looks up, intrigued. My aptitude. Kjorn leans forward, admitting, it's embarrassing to say this while I'm in such a state, but I'm a knight with fairly good skill. Yet you easily destroyed the monster's wraith that even I couldn't bring down. He drives the point home, telling Turan, your potential isn't merely that of a knight. At minimum, your noble level. He sits back, delivering his final assessment with certainty. And among them, at least upper-tier aptitude. Turan looks down, processing the weight of this revelation. Turan looks up, a hint of confusion and hope in his eyes. My mother said my father was a knight. Was that a lie? Kjorn explains. On rare occasions, a child worse than a knight is born among nobles, or a noble-class child is born among knights. With this, Kjorn stands and offers his advice. In that sense, I think it would be better for you to leave this hill and go out into the world. Turan simply asks, why? From a view overlooking a large town, Kjorn gives his reason. Because we humans need more nobles and knights. Humans still aren't the complete masters of the world. Kjorn suddenly remembers who he's talking to and apologizes. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting you don't know much about magic. He then explains a key concept, illustrated by a glowing, ornate heart. A bloodline ability is a trait nobles inherit from their ancestor, the Freyans. Whether or not you have a bloodline ability is also what separates nobles from knights. Summoning a small flame, Kjorn asks Turan to think about what makes him special. Was there any spell that felt unusually easy and simple when you used magic? Or some outstanding ability you have that doesn't need you to use magic? Turan clenches his fist, trying to clarify. It's not that I'm strong, right? Kjorn dismisses this, explaining, just having mana makes a wizard's physical abilities stronger. He's asking about an innate, unique talent, not the standard boost all wizards get. Turan thinks for a moment, then offers, I have a good nose, and I'm pretty good at throwing stones. Kjorn immediately latches on to the first part. If your sense of smell is exceptionally good, you can consider it a bloodline ability. He continues to analyze, saying, being skilled with thrown weapons is one of House Arabian's traits. It's a fairly common trait, though. They continued their conversation about the world of magic, with Turan occasionally urging him on, go on, tell me more. To which Kjorn would simply reply, all right. After a long conversation, Turan began to feel uneasy as Kjorn's face darkened with a horrifying realization. He stammered, I see. Confused by the sudden change, Turan asked hesitantly, Sir. As Kjorn turns away, clenching his fist in sudden anguish, Turan asks, why are you suddenly acting like this? Kjorn looked back at him, his eyes shining with curiosity, yet he answered grimly. I think I know, he said. Turan pressed further, which house are my abilities closest to? Turan asks the question, which house is that? As Kjorn's expression turns to stone. From the doorway of the cabin, Kjorn reveals the truth. A great house. The image of his dead family flashes in his mind as he speaks their name. Known as pursuers or hunters, he spits out the name of his mortal enemies, his own face screaming in agony in his memories. House Zahar, the one that fought a war with House Arabian. Turan's face was a mask of sheer shock and disbelief, as the chapter drew to a close amidst absolute chaos, leaving a haunting question hanging over everything they had just discussed. A single name echoed in Turan's mind, a name that changed everything. House Zahar. The great House Zahar. The weight of those words sent a chill down his spine. His gaze fell upon the man he'd saved, his voice trembling as he asked, You're telling me I'm from the same bloodline as the Elder's enemies? His mind raced. What should I say to him? Should I apologize? But these are the actions of relatives I've never met who are practically strangers. A calm voice broke through his turmoil. Turan. The boy looked up, muttering, Elder. Kjorn placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't make such a worried expression. Seeking to clear the heavy air, Kjorn remarked, It's not like you were part of that war yourself. Yet, Turan remained unsettled, a sense of guilt lingering as he replied, but still. Kjorn smiled gently, explaining, It's an adult situation. If we try to wash blood with blood, the fighting will never end. Turan looked at him intently, asking, Don't you have regrets? Kjorn simply replied, About what? About telling me to go down the hill. Turan clarified as they stood together on the vast, open field. Kjorn's expression grew serious. If you go down the mountain and pursue power, you'll inevitably end up joining the Zahar family. You have outstanding abilities, after all. But I trust your character, Kjorn stated, catching Turan off guard. Sorry, Turan asked, confused. Kjorn continued, I'm talking about the goodness in you since you saved me. Even while revealing an identity you'd hidden your whole life. Rather, if someone like you joined the Zahar family and rose to a high position within it, perhaps it could prevent such a terrible war from happening again. Turan listened in silence, a new resolve forming in his eyes. Kjorn turned and started walking away. Well, either way, there's no need to think too seriously about it. After all, it's not like you've decided right now whether or not to join the Zahar family. But Turan's voice cut through the air, firm and clear. My thoughts are clear now. Kjorn stopped, turning back with a curious ahem. Looking directly at the elder, Turan declared with a small smile, I want to try going down the mountain. A proud smile spread across Kjorn's face as he said, It's good that you've thought it through, but Turan cut him off, but not right away. I'll head down once your injury heals, elder, Turan promised. Kjorn was touched by his kindness. How kind. I'm merely a bit scratched. Truly, you're a really good person. And so, while Kjorn recovered, Turan's training began. The quiet days were filled with new knowledge. As his body recovered, Kjorn began to teach Turan the fundamentals of magic. To use magic, you absolutely need mana. That's why mana is commonly called the key to omnipotence. Turan repeated the phrase, the key to omnipotence, Kjorn clarified. It's not a truly omnipotent power as the name suggests, but to use magic, you need mana that matches it. They sat across from each other at a round table as Turan asked, What is the standard for mana that matches magic? Kjorn assured him, I'll explain that right now. Kiorn held up 3 fingers. The difficulty of magic is largely determined by 3 factors. First is bloodline, second is affinity, and third is causality. The first one, bloodline, is determined by the bloodline you were born with, he explained. This applies to most nobles who aren't knights. Turan listened intently. Kiorn gestured to his bandaged hand. For example, it would be difficult for you to heal my wounds with magic, right? Turan agreed. Yes, but for the Ravista bloodline from the south, it's something they can do even without training, Kiorn said, a map of their territory appearing in his explanation. That's a power that comes from bloodline. Turan then asked, what about the second one, affinity? Kiorn replied, you can also think of it as familiarity. Kiorn continued, it's the concept that a mage can more easily perform tasks that they prefer or are used to. Turan immediately made the connection. Like how I made a fireball as if I was throwing a rock. Correct, Kiorn confirmed, standing up from the table. Probably if you had simply made flames, you wouldn't have achieved that speed or firepower. He then leaned over a mug of water, his tone becoming more serious. And the last one is most important, causality. Even I don't fully understand it. Kiorn posed a question. What do you think would happen if you tried to kill me directly using mana? Turan responded hesitantly. Probably some light would shine from my head and that would be it. As he spoke, he channeled mana into the mug, causing it to glow. That's exactly the phenomenon that occurs from a lack of causality. The water in the mug began to boil and bubble. When there's no appropriate cause for a desired outcome, and when what needs to be achieved is excessively difficult, that's when this applies. Turan watched from his seat, turning the concept over in his mind. I think I understand what causality is a bit, he said thoughtfully. He elaborated, imagining flames erupting from the mug. If I wanted to kill you rather than spending mana wishing for death, I would need to provide a cause of death, like creating and shooting flames, right? Because creating and shooting fire is more natural than directly lighting one. Kiorn's face lit up with excitement. Exactly, you could have become a scholar instead of a mage, but Turan had another question. But I can control ordinary animals as I wish, so why is it that magical beasts need something like that? Kiorn's answer was simple. That's because of their mana. The conversation fell silent for a moment as they absorbed the complex ideas. Outside, one of Turan's sheep looked in through the window, watching the 2 men talk. Finally, Turan let out a thoughtful sigh. Magic isn't easy, huh? He reflected on the lesson, concluding, an excellent mage knows not just how to use mana, but the principles and situations behind it as well. His mind, however, was already moving on to the next logical question. Now that I think of it, Turan asked, does the Zahar bloodline also have special magic? Kiorn looked at him. They're skilled in stealth and tracking. Kiorn gestured for him to try. Try it once. Turan simply replied, okay. Turan closed his eyes, focusing his intent. I don't want to be seen by others. I wish neither sound nor smell could be detected. A faint shimmer of energy enveloped him as he channeled his innate magic. Kiorn watched, his expression unreadable, wondering to himself, did it work? Suddenly, the spot where Turan had just been standing was empty. Not a single sound, nor a trace of his presence remained. Kiorn's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You succeeded. I can't see you. He couldn't hide his astonishment. A slight twitch in his jaw, the only sign of his shock. The room was still, the sunlight casting long shadows across the floor where Turan had vanished. Then, just as quickly as he disappeared, Turan reappeared, the light distorting for a moment as he materialized back into existence. Turan clenched his fist, feeling the residual power. Kiorn remarked, it's been a while since I've seen it, but it's still a frightening ability. During the war, the Arabian knights feared that ability most. Kiorn looked at Turan, a mix of awe and caution in his eyes. This seems like an unfairly powerful ability, but keep in mind it's not invincible. Kiorn turned to him, ready to continue the lesson. Now then, I'll teach you a few magic training methods. Turan looked puzzled. Aren't you teaching too much to an enemy family's mage? You saved my life and even treated me, Kiorn reminded him. Turan listened, his expression softening. And didn't I tell you? Kiorn placed a hand over his heart, his gaze steady and sincere. I trust your character. With Kiorn mostly healed, Turan traveled to the nearby village to settle his affairs, where he was met with a shocked outcry from the guild official. What, you're selling the sheep and leaving? Turan stood his ground, now a young man with a traveler's pack and a newfound confidence. The official continued to rant. Then who's going to do the shepherding from now on? How can you just decide something like that without consulting us? Turan just smiled coldly. You guys should figure out how to find a shepherd yourselves. How does it matter to you what I do with my belongings? He gave the trembling villagers a final ultimatum. Anyway, I hope you'll buy the sheep at a fair price. Otherwise, I'm going to release them all and leave. He added with a chilling smile, you're free to capture them, but you'll probably have quite a hard time doing it. The other villagers looked to their leader, one of them stammering, V-Village? Chief. The village chief weighed his options, gritting his teeth. This bastard is someone who keeps his word. There's nothing that will come from irritating him. Defeated, he reluctantly handed over a pouch of coins. Fine, I get it. With his business concluded, Turan walked away with Kjorn, who dismissed the entire ordeal with a wave. Leave or stay, do whatever you want. As they walked, Turan brought up a loose end. Now that I think of it, those villagers, they still owe you compensation after everything. Should I go collect it? Kjorn shook his head. I had no intention of receiving it, and it was you who caught the magical beast, wasn't it? Turan smiled, accepting the answer. All right, then now. They reached a crossroads at the edge of the forest. We must part ways here. Kjorn faced Turan and explained his decision. I'm sorry for declining your offer to travel together. I feel more comfortable being on my own. Turan politely waved his hand. It's really no problem at all. Then, with a slight bow, he added, Thank you for everything, Elder. With a gentle smile, Kjorn said his farewell. Turan, take care. Turan smiled back warmly. Elder, I hope we can meet again with smiling faces. And so the boy watched Kjorn's retreating figure for a long time, as the old knight walked away. Only later did he realize why he didn't want the old knight to speak to him formally. A flashback to his childhood, happily running through the fields with his mother. Although he never lacked affection from her, the boy had secretly been yearning for a father figure, someone who could be a role model for what kind of man the boy should become. With his farewells said, Turan began his solo journey, his footsteps kicking up dust in a barren wasteland. The wind howled through the desolate canyon, a lonely and imposing landscape stretching out before him. He pulled up his hood to shield himself from the harsh winds and continued his solitary march forward. The strong gusts whipped around him, but he pushed on, undeterred by the harsh environment. But then his eyes snapped open. His sharp senses suddenly alerted him to a nearby presence. He spotted a group of hooded figures in the distance. Are they traveling merchants that go from village to village? He wondered. Good, he thought, changing his direction to head straight for them. Let's ask for directions. He walked towards the group, who stopped and turned to face him as he approached. The man at the front with a rugged beard and an eye patch spoke first. Who are you to block our path? Turan replied calmly. I'm traveling alone. May I ask about the nearest city? One of the hooded figures answered, If you follow the road we came from, you'll reach a city called Mure. Turan nodded, though a flicker of confusion crossed his face. I see. He turned to leave, his back to the group. Thank you for telling me. But a firm voice stopped him in his tracks. Wait! One of the men stepped forward, blocking his path. The man sneered, You're just going to leave after getting information. Turan replied simply, What? His eye narrowing, Turan asked, Then... The man's smile widened. If you receive something, you should give something in return. Suddenly, the sound of steel being drawn filled the air as the men surrounded him, their swords pointed. The leader demanded, First, take off that bulging bag. Turan glanced at the menacing figures. Bandits, one of them cackled from behind him. So what if we are bandits? The one-eyed bandit leader laughed heartily, resting his sword on his shoulder. Let's call it recklessness. This is a wasteland where no one would find it strange if someone died, right? The point of a blade pressed against Turan's throat. Take off your bag and cloak while we're being nice, the bandit threatened. Killing you and stripping you down would get unnecessarily bloody and take a lot of work. Turan's expression remained calm. I see, bandits who even kill people. His thoughts drifted back to his conversations with Kjorn in the quiet cabin, their lessons on magic filling his mind. He remembered the feeling of the fireball taking shape in his hands. The principles of causality Kjorn had so patiently explained. He recalled Kjorn's words, the weight of his trust, and the path that lay before him. A slow, predatory smile spread across Turan's face, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. I'll have to use you guys for practice. Surrounded, Turan let a grin spread across his face, thinking to himself, Guess I'll use you guys for practice. The bandits let out a contemptuous scoff at his attitude. Turan's words were drowned out by the bandits' mocking laughter. One of them jeered, This lunatic talks as if he's some kind of wizard or something. And another chimed in, Right on, boss. In response, Turan simply raised his hand, as a faint green energy began to gather around his palm. He uttered a single word, Wind. In an instant, a powerful gust erupted outwards, sending the bandits screaming as they were thrown off their feet. Turan analyzed his new power, realizing. So instead of just generating wind out of air, Shaping it with my hand and amplifying it uses far less mana. The bandits struggled to their feet, completely stunned. What the hell? One of them gasped. Turan, too, was surprised by his own strength, thinking, I didn't know I could whip up wind this strong with so little mana. He wasn't finished. Turan pulled out a small vial and with a flick of his finger, drew the water out of it with his magic. The water droplets instantly froze in midair, forming a sharp and deadly ice shard. He held out his hand, and several more ice shards materialized, hovering around him like deadly projectiles. Seeing this, the bandit's face filled with pure terror. In a flash, one of the ice shards shot forward, piercing straight through a bandit's body as he let out a final scream. Turan looked at the ice still swirling around his hand, unimpressed. Wasn't this supposed to be a skill that's useful when there's a lot of water nearby? He thought. Honestly, just throwing stones feels faster and stronger. One of the surviving bandits fell to his knees, begging for his life. We didn't know you were a wizard. Please just forgive us this once. While the leader fell to his knees, begging and promising, we'll give you anything you want. Please just spare our lives. The rest of them took advantage of his distraction, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Turan knew exactly what these treacherous bandits were plotting. He simply raised his foot and slammed it hard onto the sand. With a heavy thud, the sand behind him instantly surged upward, forming jagged stone pillars that impaled the treacherous thugs in an instant. Their devious trick was cut short. The leader could only look up in utter despair, whispering, impossible. Before them, Turan stood unharmed, while the rest of their group were impaled on massive stone pillars that shot up from the ground. The bandit leader's last thought was a shocked question. They're all dead. Now only the leader remained. Turan stood over the man and said, Let me ask you one thing. The terrified bandit immediately replied, Why yes, wizard, I'll answer anything. Turan questioned him, Why did you attack me without a plan? If I'm a traveler walking alone, I could be a wizard just like now. Turan's eyes narrowed as he gave his answer, Because you bowed your head. He could only exclaim, What? At such a ridiculous reason. The bandit explained, trembling, Even when we spoke to you rudely, you bowed and greeted us, so we assumed you were an ordinary person. Turan's expression softened slightly. Thanks, that taught me something useful, he said. Hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared in the bandit's eyes. Then, will you really spare me? He asked desperately. But his hope turned to horror as he looked up and saw a single drop of water hovering right above his forehead. As he made his decision, Turan remembered the words of his mentor, Kjorn. Turan, from now on, you're going to meet a lot of people, and there's something I absolutely want to tell you. The memory continued, showing a younger Turan preparing to leave. Kjorn's voice echoed in his mind. Never show mercy to scum like bandits, the kind who don't hesitate to harm others to profit. Kjorn had continued, The reason I'm saying this so firmly is... And now, looking at the carnage around him, Turan thought, I think I understand the reason. Standing over the body of the last bandit, Turan understood Kjorn's lesson completely. Because a life I spare out of pity could end up harming 10 good people. With the deed done, Turan looked up at the sky, his expression resolved. I've stalled long enough. He began to walk again, following the path left by his enemies. The road the Merchantstern bandits dragged their cart along, those clear wheel tracks cutting across the sand, he observed. As he walked alone through the vast desert, following the trail, a single thought burned sharply into his mind. He looked down, the full weight of his actions hitting him. I killed people. He replayed the moment in his mind. He felt guilt, but he couldn't just let them go because Kjorn's warning came back to him. Kjorn's logic was undeniable. People who could, without hesitation, decide to rob and kill for profit would target others again at any time. As he walked, his resolve hardened. Like wheel tracks in the desert slowly fatting as weeds grow over them, Turan's chaotic heart gradually settled as he recalled Kjorn's teaching. His long journey through the desert finally came to an end as he crested a hill, seeing a new landscape spread before him. And then, he arrived in a new world. He stared out at the sight, a look of wonder spreading across his face as he took it all in. Wow, he breathed. In the distance, a massive city with a castle at its heart sprawled across the landscape. So that's the place, Turan said, finally laying eyes on his destination. The small city Murray. As Turan walked into the city, he was immediately struck by the bustling crowds. This is my first time seeing so many people crowding around, he thought, taking in the unfamiliar sights and sounds of the lively market. He looked up at the towering buildings, marveling at their construction. Even the architecture is completely different from the village. Walking through the main street, a sense of excitement and reality washed over him. Now it really feels like I've come to a city. Needing directions, Turan approached a nearby fruit stand. Excuse me, he said to the merchant, who replied with a cheerful, "Oh, welcome." The merchant asked, "What can I get you?" Turan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Ah, I'm not a customer." He recalled Kjorn's simple advice for traveling. If you reach a city and need a place to rest, look for an inn. No matter the village or city, there's usually an inn. But the moment the merchant heard he wasn't buying, his friendly demeanor vanished. He waved him away, snapping, "If you're not buying fruit, get lost." Turan was left speechless. Turan was taken aback by the sudden hostility. Why is he acting that rude? He wondered. Is it some unspoken rule in cities that you have to buy fruit before you ask questions? Deciding to play along, he pointed to the red apples. "How much is this?" The merchant answered flatly, "2 dupit." Turan repeated the price, "2 dupit." The merchant noticed his confusion and added, "You look like an outsider, so you probably don't know what that is. Paying with other coins is fine too." Turan dropped a coin into the merchant's hand. "Where can I find the inn?" he asked again. This time the merchant was happy to help. "Go straight down the road behind the Cape shop, then turn left. You'll see it with a blue roof." As Turan left, the merchant added one last detail. "That place is the biggest inn in the city." Following the directions, Turan soon found himself standing before a building with a large sign that read, "Pub and Inn." As he walked in, a cheerful blonde woman greeted him from behind the counter. "Welcome to our inn." The nameplate introduced her as the inn staff, Lena. Lena's eyes lit up as she saw him. "You're a handsome guest," she complimented. Turan, unfazed, got straight to the point. "How much for a night?" With a pleasant smile, Lena clasped her hands together and announced the price, 16 dupit. Turan simply nodded. "I'll stay." As he handed her a pouch of coins, Turan added, "More importantly, there's something I want to ask." Lena looked at him curiously. "Something you want to ask?" He looked at her seriously and asked his question. "Is there a monster nearby with a bounty on it?" Lena seemed surprised by the query. A monster. Turan's goal was clear in his mind. He recalled Kjorn's advice, thinking, "I need to kill monsters and absorb their mana," and he said hunting monsters would earn money too. He waited for an answer, but Lena just stood there, a strange, knowing smile on her face. Growing impatient, Turan muttered, "Why aren't you answering?" She finally spoke up, her voice sweet, "Sir." Lena led Turan over to a wall covered in notices. "There's no such thing as free in this world," she stated plainly. After taking a seat at a table, Turan looked up from his drink. "City Hall?" he questioned, unfamiliar with the term. He asked Lena, who was wiping down the counter, "What's that?" She leaned over the table with a playful smirk. "You don't know about city halls? Wow, you really are from the countryside?" she teased. Lena explained, "City halls are where they handle various public affairs. The officials who work there are employed by the city's lord." She continued, "It's probably closed since the sun's already down. If you want to find a monster bounty, go to City Hall tomorrow." Her curiosity piqued. Lena asked, "So are you a monster hunter too?" Turan, still clueless, replied, "What's a monster hunter?" She shared a local rumor with him. "People say that if an ordinary person hunts monsters, they become a wizard. You want to become a wizard too, don't you?" Just as she was about to dismiss the idea, saying, "Of course, anyone who believes in such superstitions is an idiot." A hand suddenly dropped onto his shoulder, and a voice echoed her words with a question. "Superstition, you say?" That booming voice simply barged into the conversation. "It's a real fact that you can become a wizard by killing monsters." A large, muscular man clapped a hand on Turan's shoulder, declaring, "I saw it with my own eyes." The man was introduced as Midden, a monster hunter. Lena was shocked to see him. "Midden, you're alive!" she exclaimed from across the room. He laughed heartily, shouting back, "I told you I'm not dying until I become a wizard." Midden gave Turan a friendly but firm pat on the back, saying, "This." Turan, annoyed, brushed his hand off. "Oh, excuse me." Midden apologized with a grin. Turan stood up, his interest piqued. "More importantly, could I hear more about what you just said?" Midden confirmed. "The part where you can become a wizard by killing monsters." Resting her chin on her hand with a bored expression, Lena eavesdropped on Midden's theory. "Wizards get stronger when they hunt monsters. By the same principle, if an ordinary person kills a monster, they can become a wizard." Midden proudly presented his party. "The 4 of us are hunting monsters to become wizards," he declared, his friends cheering in agreement. Yes. Turan looked surprised. "Then does that mean someone among you is already a wizard?" Midden laughed. "No way. In this city there are only the Lord's wizard and 3 under him." Suddenly the conversation shifted toward Turan. "But you said you hunt monsters." Midden sized him up from head to toe. "If that's the case, your gear is way too shabby. Don't you have a weapon?" "I do," Turan replied, pulling out a simple leather sling. Midden looked at it. Oh, a sling. Judging by how worn it is, you've used it a lot. Turan confirmed its use. That I have. It's good for firing something about the size of an egg quickly. Midden nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. With that, you could easily hunt rabbit or fox monsters. That seemed to seal the deal for Midden. Actually, we were just saying we wished we had one more shooter, he said with a grin, then made his pitch directly to Turan. Any interest in hunting with us? Turan gave a slight smile and politely declined the offer. No, thank you, though. Later that night, Turan lay in his new room at the inn, thinking to himself, there's no reason I have to hunt together with them. He stared at the ceiling, sighing as he reflected on the day's events. What a chaotic day. He glanced over at his pack, the reality of his journey sinking in. I still can't believe I actually left the village. Raising his hand, he watched the blue glow of his mana dance around his fingers, wondering, what's going to happen from here on? Suddenly, a quiet knock at the door startled him from his thoughts. He sat up alert. Who is it? He called out, but received only silence in return. The silence immediately put him on edge, reminding him of another one of Kjorn's warnings. That's right. Even at an inn, I shouldn't let my guard down. In the memory, Kjorn had told him plainly, a city isn't automatically safe. To which Turan had simply replied, I see. Kjorn had pressed the point one last time. Never let your guard down. And Turan had promised, understood. Back in the present, Turan took the warning to heart, gathering a ball of mana in his hand as he cautiously approached the door. He slowly cracked the door open, peering through the small gap with a guarded expression. His eyes widened in shock at who he saw standing on the other side. It was the innkeeper from downstairs. Elena, he asked, completely surprised. She greeted him with a warm smile. Were you asleep? She stepped inside, explaining, I thought the room might be cold, so I came to keep you warm. Turan could only stare, utterly confused. What? He asked her, what do you mean by that? In response, Lena just gave him a suggestive smile and began to untie the ribbon of her dress. With a sly smile, the inn-maid Lena looked up at Turan and asked, what do you mean by that? Turan stood by the door, his expression unreadable as he replied, it's exactly what it sounds like. Confused, Lena repeated his words back to him. It's exactly what it sounds like. She took a step closer, making her intentions clear. For a small amount of money, I'll do whatever you want. Turan, however, remained unmoved. What if there's nothing I want? Lena moved in closer, touching his chest as she whispered, don't lie. I can tell just by looking at your face. At her words, Turan's face went completely placid, taking on the serene, untroubled expression of a stone Buddha. Lena's confident demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a look of utter shock and bewilderment. A memory flashed through Turan's mind, an older man, perhaps his master, shouting a desperate warning. Don't do it. He remembered the man's lecture, the bleating of sheep in the background. You always have to be careful within maids and prostitutes in general. Most of them carry sexually transmitted diseases. The memory continued, the man's stern face warning him. We have strong disease resistance, so it's not a problem for us. But if you're careless, you could pass it on when you're with another woman. Don't let desire trap you into doing something you'll regret. Shaking off the memory, Lena stomped down the stairs, clearly frustrated by his rejection. Turan watched her go, thinking to himself, so cities aren't easy to live in either. The fruit shop earlier and now Lena too. He fell back onto his bed, contemplating the nature of the city. To think they put a price on even small bits of information and conversation. Cities really are pretty cold-hearted. Meanwhile, in another room, one of the hunters had a question for his boss. Boss, I've got something I'm curious about. As the group headed upstairs, the young hunter asked, why were you trying to bring that guy along earlier? Honestly, he didn't look like he'd be much help. Thanks to his enhanced hearing as a wizard, Turan caught every single word of their conversation. The leader smirked as he explained, that's right. With a cocky mouth like that, he'll make the perfect bait for monsters. But then, his demeanor softened as he revealed his true intentions. It's because he reminds me of myself when I was young. Hearing he hunts with a weapon like that made me worry. The man, monster hunter Midden, smiled genuinely. If he's at least next to me, I figured he might survive a little longer. His subordinate could only sigh, seriously, you're too good-hearted, boss. Back in Turan's room, as he reflected on that conversation, a faint smile played across his lips while he lay in the dark. Well, his earlier cynicism began to fade, replaced by a newfound warmth. Maybe the city isn't all that cold-hearted after all. The next day, with a new perspective, Turan made his way to a large, official-looking building in the city center. The bounty office. Stepping inside, he was met by a man with a neat mustache sitting behind a desk. The guild official looked up from his paperwork and offered a polite, if tired, greeting. Greetings. How may I help? Turan stood before the official's desk and asked directly, "Are you an official?" The man responded with a hint of sarcasm. "Then what do I look like?" Turan stated his purpose plainly. "I came to hunt monsters." The official echoed the word, a hint of surprise in his voice. Monsters. His mind flashed back to a conversation with his master, Kjorn. The grizzled man had warned him, "The world won't be kind to you." Turan had simply asked, "Why is that?" Surrounded by their flock of sheep, Kjorn had explained his logic. "Because if you think about it the other way around, there's no reason it has to be kind. If you want people to treat you kindly, the method is simple." The memory of Kjorn's final piece of advice echoed in his thoughts. "Reveal that you're a wizard, then ordinary people will bow their heads." Back in the present, the official slid a bounty notice across the desk toward Turan, featuring the black silhouette of a bird. Turan picked up the paper, his expression neutral. The official added a condition. "You can't take it with you, so look and hand it back." Looking at the crude drawing of the monster, Turan inquired, "Is it a crow monster?" The official retorted dryly, "Does that look like a cat to you?" The official gave him a critical instruction. "It's unlikely, but if you kill a monster, bring its corpse into the city. If a wizard doesn't disperse the mana, it becomes a wraith." He continued with a stern warning. "If you kill a monster and leave it abandoned under city law, the maximum penalty is execution." But Turan's gaze was sharp as he simply replied, "I know that." A horrifying image of a twisted, monstrous creature flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, "I know what happens when a monster becomes a wraith. I can't repeat the same mistake." Turan voiced his confusion about the system. "But don't knights usually hunt monsters?" The official countered with a lecture. "Do you honestly think they're people with that kind of spare time?" He tapped the paper dismissively. "A knight's job is to maintain public order in the city. Hunting monsters outside the city, that's for thugs like you to handle," the official finished, not even bothering to look as Turan turned and walked away. The official watched him go, muttering to himself with a sigh. He left. Another corpse is going to pile up outside the city. Out in the wilderness, the fearsome crow monster opened its glowing, lifeless eye. But in the next moment, the creature lay dead. A gaping, bloody hole blasted straight through its chest. Suddenly, back at the office, the guild official looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. A cold sweat ran down his face as he stammered, "This can't be." How in the world? The entire office staff gathered around the fresh corpse of the crow monster, which now lay on a white sheet in the middle of the floor. One of them shouted in astonishment, "You brought it back this fast?" Staring at Turan, who remained perfectly calm, the head official asked the question on everyone's mind. "Did you kill it alone?" Turan's reply was short and confident. "Indeed." As the official stammered in shock, Turan calmly asked, "How do I receive the bounty?" The flustered official replied, "We have to give it to you, of course." While another man scrambled in the background, the official quickly presented him with a heavy pouch of coins. "Here it is. You must have worked hard, so please go get some rest." Turan accepted it, simply saying, "Thank you." As Turan left, the officials gathered around the corpse in amazement. That's incredible. The blade wings are still intact. Is it even possible to bring back a blade crow in this condition? The lead official stared at the door Turan had just walked through, a look of profound shock on his face. He turned around, startled to see Turan still standing there. You're still here?" he asked, completely bewildered. With the other officials looking on in stunned silence, Turan asked a question that defied all logic. "Are there any other monsters worth hunting?" The official could only respond with a dumbfounded, "What?" Turan's gaze was intense, almost predatory as he pressed the official. "Don't tell me." "You can still hunt more." Later, back at the inn, Turan sat before a massive feast. A voice from off-panel exclaimed, "These are the most expensive items on our menu." Lena presented the spread with a flourish. Her entire demeanor changed now that she knew his secret. "I never dreamed that someone like you could defeat 30 monsters in just 3 days. She gushed. As Turan happily chewed on a sausage, Lena leaned in conspiratorially. "You must have made a lot of money, right?" Turan paused his meal, his expression turning serious for a moment. He looked up and stated, "Money isn't my only goal." As he thought back to his hunts, he elaborated in his mind. "More precisely, the goal is the monster's mana." Scenes of him absorbing the green, ethereal energy from the corpses of his prey flashed through his memory. He continued his internal monologue, recalling the surge of power he felt after each kill. "Thanks to that, I definitely got stronger." He clenched his fist, feeling the new power within him. He mused silently. "Compared to when I met Kjorn, my mana has increased severalfold." But his expression became troubled as he realized the truth. "Though, I can feel a limit. With only weak monsters' mana, it might be hard to get any stronger. His train of thought was broken as he looked over at Lena, who began to speak hesitantly. Actually, Turan looked back and asked curtly. What? Looking down at the now empty table, he asked in disbelief. You didn't steal a bite of this, did you? Lena could only respond with a stutter. You ate it all by yourself. The muscular man with the white bandana wiped sweat from his brow, a grin on his face. You're skinny, but you really can eat. Lena smiled beside him, adding, I made it for the first time in a while, so I'm happy you enjoyed it. Turan stood up from the table, his back to them. It was really delicious, he said. The innkeeper's voice called out cheerfully from behind. Then next time I'll make it even better. But just as Turan was about to walk away, a hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder, stopping him cold. It wasn't the innkeeper. A group of rough-looking men had surrounded him, their leader leaning in with a smirk. You eating something tasty by yourself? The man's grip tightened on Turan's shoulder as he sneered. You skinny runt, I heard you've been making a lot of money lately. How about giving some charity to your partners? Before he could finish his sentence, Turan's hand moved like lightning, slapping him hard across the face. The man stumbled back, his companions yelling in shock. Be bastard, he cursed, holding his stinging cheek. Turan simply brought his hands together as if in prayer, his expression calm. Didn't you want some charity? Enraged, the man lunged forward, shouting, Don't get cocky, and throwing a massive punch right at Turan's face. But Turan didn't even flinch. With terrifying speed, he parried the blow, his own fist slamming into the man's face with a sickening crack. As the first man fell, another charged in with a wooden stool raised high, screaming. He didn't even bother dodging. It wasn't worth the effort. He simply raised his palm to catch the stool before the attack could even fully take shape. To the man's utter surprise, Turan slowly raised his hand to the man's forehead and gave it a sharp flick. With this cosmic finishing blow, he was sent flying backward, crashing onto the floor with a pained grunt. From the side, Lena bit her lip in frustration, muttering under her breath, Don't. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and screamed, her eyes squeezed shut. Fight in the inn. Just then, a muscular man with a bandana midden strode in with his crew. He bowed deeply before Turan, his voice full of remorse. I sincerely apologize. As Turan watched from his room's doorway, Midden continued his apology. I gave both of them a proper scolding. This will never happen again. Midden explained the situation, his head still bowed. We've been tight on money lately. I guess they got jealous when they saw you. He turned to his bruised subordinates and yelled, You too apologize already. The two men bowed their heads in shame, muttering a quiet, sorry. Turan looked at Midden and asked, Are things that hard? Midden replied with a weary sigh, We've just been limited. He clenched his fist, admitting the grim reality of their situation. In about 3 days, I don't think we'll be able to pay the room fee, but that's our problem. Interrupting him, Turan held out his hand, a pouch of money resting in his palm. Here. Midden stared at the pouch, bewildered. Why? Turan explained. This is repayment for the kindness you showed before when you said you were worried and tried to bring me along. Midden stammered, How did you know? Turan simply stated his philosophy. There's no such thing as free. He then made his request. Give me some information. Midden's face lit up, his spirit instantly returning. Information is what I'm best at. I'll tell you everything I know. Sometime later, Turan prepared to leave the sprawling city behind him. Standing on a cliff overlooking the forest, he thought to himself, This might be my last hunt in this city. He reflected on his recent exchange. Midden gave me information about the next city, so it's about time I left for there. Remembering their conversation, he smiled faintly. There was a lot more useful information than I expected, and Midden really is a good person. He doesn't feel as seasoned as Kjorn, Turan thought, a warm image of Midden appearing in his mind. But that just makes him purer and kinder. Suddenly his thoughts were cut short, his eyes shot wide open in alarm. He took a sharp breath, a foul metallic scent filling the air. His calm demeanor vanished. This smell, a wave of dread washed over him as he began to run, praying, Please let my hunch be wrong. He shot through the forest like an arrow. As he ran, his hand brushed against a tree trunk, feeling the fresh, deep gouges of massive claws. He finally came to a stop in a clearing, the smell of blood now overwhelming. He stood motionless, his heart pounding. His worst fears were confirmed. A body lay slumped against a tree, soaked in a pool of its own blood. This person, he thought, his voice catching in his throat. He instantly recognized the dead man's face, a cold knot forming in his stomach. Isn't he from Midden's group? Turan's expression darkened, a shadow falling over his face as the grim reality of the situation sank in. The scene was a nightmare. The lifeless, staring eye of a dead hunter, his face caked in blood. A bloody hand lay on the ground. just inches away from a few scattered coins, a tragic testament to their final moments. He knelt down, his hand resting on the mutilated corpse of the kind man he had just shared a drink with. He looked down at the horrifying sight, his voice trembling with shock and grief. What in the world happened, midden? Kneeling in a forest clearing, Turan looks down at the bloodied body of his companion. What in the world happened, midden? He asks, his expression grim. Suddenly a faint sound drifted from behind. Rah, be bit. Turan spun around, startled. From behind a tree, one of Midden's men tried again, his voice barely a whisper. Rabbit. With his dying breath, he mustered all his remaining strength to squeeze out a single, cryptic word. Rabbit. Turan repeated it, his voice laced with confusion. A rabbit. The source of the carnage is revealed as a small, furry white creature is seen chewing, its mouth dripping with blood. Turan looks around at the field of bodies, a horrifying realization dawning on him. The word echoes in his mind. Monster. It's no ordinary rabbit. This creature is a demonic beast with razor-sharp ears and glowing red eyes, its innocent appearance hiding a monstrous nature. Turan rises to his feet, turning to confront the unexpected foe. In an instant, the rabbit monster lunges forward, attacking with blinding speed. Turan barely reacts in time, his eyes wide with shock at the creature's velocity. It's fast, he thinks to himself. He dodges just in the nick of time, grimacing as the beast lands where he just stood. He thinks, I almost got hit. Without a moment's hesitation, Turan drew his weapon, his leather sling spinning rapidly in his hand. He tensed his muscles and shifted his weight, firmly anchoring himself for a powerful counterstrike. Turan unleashes a wave of energy from his hand, sending it hurtling towards the distant rabbit. The blast splits into 3 separate projectiles, homing in on the monstrous creature. But the rabbit is too quick, effortlessly swatting away each of the energy blasts with its powerful paws. Turan observes the result of his attack, realizing what he's up against. He notes to himself, this one's used to defending against thrown weapon techniques. The rabbit stomps its foot, kicking up dust as it prepares to charge again. It leaps high into the air, dwarfing Turan as it prepares to crush him from above. The rabbit's glowing red eye reveals a flicker of surprise. Suddenly, Turan is gone. The rabbit lands on empty ground, looking around in confusion. It turns just in time to see Turan reappear behind it. Turan closed the distance in a flash, the blade in his hand glowing with immense power, ready to unleash a devastating strike at point-blank range. His attack lands squarely on the rabbit's face, causing it to screech in pain. K-ki-ki-ki-ki, knowing a single blow wouldn't be fatal, and that a prolonged melee fight was a death trap, Turan leveraged the momentum to kick away from the beast, widening the gap between them. The moment he touched down at a distance, he immediately cast an invisibility spell. The moment he finished vanishing, the monster lunged forward with terrifying speed, slamming directly into the tree trunk right where he had just disappeared. It tore the tree trunk to shreds and began clawing wildly at the empty air. Unable to find the one who had just stabbed it, the beast grew even more enraged and frantic. It began to unleash its primal fury on the surrounding trees, tearing them apart. From a distance, a plume of dust and debris rose into the air, signaling the creature's terrifying rampage. Standing in the middle of the newly formed chaos, the monster let out a final screech of agony and rage, its k-ki-ki-ki-e-yek, echoing through the air. Blood from the earlier stab wound pooled on the ground as the rabbit's paw gave one last, feeble twitch. The once terrifying beast now lies dead, its red eyes staring blankly into nothing. Realizing it was finally over, Turan walked slowly toward the creature's corpse, his body gradually flickering back into existence. He stands over the defeated monster, its lifeless body sprawled out before him. Reaching out his hand, Turan begins to perform a ritual. A powerful green aura flows from the dead rabbit into Turan, enveloping him in its energy. His eyes glowing, Turan is stunned by the amount of power he is absorbing. He thinks, the amount of mana being absorbed is different. It's more than that leopard monster I encountered the first time. As he was lost in the ecstasy of absorbing mana, I can't believe this. A voice suddenly rang out from beside him. Turan turned around to find the man still clinging to life. He had witnessed the entire battle. Looking at him with pure awe, the man stammered, "You're a wizard." Turan confirmed it with a simple, "Yeah." The man immediately followed up, "Then why are you hiding your identity?" Ignoring the question, Turan asked if any of his companions had family he could contact. A single tear rolled down the man's face as he replied, "There's no one left." As his life slowly faded away, he remembered his fallen boss and feebly whispered, "Boss." Turan's mind drifted back to a memory of a conversation with Midden. "There's a large city nearby called Orem," Midden said, And there, you'll find a place called the library. In the memory, Turan had asked, "A library?" Midden confirmed, "They say it has thousands of books." Midden had teased him, "The moment I say books, you finally look interested." Turan simply replied, "Do I?" The conversation in his memory continued. "But I heard not just anyone can enter the library," Turan had asked. "Then how do I get in?" Midden had explained the restriction. "Apparently only wizards are allowed in." In the memory, Turan had processed this information, saying, "I see." Back to the present, the echoes of that conversation still rang in Turan's mind. With newfound resolve, he declared, "I've made my decision." Midden asked feebly, "What do you mean by that?" Standing before 3 fresh graves he made for the fallen men, Turan makes a promise. "I'm going to that great city you mentioned, Orem." He says the name one last time, a final farewell to the friend who set him on this new path. Midden. He walks away from the gravesite, offering one last wish for his departed friend. "I hope you're happy there." Turan arrives in a new, larger city, where the locals whisper and stare at his disheveled appearance. He's completely taken aback by the sheer scale of his surroundings. "I'm almost embarrassed that I was shocked by the small city of Murray," he thinks to himself. He has arrived at his destination, the great city of Orem. Approaching the city gates, he joins a long line of people waiting to enter. "I didn't think there'd be this many people trying to enter the city," he muses. He observes the guards meticulously checking each person who enters and wonders, are they screening for wanted criminals? As he gets closer to the entrance, he can't help but be impressed. As expected of a great city, it's got a more established system. Suddenly, a sharp command stops him in his tracks. "Halt!" Turan looks over his shoulder, confused. "Halt!" Turan asks, "What is it?" One of the guards points at him with a look of disdain and says, "No entry." The guard looks him up and down with disgust. "I've never seen clothes that filthy. You should go over there and at least dust yourself off." Having found his way into the city, Turan's eyes are drawn to a magnificent, vine-covered tower that rises high above the other buildings. Standing at its base, he looks up in reverence. So this is the library Midden talked about. He is completely in awe of the structure. It's overwhelming. It must have been built with magic, right? He approaches the front doors, which are flanked by 2 guards. "Excuse me," he says. One of them replies, "Ahem. I'm trying to enter here," Turan explains. The guard responds coolly, "This is a library only wizards can enter." Without missing a beat, Turan declares, "I'm a wizard." The guard is taken aback. "What?" The guard's shock quickly turns to anger. "Do you want to die for impersonating a wizard? I can't believe I'm seeing a lunatic like you. There's no way someone like you is a wizard," the guard says, reaching out to shove him. Turan effortlessly catches the guard's hand, a faint red glow emanating from his own. The guard stops, confused. He recalls something an old acquaintance once told him. Wizards can recognize each other. By sensing the other's mana, they can even tell whether the other person is stronger than them. A sharp, menacing glint flashes in Turan's eye. He unleashes his mana, a terrifying wave of red energy that floods the area around him. The guard immediately drops to his knees, choking under the immense pressure of Turan's power. Gah! As the pressure subsides, the guard collapses. His partner rushes to help him, asking, "Are you all right?" The fallen guard stammers, "I am fine." Lying on the cobblestones, the guard stares up at Turan with newfound terror. He's no ordinary wizard, he realizes. This man is at least noble class or higher. The soldier's arrogance vanished, replaced by pure terror. I am Kenya, a knight of the Volta's family," he stammered, struggling to lift his head to regain his composure and avoid bringing shame to his family name. "May I ask, which house do you belong to, sir?" Turan turns the question back on him. "Do I have to say to enter?" Kenya immediately backpedals. "No." Kenya explains, "To use the library, you need permission from the Master of Voltas." Turan replies, meaning, "I'll contact House Voltas," Kenya offers. Turan agrees. Soon after, Turan finds himself soaking in a luxurious bath, letting out a heavy sigh. He thinks to himself, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, "I thought this'd be a simple process." As he soaks, a nearby maid can't help but blush, completely flustered by his presence. Several maids attend to him, carefully scrubbing the dirt and grime from his long journey. Surrounded by servants in the opulent bath, Turan can only wonder, how did this happen? Feeling uncomfortable, he gives a firm order, "Stop!" One of the maids jumps, startled. "Why, yes, sir." He asks, "Is it a problem if I wash by myself?" The head maid explains nervously, "If we fail to properly attend to an esteemed guest, we'll be punished." Turan relents, "Do what you want." The maids are relieved, "Thank you." The scene then shifts, showing the grand estate of House Voltas. Once he's cleaned and dressed, one of the maids stares at him, completely stunned by his transformation. "Wow, Amazing. Her colleague quietly asks, "What?" And the first maid gasps, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Ah, now wearing fine clothes, Turan turns to the maids. "Is there something on my face?" he asks, unaware of his changed appearance. The head maid bows, flustered. "I think I momentarily lost myself because of your beauty, esteemed one. Please forgive me." Turan just smiles. "There's nothing to forgive." But the maid insists on the strict social rules. "Please don't speak to us so casually." Turan is surprised by the rigid formality of the noble house. He thinks, "Wow, what's this?" As he waits in a grand hall, he hears footsteps approaching. A young woman with long, messy pink hair walks toward him. She eyes him with a mocking smirk. "So you're the guest who showed up looking like a beggar?" she asks. She continues her playful insults. "After washing you up and dressing you, you look like a prince." Her attendant nervously tries to quiet her. "Why, young lady? You shouldn't say that." Turan calmly introduces himself. "I'm Turan." The young woman grins. "I'm Azella." Azella immediately asks, "What house?" Turan politely declines to answer. For personal reasons, it's difficult to say. His secrecy only piques her interest. "Is that so?" she says, her smile widening. "That's a shame." A mischievous thought crosses Azella's mind. Hiding who he is, she thinks. Then maybe I'll play a little prank. Deciding to test him, she suddenly unleashes an immense wave of golden energy that erupts from her body, flooding the entire hall. Surrounded by a storm of her own power, Azella stares intently at Turan, her eyes glowing as she issues a challenge. "Show me." Turan is caught off guard, his face a mask of shock as he's battered by her energy. Her final words hang in the air, a demand he can't easily ignore. "Your mana." Turan stands in the center of the room, mana swirling around him like a storm. His eye glows with an intense blue light as his power peaks. A massive shockwave of mana erupts, shaking the very foundation of the hall. A guard shields the servants from the blast. As the light finally begins to fade, the energy dissipates against the ceiling, leaving a faint glow in the air. Turan takes a deep breath, letting his magic settle back down. Nearby, a girl watches him with a satisfied smirk. Azella claps her hands, feeling the crackle of residual energy in the air. She looks Turan over, clearly impressed by the display of raw power. Azella leans in close and playfully asks if he wants to marry her. The two stand alone on the ritual circle, the tension from the magic still lingering. Turan just stares back, completely deadpan and a little overwhelmed. She bursts out laughing, telling him it was just a joke to see his reaction. She mentions that the seat next to her is currently empty, though. Azella heads out with a grin, leaving the guy to be escorted by the maids. Turan watches her leave, his mind racing after that encounter. He stares into space, trying to process everything that just happened. He notices his hand is still trembling from the sheer force of their mana clash. He realizes that her power is easily on par with his, which is a sobering thought. He walks past the Volta's family crest on his way to meet the Lord. Turan finds himself in a massive, sunlight-filled office, standing before Rug Voltas. Rug welcomes him warmly, acknowledging his status as a young noble. Turan confirms his identity and his desire to use the library. Rug warns him that there are no secret power-ups or ancient spells hidden inside. Turan tells him he's fine with that. He's just there for the knowledge. Rug grants him access and tells him to rest up before starting tomorrow. The next day, Turan stands before the Sky Library, a massive tower covered in vines. The guards bow and confirm his entry pass as a guest of the house. The heavy golden doors creak open, revealing the path inside. Turan steps through the threshold and can't help but be amazed. A giant spiral staircase winds up toward a brilliant light at the very top. Shelves upon shelves of books fill the massive, multi-level chamber. He walks into the silent hall, feeling like he's stepped into another world. A small voice greets him, making him look around. A little girl in oversized white robes pops up, introducing herself as the librarian. She says she's been ordered to explain the rules for using this place. Turan is skeptical, wondering if a kid is really the one in charge of all this. The librarian leans right into his personal space, making him feel a bit awkward. He asks if she's actually read all of these, and she says finding what people need is her specialty. She asks what he's in the mood for, maybe romance or some history. She jokes about finding him something erotic, since he's at that age, leaving him speechless. He tells her he just wants to learn the basic common sense of the world. Piles of books are scattered across the floor of the Sky Library. The librarian points Turan toward a specific section, warning him that the older archives might not suit his needs. He takes her advice and picks up a thick volume to begin his research. Turan stares at the cover of his very first book, marveling at the strange runes etched into the leather. He carefully turns the page, eager to see what kind of knowledge is hidden inside. As he starts reading, the complex text immediately draws him in. A small smile creeps onto his face as he realizes just how much there is to learn. This becomes his new routine, spending every single day buried in piles of books. He studies maps to understand the geography of the world and the different races that live in it. He learns about the customs of other wizards and how magical items are manufactured. He even reads up on ancient monsters and powerful relics from the era of the Old Empire. With every new piece of information, the world starts to feel a lot more vivid to him. Eventually, Rug Voltas calls him into his office, noting how well he's been using the library. The Lord reminds him that granting access was a big favor, separate from his noble treatment. Now it's time to pay it back, and Rug has a specific task for him to handle. A monster has appeared north of Orem and has been attacking travelers on the main road. Rug mentions that 4 knights were already sent to deal with it, but they were all killed and eaten. He explains that a noble needs to step in personally, but his own house is short-staffed at the moment. Turan agrees without a second thought, saying that protecting people is a wizard's responsibility. He suddenly recalled Marvin Voltas's words and wondered why the kingdom's wizards weren't exactly thrilled about getting their hands dirty with stuff like this. The situation is urgent because the monster has been blocking an important trade route for 10 days. Turan realizes Rug had this entire hunt planned before he even arrived in the city. Before long, a small army is assembled and ready to head out into the northern woods. The group marches out of the city gates, leaving the safety of the walls behind. As they walk, Azella stretches her arms, clearly annoyed with her father's request. She thinks it's ridiculous that they have to use a guest to help with a monster hunt. She clarifies that she isn't blaming Turan. She just thinks her father is making a huge fuss. Marvin tries to calm her down, suggesting that calling the Lord fussy is a bit much. She doesn't want to hear it and just tells him to drop the subject. Marvin turns to Turan and introduces himself properly, saying he's looking forward to working together. They eventually reach the outskirts of the forest where the attacks took place. Azella leads the way, wanting to finish the mission and get back to resting. Marvin leans in and asks Turan if he has any interest in his older sister. When Turan says no, Marvin looks completely relieved. Suddenly, the scouts at the front of the group call for everyone to stop. They've come across a merchant wagon that has been completely smashed to pieces. The knights look over the wreckage, trying to figure out what kind of beast could do this. Turan notices something on a broken piece of wood and leans in for a closer look. There's a massive handprint pressed into the timber, showing the creature's immense strength. He tells the group that they're looking for a monkey. Azella looks skeptical, wondering how a monkey could cause this much destruction. Turan explains that it retreated into the forest after the attack, and they just need to track it down. Marvin admits he has no talent for pursuit magic, asking Turan if he can handle it. Turan begins examining the area around the broken wagon, searching for any clues the monster might have left. Azella watches him work, curious if his skills come from a specific noble lineage, but he simply tells her it's something he's practiced often. Turan prepares to cast a search spell, centering himself as he calls upon his mana. His eyes sharpen with intense focus as the magic begins to take effect. A faint glowing trail of mana appears, winding its way through the dense undergrowth of the forest. This way, he says, pointing toward the direction the magical path is leading them. They follow the trail until they reach a clear river, where the mana suddenly disperses and the tracks vanish. Turan notes that the creature likely washed itself to hide its scent, leaving Azella stunned that a beast could be so calculating. He considers the possibility that it might have just felt like taking a bath, though the timing is suspicious. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine as he senses a presence lurking nearby. Before anyone can react, he yells a desperate warning for the others to look behind them. A massive, terrifying monkey beast with glowing red eyes drops from the trees, letting out a blood-curdling shriek. Clutching a handful of dirt and stones, the monster lunged forward with murderous intent, its form nothing more than a blur of dark fur and raw power. One of the knights barely has time to scream a warning for the others to dodge the incoming strike. But for some, it was already too late. The monster swung its arms and hurled handfuls of stones from its massive palms, shredding through the ranks with devastating power and leaving a trail of blood and mangled corpses in its wake. Turan doesn't waste a second, leaping forward to intervene before more of the group is slaughtered. His expression is grim as he realizes just how dangerous this creature truly is. One of the knights collapses, his face pale and covered in blood from the monster's brutal assault. Azella and her younger brother stood tall behind a meat shield made from a fallen subordinate, their noble eyes radiating a chilling, terrifying coldness. She tossed the corpse behind her like a piece of literal trash. Turan recalled his mother's teachings, realizing she was right about the true nature of those who hold power in this world. Steeling herself, Azella bellows a command for the remaining knights to launch a counterattack. Charging right over the corpses of their comrades, the group lunged head-on at the massive monster with spears and swords in hand. But their opponent was a cunning beast. It let out a mocking shriek as it retreated, its powerful limbs carrying it away with ease. Witnessing this, our protagonist simply pulled out a sling and loaded a round into the pouch. He paid no mind to the noble siblings and the knights struggling to keep up, helplessly outmatched by the monster's superior agility as it faded into the thick foliage. Azella watches in despair, realizing they are about to lose their target and the chance to end its terror. Just as the beast is about to escape, a brilliant streak of light cuts through the canopy. A massive streak of magical energy surged from behind, streaking past the pursuing crowd and illuminating the entire forest. The magic-infused stone from the sling tore straight through the beast, leaving it screaming in agony as it was crushed by the overwhelming pressure of the spell. Marvin and Azella can only stare in absolute silence at the sheer magnitude of the power being displayed. Standing calmly in the far distance, Turan slowly lowered his hand, his sling still spinning rapidly in his grip. He looks on with a steady gaze, having ended the chase with a single, devastating move. The mutant monkey let out a roar as it struggled to crawl back up to escape, realizing that it had finally met its match. Azella isn't about to give it a second chance, shouting for the beast to die as she channels her magic. A massive serpent of flame erupts from the knight's hand, coiling through the air toward its target. The fire snake lunges forward, its jaws wide open as it prepares to swallow the mutant whole. A massive explosion rocks the clearing, turning the monster into a pillar of fire. Turan watches the spectacle, recognizing the legendary bloodline ability of the Volta's family. With the fight finally over, Marvin and the others take a moment to catch their breath. The pink-haired knight admits she actually got a bit of a chill when that rock came flying at them. Marvin asks if she was scared, but Azella just tells him to shut it, reminding him that he's the one who screamed. The rest of the squad is in rough shape, with one guy pretty sure his arm is snapped. Others are dealing with nasty head wounds, while trying to patch each other up with whatever medicine they have. Turan surveys the damage, relieved that despite the mess, everyone managed to survive. He can't help but think that even for a surprise attack, they could have avoided these kinds of injuries. The young wizard looks at his companions, realizing how different nobles really are. He watches the knights bicker, thinking about how they're physically tougher than commoners yet still use others as shields. Marvin notices him stirring and asks what's on his mind. Turan just brushes it off, claiming it's nothing important. Azella cuts in, inviting him to come over and start absorbing the mana from the kill. They gather around the massive carcass of the mutant monkey to claim their reward. Turan reaches out, feeling the green energy flow as he begins to take in the mana. He notes that just like the books mentioned, sharing the mana doesn't seem to weaken the quality of the boost. Pretty soon, both Azella and Marvin have to stop, having hit their current growth limits. Marvin finally realizes why his father insisted on bringing Turan along for this trip. He's stunned to see Turan still absorbing mana, his capacity far exceeding anything they expected. With the job done, the group begins the trek back to the academy under the setting sun. Marvin gives credit where it's due, admitting they never would have won if it weren't for their new companion's skills. The young wizard just waves it off, insisting it wasn't anything that special. Turan explains that he actually regrets not catching on sooner to the monster's abilities. He looks back on the fight, noting how the beast's features should have tipped him off. He breaks down how the monkey's physical traits pointed toward its awakened search and throwing abilities. Marvin is blown away that he figured all that out so fast, and Turan mentions he'd read up on it in the library. Azella just groans at the mention of the library, calling it a stuffy place filled with books she couldn't even finish half of. Turan offers a small smile, suggesting they might want to ask the librarian for some easier reads next time. Azella looks confused, asking if there's even anyone like that actually working there. Turan realizes that apparently, he's the only one who can see the person in charge. He heads back to the Sky Library alone, the tower standing tall against the twilight sky. The moment he walks in, the little spirit librarian greets him by name, welcoming him back. Turan freezes, realizing he made a huge mistake letting her address him so casually in this city. He looks at the young-looking girl, thinking about how her appearance doesn't fit the role at all. He finally asks the question that's been bugging him. How does she even know who he is? The librarian looks at him with wide, curious eyes. A sly smirk plays on her lips, as if she's been waiting for him to ask. The spirit librarian lounges on a table, unimpressed that it took him this long to catch on. Turan admits he only put it together after checking his permit. She explains that as long as it's within the library, she can see everything that happens. Books start floating from the shelves, as the young wizard asks what he should even call her. The girl says she doesn't really have a name, so he's free to choose whatever fits. She floats right up to him with a teasing suggestion, but Turan shuts it down, deciding to stick with librarian. She finds his sudden politeness a bit awkward after how he's been treating her lately. She points out that he's been using her help and calling her around for days now. Turan holds up a hand, telling her to back off because her closeness is a bit much to handle. He wonders if she's some ancient wizard from the old empire who's stuck here. The girl clarifies that she wasn't ever a person, floating up into the center of the massive tower. She explains the difference between living spirits and place-bound ones. In short, she is the library. Her current human shape is just for show, apparently reflecting whatever form the user prefers. Turan tells her to stop making things up as she circles around him. The boy looks skeptical, not quite buying her explanation. He accidentally touches her, and she jumps back, complaining that it feels weird. Turan awkwardly stands his ground as she floats away. Turan offered an apology for his curious touching, while the librarian's spirit mentioned how annoying it was that she couldn't simply kick intruders out of the building. She wishes she could punish everyone who treats the books like trash. Turan realizes that the Volta's family must be completely oblivious to her presence. She confirms it, saying that until he showed up, no one had the right stuff to even see her. Apparently, her creator made it so only those with a high-level bloodline could perceive her existence. Turan asks what she means by type, and she explains it's the wizard term for bloodline. He tries to get more details about his own roots, but she tells him he should have just asked his parents. The young wizard admits that he's an orphan and has no one left to ask. The librarian offers to check for him, though she says she'll need to examine his body to be sure. Turan is immediately weirded out by the phrasing, wondering what exactly she's planning. She giggled and floated closer. Seeing that look on her face, he shivered and asked if this was really how things were supposed to go. Suddenly, her hand plunges straight into his chest, making the boy let out a terrified yell. She cheerfully declares that they're now connected, while Turan tells her to stop saying creepy things. He's surprised to find that despite how it looked, it doesn't actually hurt at all. She identifies the big chunks of his lineage as being from the pursuer and hunter lines. Suddenly, her eye widens as she realizes there's something else hidden deep inside him. Turan is stunned to hear that his bloodline is a complex mix. She explains that he's the product of two very different families. The librarian admits she doesn't know what the third part is yet, as it's still locked away. She reassures him that locked bloodlines aren't that rare, and will likely open up as he gets stronger. Turan looks down, thinking about his mother and the secrets she might have kept. He remembers her being far too educated and well-spoken to be a simple commoner. Looking back at a memory of her, he wonders if she was actually a descendant of a noble family. The wizard thanks the spirit for the info, but she begs him to stay for at least another month. Now that he knows the truth about the library spirit, Turan's days of reading in solitude are officially over. Turan digs deeper into his studies, constantly questioning the spirit about the unseen forces of nature. Day after day, the library transforms into a classroom where the librarian breaks down complex concepts for him. Her knowledge is vast, encompassing even the secrets within books that were plundered or lost over thousands of years. The spirit shows him how to shape water into a lens, allowing him to see what the naked eye cannot. For Turan, understanding the fundamental laws of nature in such simple terms is a gift beyond compare. He learns about microorganisms, the tiny invisible culprits behind diseases and the natural process of decay. His education continues with the basics of physics, from how light bends to the fundamental properties of matter. He studies how friction generates heat and the biological mechanics of how living things get injured and heal. Ready to put theory into practice, Turan decides to start his magical experiments with the principle of decay. He focuses his mana on a fresh apple, visualizing the germs he learned about. In an instant, the fruit withers and rots under his touch, proving his new understanding of the world. He's amazed that simply knowing the underlying principles allows him to achieve massive results with very little mana. Changing how he perceives the world has sharpened his magical intuition to a whole new level. Turan muses that powerful noble houses likely keep this kind of scientific knowledge secret to maintain their dominance. The spirit listens as he concludes that monopolizing information is the reason the general level of magic has declined over time. Eventually, the time comes for Turan to leave the tower and continue his journey. The librarian is shocked, but Turan explains that the Volta's family has been dropping hints that his stay is over. Heartbroken, she bursts into tears and begs him to take her along on his adventures. She wails on the floor, clinging to his boots in a desperate attempt to stop him from leaving her alone again. He asked if she could even survive out there, while the girl turned around and promised she would take much better care of him if he just stayed in the tower. Turan gives her a flat, unimpressed refusal, knowing he can't stay cooped up forever. The spirit huffs, annoyed that he won't give her the satisfaction of a sentimental goodbye. She tells him to go seek the god's legacy and maybe find a spirit out there who actually knows more than she does. Turan reaches the exit, promising he'll drop by to visit from time to time. She turns her back to him, acting like she doesn't care whether he comes back or not. The young wizard gives her a soft, appreciative smile before heading out the door. He reassures her that he'll be back eventually, since there are still countless books he hasn't finished reading. Under a bright, clear sky, the next chapter of his life begins. With his gear packed, Turan leaves the safety of the Volta's estate behind. Guided by a map from the library, he sets his sights on the Emerald Desert, east of Orem. He starts the long trek toward the Zahar family's territory, leaving his old life in the dust. Turan looks forward with a determined expression, ready to find the truth about his parents and his heritage. Turan's destination is Zahar. He's determined to find clues about his parents. He knows the clues won't just vanish after 18 years, so there's no need to rush. Settling down by a campfire, he takes a moment to rest as the day fades. Continuing his journey, Turan walks past the grim remains of creatures littering the path. A sudden sound in the distance makes him stop in his track. A horse's frantic neighing echoes through the dense woods. Turan creeps through the undergrowth to get a better look at what's happening. He spots a red horse charging forward, with a young man named Aziz lying unconscious on the ground behind it. The horse has a saddle, and it's clear it's not a wild animal. Tilly is trying to protect her master. The enemies are frustrated that a mere beast is giving them so much trouble. Turan's eyes widen as he realizes who the attackers are. They're dark elves, and they don't look like they're here for a friendly chat. One of the elves raises his hands, summoning a sickly purple energy. A dark, bubbling sludge begins to seep from the ground beneath them. Turan recognizes the dark magic immediately. This is necromancy. He hesitates for a second, wondering if he should jump in, especially since he doesn't know who started the fight. But then he sees something that makes his stomach turn. One of the dark elves is casually biting into the flesh of a fallen knight. They're talking about their meal like it's nothing, even arguing over who gets what. Disgusted by the cannibalism, Turan decides he's seen enough. He activates his concealment skill and vanishes from sight. The elves are too busy complaining about how hairy their victims are to notice anything is wrong. Suddenly, a beam of energy tears right through one of them. The survivor looks around in shock as his partner is taken out in an instant. Panicking, the surviving elf calls upon more shadows from the earth. His eyes glow with malice as he prepares to hunt down his unseen attacker. He summons a pack of spirit beasts, ordered to gather around and find the intruder. A projectile whistles through the air, aimed right at the remaining elf. One of his summoned beasts takes the hit instead, shattering under the force. The dark elf screams for the bastard to show himself. A massive wave of mana slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The elf is shocked that anyone would dare use concealment against him. He sends a spirit wolf to sniff out Turan's location. A bright golden light begins to swirl around the area, disrupting the dark magic. Turan watches from the shadows, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The elf finally catches a glimpse of his opponent. "Found you," the elf shouts, ready to tear the demon apart. He orders his beasts to charge and kill Turan where he stands. Turan doesn't flinch, his hand already glowing with intense heat. He channels his mana, molding it into a swirling vortex of flames. He unleashes a massive fire blast that lights up the entire forest. His attack swallowed the spirit beasts, but the spirit bull was far too powerful. It continued to thunder forward. Turan is sent flying back from the force of the beast's assault. He manages to land, thinking it's a good thing he already thinned out their numbers. But he doesn't have a second to breathe before the next attack comes. A spirit wolf sinks its teeth deep into his arm, drawing blood. Turan doesn't hesitate, delivering a powerful kick to knock the beast away. He barely has time to react, as a much larger shadow looms over him. The massive spirit bull charges with enough force to shatter stone. The impact is brutal, sending Turan tumbling backward through the brush. He hits the ground hard, coughing up blood as his vision blurs. The spirit beasts close in, towering over the fallen wizard. The dark elf laughs, mocking Turan for daring to kill one of his kind. Out of nowhere, Tilly charges in and delivers a heavy kick straight to the elf's head. The red horse doesn't stop there, stomping on the necromancer as he tries to scramble away. Without their master's focus, the spirit beasts falter, their forms flickering. Tilly continues her relentless assault, giving her master's savior a much-needed opening. The dark elf is furious, humiliated by a mere animal and swearing to end Turan's life. But a sudden, blinding streak of mana cuts through the air. The beam pierces the elf, ending his threats in a spray of purple blood. His lifeless body collapses as the last of his dark mana dissipates. With the necromancer dead, his spirit summons vanish back into the shadows. Turan lets out a long, shaky breath, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. His body hits its limit, and he drops to his knees in the dirt. For a moment, he honestly thinks he might not make it out of this forest alive. A red nose nudges his head, snapping him back to reality. Tilly stands over him, her presence strangely comforting in the dark woods. Turan manages a weak smile, petting the horse and thanking her for the assist. Nearby, the young man who was caught in the crossfire finally starts to stir. Time passes, and the full moon hangs high over the quiet forest canopy. Aziz wakes up with a start, screaming as the memories of the attack flood back. He finds himself at a campfire, watching a stranger calmly cooking a meal. Turan notices he's awake and offers a simple greeting. Terrified, Aziz asks who he is, and Turan explains that he stepped in to deal with the dark elves. Tilly trots over, nudging her owner to show him that everything is okay. Aziz's eyes well up as he realizes his loyal companion is safe. Turan notes how smart the horse is, having the sense to protect her master and move him somewhere safe. Reassured, the blond young man introduces himself as Aziz of the Burke family. Turan asks if there was any specific reason the dark elves targeted them. Aziz shakes his head. They were just traveling when they were ambushed without warning. Tears start to fall as the weight of the day's tragedy finally sinks in. Aziz struggles to find words, his grief pouring out in silent sobs. He apologizes for the display, explaining that the people killed were incredibly dear to him. Turan asks if they were his relatives, but Aziz says they were the staff who had looked after him his whole life. Turan looks at the young man, sensing a genuine kindness in his heart. He asks Aziz how many dark elves were in the group, concluding that the two he killed were likely all of them. Turan closes his eyes, reaching out with his senses to explore the surrounding area for any lingering threats. The silence of the night settles over the forest, broken only by the crackle of their small fire. After finishing his mental sweep, he confirms that there are indeed no more dark elves hiding in the trees. Aziz asks if he has any pressing business, and Turan simply replies that he is also on a journey. The blonde noble is puzzled, wondering why someone as capable as Turan would be out here on their own. He asks if Turan comes from a prominent family, but the silver-haired wizard finds it difficult to give a straight answer. Turan downplays his abilities, claiming that he isn't actually as powerful as he might seem. He explains that he relied on a surprise attack for the first elf, and barely won the second fight with Tilly's timely intervention. Turan's mana flares briefly, a calm blue aura that reflects his controlled nature. Aziz feels a sudden warmth, sensing the true depth of the strength Turan is trying to hide. The campfire light dances between them as Aziz realizes his savior's power far exceeds his humble description. Turan reflects on the battle, knowing that absorbing the necromancer's mana was the only reason he stayed standing. Aziz watches him with growing curiosity, suspecting either incredible instincts or a very special lineage. They sit in silence for a while, the heat of the flames keeping the forests chill at bay. Sensing an opportunity, Aziz asks if Turan would like to accompany him back to the Burke family's estate. He expresses his desire to properly repay the debt for his life and the escort back to safety. Turan is taken aback, not having expected any sort of compensation for his actions. Aziz beams with pride as he explains his family's role as vassals to the great house of Arabian. He details their history as master enchantment artisans, famous for creating powerful magic artifacts over many generations. To show his gratitude, he offers to have a custom magic tool crafted specifically for Turan's needs. Aziz and Turan take a moment to pay their respects at a fresh grave in the forest. Aziz is still beating himself up over not being able to bring everyone back home. He turns to Turan and gives him a sincere thank you. He's just glad Turan didn't laugh at him for being emotional. Aziz admits that in his world, a noble crying over fallen soldiers is usually seen as pathetic. Turan doesn't get that logic and asks why being sad would be a bad thing. Aziz explains that it's just the way his father raised him. He was taught that mourning is a weakness, since those who die in battle supposedly go straight to the gods. According to his family, a real noble is supposed to just move on and ignore the sacrifices. Aziz looks at the grave and realizes that if strength means not caring about family, he'll never be strong. Turan gives him a small smile, telling him that's not weakness, it's just being kind. Since they're sticking together, Aziz suggests they stop with the formal talk and just be casual. Turan is down, nodding that they seem to be around the same age anyway. Just waiting for that, Aziz flashed a huge grin and held out his hand, officially calling Turan his brother. Turan takes a second to process it before repeating the word back. They seal the deal with a handshake, finally on the same page. Turan suggests a short break and notices a weird box on the ground. He's curious about what kind of gear Aziz is lugging around. Aziz opens it up to reveal a magic refrigerated box full of fresh food. Turan is stunned that the thing actually stays ice cold in the middle of a forest. Aziz explains it keeps food fresh for a week, and you can even heat stuff up if it gets too cold. Then he shows off a magic kettle that pours water with just a button press. He's even got a magic circle that can set up a shelter as long as they have some wood. And for security, he's got an alarm item that goes off if anyone gets too close. Aziz isn't done. His clothes are even magic items with a self-cleaning function. Turan is speechless, since he always thought magic items were supposed to be super rare. He tells Aziz that the outfit alone is worth more than his life, but Aziz just laughs it off. The noble promises to reward him with something way better once they reach his home. Aziz is determined to make it happen, even if his family elders try to block it. He looks Turan in the eye, convinced that no item is as impressive as what Turan can do. Aziz starts counting off all the different magic types he's seen Turan use so far, from controlling animals and freezing things to levitation and liquid manipulation. It's a long list. After listing everything from instant death to lightning, he asks if Turan has some kind of broken bloodline ability. Turan stays quiet, knowing his powers are just something that happens. Aziz waves his hands and jokes it off, remembering they agreed not to pry into family secrets. He changes the subject to age, guessing Turan is at least in his late 20s. He nearly loses it when Turan reveals he's not even 19 yet. But the real shocker is when Aziz casually mentions he's turning 43 this year. Aziz admitted he should have recognized Turan's level sooner, after seeing him take down 2 necromancers. He can't believe there are actually 2 geniuses like Turan in the world. He mentions a second cousin, whose bloodline is on a whole different level. And apparently, this cousin is right around Turan's age. Hearing about this genius cousin, Turan wonders if he can ask her to craft a magic item for him. Aziz clarifies that she's from the main family line, not his branch. Turan puts the pieces together, asking if she's who he thinks she is, and Aziz confirms it. She's known as the Princess of Arabian, and word is she's the top candidate to lead the entire lineage one day. The 2 of them continue their trek across the vast plains. Aziz explains that in major mage families, the title of leader isn't just handed down to a biological child. You have to earn it. Since there are dozens of talented relatives in every generation, someone stronger than the heir is bound to pop up. But among all the patriarch's children, Mesa was born with a talent that overshadowed everyone else. In just 10 years, she's already mastered her family's unique magic and every combat style imaginable. Even though she's only 21, her raw power is already on par with the family's most senior members. She even inherited their great uncle's massive mana pool when he passed, leaving the rest of the family with just the leftovers. Turan realizes there's a good reason these great lineages stay at the top of the food chain. Aziz points toward the horizon, announcing that they've finally made it. Turan looks up, getting his first glimpse of the destination. They step through the rustling tall grass at the edge of the territory. This is the plains of Dakin, the very heart of Arabian territory. Tucked away inside is Zabalin, the massive castle and stronghold of the Burke family. As they approach the gates, a woman rushes out in a panic, calling out for her son. Aziz runs to meet her, giving his mother a massive hug. Turan watches from the side, still trying to wrap his head around the fact that this kid is actually 43. The family butler reminds Aziz to act his age and show some dignity, but the matriarch is just happy he's safe. Aziz quickly introduces Turan as the new friend he met during his travels in the south. He tells his mother that Turan is the hero who risked everything to save his life when he was nearly dead. The matriarch asks what could have possibly gone so wrong, and Aziz tells her about the necromancer attack. She flies into a rage at the mention of dark elves, threatening to lead an army herself to wipe them out. The butler has to step in and calm her down before she makes a scene in front of everyone. Once things settle, he turns his attention to Turan, asking which noble family he hails from. Turan hesitates, making the butler wonder if the question is that difficult to answer. Turan admits that he doesn't actually have a clear answer to give them. He comes clean about being born to a commoner mother and having no idea who his father is. Aziz is shocked because Turan never mentioned being a commoner before, but Turan doesn't see it as a point of pride. The matriarch's tone shifts instantly as she acknowledges that he's just a nameless commoner. She promises to reward him fairly for saving her son, since he's the family's greatest treasure. However, she refuses to let him stay in the mansion, offering to put him up in a city inn instead. Aziz is horrified that his mother would treat his savior like this, but she isn't budging. She explains that with a high-profile guest currently staying with them, they can't risk letting an unknown stranger inside. She asks Aziz to just understand the situation, while Turan takes the rejection in stride. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows tells the matriarch that she doesn't need to go that far on her account. The newcomer argues that anyone who saved Aziz probably isn't planning an assassination. A tall silhouette appears at the end of the hall, catching everyone's attention. It's Mesa herself, standing tall in a long black dress and radiating an intense pressure. Aziz is surprised to see her, asking what she's doing out of her room so suddenly. Turan stares at Mesa, processing that this pale, ghostly woman is the famed princess of Arabian. She looks far more like a walking corpse than a royal figure, her energy completely drained. Mesa explains that she's only here to hide after a recent assassination attempt by the Zahar family. Aziz is horrified, realizing that such an attempt inside the main house implies a serious security breach. She confirms his fears, noting that there's likely a traitor within the family since so many of them despise her. Claiming exhaustion, Mesa bids everyone good night and heads off to her private chambers. Seeing that Mesa has vouched for him, the matriarch relents and orders a high-end guest room be prepared for Turan. Darkness falls over the massive castle as the night takes hold. In the quiet of the night, Turan's eyes snap open. He finds himself lying in a bed far more luxurious than anything he's used to. A nearby magic lamp casts a soft, steady glow against the stone walls. Unable to sleep, Turan decides to wander through the castle's silent corridors. He pauses, his gaze fixed on the intricate details of the architecture. Aziz spots him and walks over, surprised to see him up and about so early in the morning. Turan points out the magic lamp, and Aziz laughs, explaining that they're just basic items kids make for practice. Aziz offers him one as a gift, but Turan politely declines, thinking it would be too much of a bother. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crackles across the sky outside. Turan looks toward the window, drawn by the raw power radiating from the storm. Aziz explains that Mesa is just doing her usual morning training, noting how incredibly diligent she is. They stand together watching the light show, which Turan recognizes as the Arabian bloodline magic. Even though he's proud of his own heritage, Aziz admits that Mesa's storm lineage power makes her look like a literal god. Turan's curiosity is piqued. He wants to see exactly what the next head of Arabian is capable of. Sensing his interest, Aziz suggests that they go down and get a closer look at her training session. Turan is hesitant, thinking it might be inappropriate for an unverified outsider to just approach her. Aziz brushes off his concerns, promising to vouch for him and insisting he's clearly not an assassin. He confesses his own ulterior motive. He wants to see a comparison of power between Turan and his cousin. Turan realizes that Aziz's real goal is to use him as a benchmark for Mesa's strength. Aziz admits that he's still bothered by how badly she outperformed him during their childhood training. They walk out onto a terrace, where the silhouette of the princess stands against the dawn sky. Mesa senses their arrival and turns around with a startled look. She recognizes Aziz, but asks for the name of the silver-haired man standing beside him. After Turan introduces himself, she asks why they've decided to interrupt her session so suddenly. Aziz claims they were just impressed by her magic and wanted to join her for a bit. Mesa lets out a mocking laugh, reminding him of how their last joint training went. She brings up the time he spent a week failing a spell she mastered in 2 tries, which sent him running off in tears. Aziz is mortified as Turan fails to hide his amusement at the story. After snapping at Turan, Aziz hypes him up, calling him an absolute monster with talent unlike anything he's ever seen. Intrigued by the high praise, Mesa suggests a much more direct way to test that talent. She looks Turan straight in the eye and asks if he's up for a fight. Turan remains silent, carefully measuring the intense pressure she's giving off. A spark of blue magical energy flickers in Mesa's eye, signaling her readiness for combat. The air above them crackles with static as Turan looks up at the gathering storm. Above the castle, the storm reaches a fever pitch as massive bolts of lightning illuminate the dark clouds. Mesa stands at the center of the electrical discharge, her form wreathed in crackling yellow energy. The sheer magnitude of her power is terrifying, her glowing blue eyes cutting through the shadow of her silhouette. Turan is caught in the pressure of her aura, his hair blowing back as he grits his teeth against the magical weight. His eyes widen as he takes in the full extent of the Arabian princess's lineage magic. As suddenly as it began, the storm dissipates, leaving behind a clear blue morning sky. The 3 of them stand on the terrace in the aftermath, the silence of the dawn replacing the roar of the thunder. Turan is left breathless, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he recovers from the intensity. He looks toward Mesa, clearly shaken by the demonstration of power he just witnessed. Mesa looks back at him with a cold, unimpressed expression, her eyes still holding a hint of their former glow. She delivers a stinging verdict, telling Turan that he's nowhere near the level required to face her in a real fight. Mesa doesn't think Turan is even worth her time in a duel. As agrees that his friend doesn't have the same level of raw mana as she does, but he points out that Turan's true strength lies in how fast he masters new spells. He claims the guy is a level of genius he's never seen before. He even taunts the princess, asking if she thinks she could reach that same height. Mesa decides she's heard enough and wants to see this supposed talent for herself. Turan suggests a simple bet. They each cast a spell the other isn't familiar with, and the fastest one wins. Thinks it's a great idea and looks to Mesa for approval. She accepts, but insists on not using her innate bloodline magic to keep the playing field level. The princess steps forward, deciding to take the first shot. With a sudden crack, massive vines erupt from the ground beneath them. Is caught in the crossfire as the plants spiral out of control. The vines hoist him high into the air, and Mesa asks Turan if he's capable of replicating plant manipulation. Groans as he's dangled upside down, helpless to do anything but watch. Mesa ignores him, telling the poor guy to stay put while she enjoys the show. Turan stares up at the vines, his mind already dissecting the mechanics of the magic. He drops to one knee and touches the pavement. He explains that most mages see magic as creation, but it's really just manipulating existing phenomena. He softly whispers the command to grow. He reveals that those vines weren't created out of thin air, but forced out of dormant seeds in the soil. Turan unleashes his own power, causing a massive cluster of vines to surge upward in an instant. The princess is left speechless by his speed and precision. Can't believe his eyes as Turan executes a high-level spell with zero effort. Mesa realizes he didn't just copy her. He completely understood the logic behind the magic. Turan casually mentions that it was actually his first time trying that specific spell. Mesa has to admit that for once, wasn't exaggerating about his friend's potential. She concedes the point and tells Turan it's time for him to propose his own challenge. Turan pauses, knowing he has to be careful not to reveal his true identity with Zahar magic. He catches a glimpse of something moving in the nearby shrubbery. He reaches deep into the bushes with a calm expression. Something small and fast is rustling around in the shadows of the garden. A rat scurries out, only to be cornered by the wizard. Mesa looks disappointed, wondering if his big trick is just simple animal control. Turan picks up the rodent, explaining that the creature is merely the ingredient he needs. His gaze turns cold as his eyes flare with a chilling blue light. A dark energy begins to coil around the rat like smoke as Turan focuses his mana. In a flash, the rat is consumed by decay, leaving nothing but a dried-up husk. The color drains from Mesa's face as she witnesses the gruesome display. Turan holds out the rotted remains, simply stating that he's finished. Mesa hides her unease and tells him she's ready for her turn. She gives a small gesture with her hand, calling up her own mana. She locks onto another rat, determined to match his disturbing feat. A small rat frantically tries to escape across the stone floor. Mesa grabs the rodent, a golden aura of mana beginning to envelop her hand. The animal screeches in terror as the magical energy intensifies. Mesa grits her teeth, wondering how Turan could perform such complex magic so effortlessly. Ashes, a young man with messy blonde hair, watches with disgust as Turan explains that the gruesome spell was just the first thing that came to mind. Turan observes the princess closely, suspecting that even the great Arabian family might be unfamiliar with the true nature of causality. Ashes suggests they call it a day and give the victory to Turan, since she's clearly having a hard time. Mesa snaps at him to shut up, her pride refusing to let her give in so easily. She knows that the causality factor is an extremely complex element to master in any spell. She focuses all her will, her eyes glowing with a cold, blue light as she tries to visualize the outcome. From above, the tension in the courtyard is palpable as the three of them wait for the spell to take hold. Mesa pushes herself even further, desperate to succeed no matter the cost. Without understanding the underlying logic, she's forced to flood the rat with a massive, inefficient amount of mana to trigger the effect. Her gaze turns haunting as she mentally commands the rodent to rot while it's still alive. Finally, the spell finally connects, and the rat begins to wither in her grasp. The creature collapses into a shriveled husk, the life completely drained from its tiny frame. Ashes is left in shock at the success, while Turan maintains his usual, unreadable expression. Mesa stands there trembling and panting, holding up the gruesome proof of her accomplishment. Her eyes go wide and vacant as the massive mana strain starts to take its toll on her fragile body. Without warning, her legs give out and she hits the ground hard, the dead rat falling beside her. Ashes rushes to her side in a panic, calling out her name and begging her to open her eyes. Turan watches calmly, nodding that mana depletion alone shouldn't cause someone to lose consciousness like this. He looks down at the fragile girl, sensing that her condition is far more serious than just simple exhaustion. A sudden realization hits him as he analyzes the state of her remaining energy. He notices how thin and frail her hand is, realizing her mana wasn't just for magic. It was the only thing keeping her body functional. Turan frantically asked if there were any healing mages nearby who could save her. Turan picks her up and takes charge, ordering Ashes to fetch water, salt, and find the adults to meet them at her room. As he carries her, he's struck by how light she is, realizing the mana she used just to stand has been completely exhausted. He makes his way toward the main building, leaving the courtyard behind. Sometime later, Mesa begins to stir in her bed, let out a faint groan of pain. An older woman in a simple tunic hovers over her, frantic with worry about her well-being. Mesa finds herself back in her bedroom, where the woman explains that Ashes reported her fainting during magic training. The princess remains silent, staring blankly as she processes the failure of her own body. The woman asks if the stranger did anything to hurt her during their session. Mesa immediately defends Turan, insisting that the fault lies entirely with her own mistake. She tells everyone to get out, her head throbbing from the aftereffects of the mana burn. The woman places a tray on the bedside table, hopping to coax her into eating. She reminds Mesa that she can't just rely on magic to sustain herself and needs real food for her health. With a heavy, worried sigh, the woman prepares to leave the girl to her thoughts. Mesa softly thanks the auntie as she watches her walk toward the door. Left alone, she looks down at the tray, her expression uncharacteristically vulnerable. She sits in the quiet room with her meal, the weight of her family's expectations and her own weakness clearly pressing down on her. Mesa takes the bowl of soup from her caretaker, her expression still distant and weary. She eats slowly, the simple task of holding the spoon seeming to take all the strength she has left. Every sip is a struggle, as she tries to focus on something other than her own exhaustion. Suddenly, her eyes widen in fear as a dark memory, or vision, begins to bleed into her consciousness. Ghastly, blood-streaked figures from her past reach out to her, pleading for salvation and speaking of their unbearable pain. The bowl slips from her hand and shatters on the floor as she retches, the horrific images overwhelming her senses. She grips the bedsheets with a trembling hand, trying to ground herself in the present. Mesa curls into a ball and clutches her head, the phantom voices of those she couldn't save still ringing in her ears. In her mind's eye, she sees a landscape of ruin and smoke, a silent testament to a tragedy she can't escape. Deep within the Beck family's basement, Turan stands before a massive angel statue in the temple of the limping goddess. A man nearby sheathes his heavy blade, his movements deliberate and practiced as he speaks of the temple's impenetrable strength. The man, Haramberg, warns Turan that the walls here are as solid as seasoned muscle, and that he should abandon any hope of escape. Turan looks on with a flat expression, nodding to himself that he hadn't even considered trying to break out. Haram reinforces the idea of the basement's solidity, and Turan gives a simple, non-committal nod in response. Haram stares intensely at the young man, his gaze heavy with a stern, unyielding authority. Turan watches him quietly, wondering if the older man is simply bragging about the security of his prison. A sudden sharp sound catches Turan's attention, drawing his eyes to the sword in Haram's hand. Haram draws the weapon in a swift, fluid motion that cuts through the still air of the temple. The warrior begins a series of precise forms, his blade a silver blur against the dim light of the basement. Turan asks what he's doing, and Haram simply replies that he is training as he continues his drill. Every movement is incredibly efficient, with not a single inch of motion wasted in the swing of the heavy blade. The sword whistles through the air, tracing perfect arcs that speak of decades of combat experience. Haram transitions from one stance to the next with terrifying speed and grace. Turan analyzes the display, marveling at how each motion serves as the perfect setup for the next, the hallmark of a truly trained body. He continues to watch, his analytical mind breaking down the mechanics of Haram's martial skill. Turan offers a polite apology for the interruption, but Haram dismisses it without stopping his practice. Haram stops and turns to Turan, demanding to know what he perceived in those few moments of training. Turan honestly admits that he found the display incredible, his eyes still fixed on the heavy sword. Haram looks at him for a moment, absorbing the praise before sheathing his weapon. He notes that most nobles dismiss martial arts as insignificant, preferring the distant safety of magic over physical combat. He continues his forms, arguing that magic is often just a crutch used by those with weak bodies who rely on cheap tricks. Turan listened intently and then softly offered his own perspective, nodding that unless one possesses a bloodline built for war, they usually choose the efficiency of mana. Then he concluded that focusing on pure magical power is often just a pragmatic choice for the physically frail. Turan's thoughts briefly drift to the brutal reality of trials where one must face their enemies head-on, whether they are prepared or not. Haram suddenly holds out the hilt of his sword toward the young man, surprising him. He tells Turan to take the weapon and hold it for himself. Turan looked skeptical, questioning why Haram would hand a weapon to a suspicious person, but the warrior seemed completely unconcerned. Haram tells him that a sword is just a piece of iron until it's wielded by a capable body, and that Turan's weak form poses no threat. Turan reluctantly takes the heavy blade, feeling the weight of the steel as he wonders what he's even supposed to do with it. Haram watches him closely, a look of expectation or curiosity crossing his face. In an instant, a massive surge of blue mana erupts from Turan, the air around him crackling with power as he prepares to swing. Aziz holds the blade steady, telling Turan that without a proper wielder, a sword is nothing more than a cold bar of iron. He watches the young man with a stern, scarred expression, emphasizing that strength comes from the body, not just the metal. Turan studies the weapon in his own hand, taking the lesson to heart. He knows that with his current physical state, he wouldn't even be able to land a scratch on his mentor. Aziz's eyes narrow as he prepares to judge Turan's next move. He's looking for more than just a simple swing. Turan grits his teeth and channels his mana, a bright blue aura erupting from his body and coating the blade. He tries to substitute raw power for the physical technique he lacks. Aziz immediately barks at him, his face contorted in a shout. He makes it clear that using mana to cheat the process isn't what he wants to see. He orders Turan to stop pouring mana into the sword and focus on his raw physical form. Turan lowers his blade, giving a quiet acknowledgement as he prepares to try again the hard way. Aziz steps in to physically correct the stance, pushing down on Turan's shoulders to force his weight lower. He demands that Turan press into his front legs so the earth itself can bear the brunt of the blow. The correction is relentless, with Aziz pointing out how Turan's elbow is rising too high. He warns that weak form will let the sword's weight overwhelm him, potentially leading to a self-inflicted injury. Beads of sweat roll down Turan's face as he struggles to maintain the taxing posture. He gives a strained reply, determined not to set his own limits. Aziz counts off another 10 repetitions, watching Turan's every movement. He tells him to keep his breathing steady and push it right into his muscles to build lasting strength. Aziz looks at the exhausted trainee and remarks that he's a decent vessel. He tells Turan that whenever he has the time, he needs to wring that body dry to truly temper it. He walks through the ornate training hall, lecturing on how most wizards mistakenly assume their mana guarantees physical prowess. He calls their reliance on magic a mere parlor trick if the foundation is weak. The two stand in the vast chamber as the lesson on the vessel continues. Aziz's voice echoes off the stone walls. Turan leans on his sword, gasping for air while his mentor explains how a properly trained body can dominate a battlefield without any mana at all. He nods, taking the philosophy to heart despite his exhaustion. A sharp sound at the entrance catches Turan's attention, and he looks over his shoulder. Someone is approaching the training area. The massive doors swing open, and a figure stands silhouetted in the bright light of the courtyard. It's Lady Arabian, making a sudden appearance in the middle of their session. She bows deeply, offering a formal apology to Turan for whatever unforgivable thing was done to their benefactor. She keeps her head low, showing a rare level of humility for a noble. Lady Arabian explains that her conduct as a host was inappropriate, and that she's glad the young lady is unharmed. Behind her, Turan and Aziz listen silently to her words. She mentions that Mesa wants to offer her own apology and asks if Turan can spare some time to speak with her privately. Turan's expression remains neutral as he considers the request. In a separate room, Mesa leans against a window sill, looking out with a detached expression. She mutters about the situation being a hassle as the wind catches her long, dark hair. Turan enters the room, and she immediately starts her scripted apology for causing an unnecessary commotion. She tells him she heard he was trapped in the temple because of her actions. He tells her the incident was necessary and that he's just glad she's safe. He stands calmly across from her, not showing any resentment. Mesa's curiosity quickly takes over, and she pivots the conversation to the magic he used the day before, the one that made animals rot. She asks if it's some kind of undisclosed bloodline magic. She's suspicious because the mana consumption seemed far too low for such a powerful effect. She openly wonders if he lied to her about how it works. Turan waves it off, telling her she could do it just as easily if she understood the core principle. He gestures with his hands, inviting her to look beyond the surface level of the spell. Mesa, assuming he's holding out for a price, muttering that he won't teach it for free. She stands with her back to him, clearly weighing her options. She points out that without revealing the method, there's no proof it isn't just hidden bloodline magic. She looks over her shoulder, trying to catch his reaction. Turan gives a light shrug and says he doesn't really care whether he wins the argument or not. His indifference seems to bother her. That answer hits a nerve, and she snaps at him, demanding to know how she's supposed to look if things just end like this. She wants a clear resolution to their rivalry. She offers a deal. If he tells her the secret of that magic, she'll teach him one of the Arabian family's secret arts in return. It's a significant trade for a noble house. Turan's grin widens as he accepts the offer. He says he has no objections to those terms. The two face each other in the lavishly decorated study, ready to begin their exchange of knowledge. The tension between them seems to have shifted into a tentative partnership. Turan explains that the rot is actually just a form of bioenhancement. He points out that he's using microorganisms that are too small for the naked eye to see. Mesa looks at the rat she had been experimenting on, realization dawning on her. She finally understands why her own attempt was so inefficient compared to his. She admits it's her loss and acknowledges that she only succeeded through clumsy brute force in the end. She looks down at her gloved hands, conceding the point. Turan tells her he already considered that a part of their wager. He stands calmly as they continue their discussion. He explains that when discussing magic skills, the amount of mana someone recklessly pours out shouldn't be the deciding factor. He's teaching her to value efficiency and logic over raw power. Mesa pulls her collar up and looks away, asking if he can tell Aziz that the duel was a draw. She clearly doesn't want the man getting cocky about a win. She decides Turan needs proper compensation for his lesson and starts rummaging through a nearby drawer. She finds something she thinks will serve her purpose. She pulls out a simple wooden comb, claiming that it'll do the job for what she has in mind. She holds it up to the light, showing it to him. After that, she began to brush her hair. A few strands followed the motion of the comb, lifting off her shoulder as if by magic. She showed Turan how her hair was drawn to the comb and asked him how he would explain this phenomenon. Turan watched with a curious expression as the strands followed her hand. Turan stands calmly before Mesa, explaining that the strange phenomenon she felt was simply static electricity. He breaks down the science behind the secret art, making it sound like a simple principle rather than magic. Mesa's eyes widen in genuine shock as she realizes he knows things she's never even considered. She stares at him, stunned by his depth of knowledge and the realization that she was outmatched in understanding. She looks down at the comb, muttering about how profound the concept actually is. Turan remains composed, waiting for her to process the explanation while she grapples with her own ignorance. She finally looks up and tells him she'll think more about how to repay him, determined to find something he doesn't already know. Turan accepts the terms with a simple nod, and they agree to continue their mutual exchange of knowledge. Mesa suggests that they train together from now on until she comes up with a proper way to settle her debt. She looks at him with a serious, competitive gaze, already planning their next session. She's quick to clarify that it's only to repay her debt, not because she actually needs his help. Turan just smiles, well acquainted with her prideful attitude and the way she hides her interest. Turan agrees to the arrangement, suggesting they meet in the garden every evening starting the next day. Mesa seems satisfied with the plan as they finalize their training schedule. The scene shifts to a banquet table overflowing with an incredible variety of stews, roasted meats, and fresh vegetables. It's a lavish spread prepared for a grand occasion. They are gathered in a grand, sun-drenched dining hall for a formal banquet hosted by Lady Arabian. The atmosphere is quiet and dignified despite the abundance of food on the long table. Milo, the blonde-haired son of the house, looks over the table in disbelief. He remarks that even his own birthdays never saw a feast prepared this lavishly. He continues his surprise, noting that anyone who saw this would think the Lord of Arabian himself had come to visit. He seems genuinely impressed and a bit confused by the scale of the meal. Turan senses the motive behind the hospitality, realizing there's no way this is just an ordinary meal. Lady Arabian tells Milo to be quiet, maintaining her composed demeanor as she looks toward Turan. Lady Arabian brings the conversation back to their earlier discussion about a reward. She mentions that her son promised a powerful magic tool as the price for his own life. She asks Turan if he has something specific in mind that he needs. He takes a moment to consider the offer, his expression thoughtful. He tells them he wants something focused on defense. He looks around the table, explaining his reasoning to the group with a calm voice. He points out that while it's easy to harm others with magic, protecting oneself is a much harder task. He specifically requests an item that can guard against surprise attacks. Lady Arabian notes that he's made similar items before, and it shouldn't be difficult. However, he admits they don't have anything ready to hand over right now. Milo asks if he may be the one to make it for Turan. Lady Arabian warns him to stop if he's not planning on dragging their house's honor through the mud. Haram Berg, sitting across from him, confidently declaring that he will be the one to create the tool. He explains that he just finished a commission from the main house and has plenty of spare time. Lady Arabian looks at her son, questioning his methods. She emphasizes that for surprise attacks, the item must be something Turan can carry at all times. Haram explains his plan to embed mana into a piece of jewelry like a ring or a necklace. He wants to draw out their guardian bloodline's defensive power. Haram Berg notes that Milo is already a skilled wizard who isn't far behind his own level. Milo sits there with a serious expression, taking the responsibility seriously. He adds that a magic tool made by the head wizard of an enchanter bloodline is a significant gift, especially one that takes a full month to craft. The gravity of the offer is clear to everyone at the table. Turan starts to worry that the gift is a bit excessive for what he did. Lady Arabian quickly dismisses his concern, asking if he thinks her son's life is worth so little. She tells Turan he must stay as a guest at their house for the next month while the tool is being prepared. She invites him to make himself at home and stay as long as he likes. Later, Milo notes that his mother has taken quite a liking to him. They look out over the sunlit roofs of the city together from a high vantage point. Milo mentions that he spoke more about Turan with his mother before they went to bed the previous night. The two of them walk through the busy streets of the city marketplace. Milo tells Turan that his magic talent is on par with Mesa's, and he's impressed that Turan never neglects his physical training. He seems to genuinely respect Turan's discipline. He admits that his mother originally wanted to stop looking down on him as just a wandering noble without any backing. She's clearly reevaluating his worth. Turan realizes that it sounds like Lady Arabian is trying to recruit him into her house. He looks at Milo, seeing the truth in the young man's words. Milo explains his mother's tactic of giving generously to put someone in debt before introducing them to social temptations. He smiles, well acquainted with her recruitment strategies. He looks up with a mischievous grin, mentioning that several adults in the house were brought in exactly like that. Turan finds the whole situation a bit troubling as he listens to the family's secrets. Milo tells him not to worry too much, as the magic tool is just a way to buy his favor. He clarifies that Turan won't be forced into anything he doesn't want, even if he accepts the gift. Milo defends his mother's methods, saying she isn't lacking in refinement. Turan just gives a small wave, seemingly overwhelmed by the family's complex social games. Milo asks if Turan has anything else planned for the rest of the day. They stop in the middle of the street to talk. Turan mentions that he promised to train with Mesa in the evening, but wonders why Milo is asking. He looks at his companion with a neutral expression. Milo realizes they still have a significant amount of time before the sun sets. His eyes light up as a new idea comes to him. Milo slings an arm around Turan's shoulder, insisting that he come on patrol with him instead. He promises that Zavillan has plenty of things to enjoy, even if it isn't the capital. He teases Turan, asking if he really intended to spend the whole day holed up in a corner training magic. He seems determined to show him a good time. Turan's expression is blank as he admits that was exactly his plan. He doesn't seem particularly interested in the local entertainment. Milo drags the reluctant Turan through the city streets, telling him that life is too short not to enjoy it. Turan is pulled along, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. The scene shifts to a spinning roulette wheel in one of the city's entertainment districts. The blur of colors and the sound of the ball suggest they've arrived at a place of gambling. Turan and Milo arrive at the entrance of a bustling entertainment hall. Milo looks back with a grin, eager to show Turan the sights of Zavillan. Inside the hall, Milo talks animatedly about the games and shows available. Turan looks around with a neutral expression, unimpressed by the gambling and noise. They walk through a crowded marketplace where vendors call out their wares, and a horse carriage rolls past on the cobblestones. The city is alive with the hum of daily commerce. Turan pauses for a moment, looking over his shoulder as if sensing something in the air. He remains observant even in the middle of the crowd. He stops in front of a wall covered in notices and wanted posters. His eyes fix on one particular sheet that stands out from the rest. A close-up reveals his surprise as he recognizes a name or a face. The atmosphere shifts as he focuses on the bounty notice. The poster features a stern profile of a man, with the name Keorn written clearly above a staggering reward amount. In a separate mental image or memory, the man from the poster is shown with an X-shaped scar on his nose and a cigarette in his mouth. He laughs with a rugged, carefree expression. The sound of clashing steel echoes as a transition to a different scene. The imagery of combat fills the air. On a theater stage, actors recreate a battle from the year 2195. The narrator's voice explains how the warriors of Arabian ventured into the demon desert. The play depicts the knight Kjorn defeating an enemy with divine help after a brutal struggle. The actors move with exaggerated, heroic gestures. In the audience, Milo claps enthusiastically, thoroughly enjoying the performance. Turan sits beside him, his hands folded as he watches with a thoughtful, quiet interest. After the show, Milo turns to Turan and asks if he found the performance worth watching. Turan admits that it was very good, though he seems more focused on the story than the spectacle. He thinks to himself about the knight's unmatched humility as portrayed on stage. A vision of the scarred man from the poster lingers in his mind. As the sun sets over the castle of Zavillan, Turan looks at the horizon with a determined thought. He resolves to ask the real Kjorn if the stories are true if they ever meet. Later that night, Turan lies awake in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling of his guest room. The events of the day and the legend of the night occupy his thoughts. Suddenly, a hulking shadow looms over him. Aziz, the scarred warrior, looks down at Turan with a heavy, intimidating presence. Aziz asks if he's rested well enough, his voice deep and gravelly. Turan is startled by the sudden appearance and looks up from his pillow. Turan sits up and rubs his eye, still half asleep as he tries to make sense of the early morning visit. Aziz tells him it's time for toughening and orders him to follow. He stands by the bed, waiting for Turan to move. He explains that the body doesn't get stronger by resting, but by being tempered through hardship. He speaks with the authority of a seasoned fighter. Turan doesn't argue, simply getting out of bed and preparing himself for whatever training is ahead. He looks toward Aziz with a steady gaze, deciding that he'll gain more through this training than he would by just playing around with Milo. Just as they are about to leave, the door bursts open and Milo rushes in. He's full of energy, excited to tell Turan about a new performance he heard about. Milo's excitement vanishes instantly when he sees Aziz. He recoils in terror, shouting out in surprise at the sight of his uncle. Aziz informs Milo that they are heading to training and suggests that he should come along to temper his weak body. Milo freezes, looking like he's seen a ghost. Without a second thought, Milo turns and sprints out of the room, yelling that he hasn't fully recovered yet. He disappears down the hallway in a panic. Turan watches him go, completely baffled by the reaction. He wonders why Milo is so terrified of a little physical training. The training begins in earnest, and Turan is soon drenched in sweat. His face is a mask of intense concentration and strain as he pushes his limits. In the training hall, Az's watches with crossed arms as Turan performs push-ups. A massive set of iron weights is balanced precariously on Turan's back. Turan groans under the immense pressure, his muscles trembling. Az's tells him that he shouldn't yield to such a small amount of pain, claiming his mind is being dominated by his weakness. A close-up of Turan's hand on the floor shows it shaking violently. He lets out a strained grunt as he tries to complete one more repetition. Az's finally tells him that's enough for now. He looks down at the exhausted young man with a neutral, evaluative gaze. Turan collapses onto his back, gasping for air as the weight is removed. He's completely spent, his chest heaving with every breath. Az's asks if the workout was tiring. Turan can only manage a weak yes, while lying flat on the ground. Az's notes that Turan should count himself lucky for being a wizard, since he only has to do this once. Turan looks up, curious about the difference. Turan pulls himself into a sitting position as Az's explains the mechanics of mana and the body. He says that an ordinary person's body will weaken again after training if it's not constantly maintained. He explains that wizards have mana to maintain their bodies in optimal condition once they've been tempered. He describes it as forging the body into steel that doesn't weaken. Az's lets out a small, almost predatory smile, telling Turan that he must be fully rested now after that brief explanation. Turan's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the lecture was his only break. He tries to protest, but the shock is clear on his face. Az's face fills the frame as he laughs, telling Turan that his body doesn't lie. He announces that it's time to move on to weaponry and combat. The scene shifts back to the weight-filled gym as Turan's scream of agony echoes through the hall. The training session is far from over. Close-up of Turan gasping for breath, sweat running down his face as he pushes through exhaustion. A narration box notes that his days at House Berg have been fulfilling indeed. In a training hall, Turan and Az's spar with wooden swords, the sounds of their impacts echoing. Haram explains that they are in a special space where the body feels several times heavier than usual, warning that one misstep could bury him in the floor. In the evening, Turan returns to the mansion to continue his magic training with Mesa. He watches closely as she demonstrates how to generate lightning using finger friction. A wide shot of the mansion roof silhouetted against a fading sunset. A narration box indicates that 3 weeks have passed in this cycle of rigorous training. A bolt of blue lightning strikes the target board with a loud crack, shattering the center. The impact sends splinters flying as the energy dissipates. Turan looks down at his hand, sparks still dancing across his fingertips. He stares at the target with a neutral expression, nodding that he missed his mark once again. Mesa stands nearby, her long black hair catching the evening light as she watches him. She remarks that he is struggling more than she had expected him to. Turan looks over his shoulder with a slight, weary smile. He suggests that the difficulty stems from him not being a native of Arabian, unlike the princess. The two stand in the courtyard, their figures long shadows on the stone ground. Mesa admits that it is difficult for her to teach him, as she never had to consciously think about how to aim her lightning. Melissa asked if it wasn't just a matter of shooting it to hit the mark, looking skeptical. Turan countered that the task was significantly harder than one might think. Mesa's head turns sharply at the sound of someone shouting her name. Her expression shifts into one of alertness as the interruption breaks her concentration. Ashes, clad in a traveling cloak, marches across the courtyard toward them. He calls out to Mesa, having finally located her and Turan in the garden. Turan turns to look at the newcomer, his expression curious but guarded. He watches the man approach, wondering about the urgency of the visit. Mesa stands her ground, her arms crossed as she stares coldly at Ashes. She tells him that their business is none of his concern and asks what brought him there. She reminds Ashes that she explicitly told the main house not to approach her while she was recovering. Ashes remains steadfast despite her icy tone. Ashes ignores the rebuke, focusing on his duty. He informs her that the patriarch has summoned her immediately. Mesa asks for the reason, warning Ashes that he will be punished if he disturbed her for a trivial matter. Ashes looks up, his face grim as he prepares to deliver the news. Ashes reveals that dark elves have been rampaging extensively throughout the southern regions. The news hangs heavy in the air as the sun continues to set. He continues, stating that 3 cities have already fallen and the leadership is preparing to assemble an expedition force. Turan and Mesa stand frozen by the severity of the report. A mental image of the threat appears, showing a horde of monstrous dark elves with glowing yellow eyes. They loom out of the shadows, looking like a terrifying and unstoppable army. A dramatic close-up of Turan's face as the reality of the situation sinks in. Large text above him announces that the enemy has finally appeared. Turan and Mesa are standing in the estate garden at sunset. An attendant bows as Mesa waves him away, promising she'll be back shortly. Mesa sighs, her gaze lingering on the horizon. She decides it's time for her to head out as well. Before leaving, she turns back to Turan. She casually mentions it's time to collect payment for showing him that disgusting decomposition magic earlier. She claps her hands together with a sharp sound, drawing his full attention. Her expression is serious now. She leans in, asking Turan if he knows that electricity actually flows through the human body. Turan looks back at her, clearly skeptical of the concept. It's not the kind of magic he's used to hearing about. Mesa smirks, enjoying his reaction. She explains that this knowledge is a closely guarded secret of the Arabian family. She offers a deal. His debt will be paid if she teaches him how to master this properly. She notes it will definitely be a huge help to his combat training. She starts the lecture, explaining how every sight and sensation is just a tiny electrical signal sent to the brain. Whether it's through the eyes or the nose, it's all just data traveling through pathways. Turan closes his eyes, absorbing the theory as she continues. It's a completely different way of looking at the body. A visual of an eye crackling with blue energy illustrates her point. Those tiny electrical signals are the key to everything. She explains that this electricity flows throughout the entire body, like a network of lightning. The focus shifts to the legs, showing the glowing pathways of the nervous system. If you can control the flow, you control the machine. She suggests that if one can accelerate those signals, their physical response time would explode. A massive surge of blue lightning coils through the body's frame. Turan opens his eyes, and a star-like spark of blue mana ignites in his pupil as lightning arcs across his face. He's trying to tap into that current. The two stand opposite each other in the silent courtyard as the sun continues to dip. A blue butterfly flutters between them. Mesa begins to move, her image already beginning to blur. She starts to flicker like a glitch in reality. In a flash, her image warps and shifts right in front of him. She asks him how he likes the demonstration. Turan can only laugh, sweat beading on his forehead. He's stunned by the sheer speed she just displayed. He decides to give it a shot, his own head crackling with unstable blue sparks as he tries to force the mana into his nerves. It's a violent, buzzing sensation. The feedback is immediate. Turan doubles over, grunting in pain as his body recoils from the reckless surge. It's like his brain just short-circuited. Mesa watches him with a knowing look. She points out that he simply poured out his mana way too recklessly for a first try. She warns him that a headache is inevitable while he adjusts, but she promises that once he gets used to it, he'll be able to maintain that state for quite a while. Turan rubs his head, feeling the burn. He realizes this technique is far more valuable than anything he could have given her in return. With a light click of her boots, Mesa leaps backward, heading for the high palace walls. She calls back that this is just an investment because he actually seems to have some talent. She doesn't bet on losing horses. Turan watches from below as she effortlessly vaults into the air, a trail of white wind behind her. She warns him that if he learns an even more incredible spell in the future, she'll collect it all back, along with his debt for today. He's left standing alone, staring up at the empty sky where she vanished into the sunset. A high-pitched hawk's cry echoes through the air as the scene shifts away from the palace. A bird of prey soars high above a sprawling stone city under a clear blue sky. A few feathers drift down through the air. This is Morgan City, the bustling heart of the Dakin Plains. A massive army is lined up in the streets, looking like a black tide. The citizens are out in force, arms raised and cheering wildly. "Glory to Arabian!" echoes through the stone streets as soldiers march past. Turan stands in the crowd with the Berg family. He observes that while this is just a departure ceremony to hunt dark elves, the enthusiasm makes it feel like a victory parade. Milo's eyes light up as he spots a familiar face among the mounted soldiers. He starts waving enthusiastically, calling out to Mason in the departing ranks. The energy of the crowd is infectious. His father immediately grabbed the boy's arm, pulling him back. He sternly reminded Milo to maintain his composure and dignity as a noble of the Berg house. A booming voice cuts through the crowd's cheering. The head of the house is finally making his entrance, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. Soldiers stand at stiff attention, their boots clicking on the pavement as a powerful presence approaches through the gateway. Turan watches intently, his expression grave as he senses the overwhelming pressure radiating from the newcomer. A man in a dark tunic and flowing blue cape walks toward the front. His heavy steps echo with authority as the crowd goes silent. This is Battle Arabian, the current head of the house. His pale face and glowing blue eyes radiate a cold, overwhelming authority that commands the entire square. Turan leans over to Milo, noting that Battle Arabian looks incredibly sickly. He's so pale that Turan wonders if his health is failing him completely. Milo nods, recalling old rumors about a brutal fight between the patriarch and the head of House Zahar. He wonders if it's lingering injuries from the past or just old age catching up. Despite the whispers, Battle Arabian slowly raises his gloved hand toward the sky. The air begins to hum with static as mana starts to coalesce around him. The people in the crowd look up in absolute awe, their faces lit by a flickering golden light. They wait with bated breath for a display of the legendary Arabian power. One man stares upward, his eyes wide as the clouds above begin to swirl. The sheer pressure of the magic being gathered is enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Massive, dark storm clouds suddenly blanket the sky, churning with violent energy. Lightning begins to arc through the darkness, casting long, jagged shadows over the city below. Blinding bolts of golden lightning strike down with a deafening roar. The sky literally tears open as the patriarch unleashes his elemental fury for all to see. The crowd erupts into frantic cheers, shouting for the glory of House Arabian. Some fall to their knees, praying for the Lord of Thunder to protect his descendants. Turan watches the display from the edge of the square, his eyes fixed on the man at the center of the storm. Even in a weakened state, battle's power is enough to command the elements themselves. The lightning illuminates the entire city, turning night into day with a single pulse of mana. It's a terrifying reminder of the absolute pinnacle of magic a human can reach. Turan stares intensely, his mind racing as he processes what he just saw. He realizes the gap between them, but there's a flicker of resolve in his eyes. One day, he'll reach that level too. Later, a hand holds out a sturdy, braided bracelet featuring a glowing blue core in the center. It hums with a faint, steady magical frequency. Haram explains that just wearing the device will give his physical stamina a boost. He stands with Lady Arabian while Turan listens intently to the mechanics of the treasure. He adds a warning. If Turan injects his own mana, the effect becomes much stronger, but it drains energy fast. It's best used as a trump card rather than something to keep active constantly. Turan takes the bracelet, turning it over in his hand with a look of genuine surprise. He recognizes that this isn't just a common tool, it's an incredible treasure. Haram notes that an item this well-made wouldn't even be common among the great houses. It's a high-tier artifact that provides a massive advantage for someone on the move. Lady Arabian steps forward, her hands folded politely as she looks at Turan. She has one last thing on her mind before he departs. She asks him directly if he has any interest in formally joining House Arabian. It's a prestigious offer that most would kill for, but her tone is calm and inviting. Turan bows his head respectfully but doesn't hesitate to decline. He explains that while he's grateful, his path currently makes settling down in one place impossible. The lady sighs softly, admitting she already heard as much from Milo. She asks him to forgive an old woman's lingering attachments, acknowledging that he has his own work to do. Turan thanks her again, promising that he will never forget the hospitality he received during his stay. He assures her that the Berg family will always be his friends. He walks away down the long stone corridor, the sounds of the palace beginning to fade behind him. His mind is already focused on the road ahead. His sharp gaze narrows as he steps out into the training courtyard. There's one more person he needs to see before he leaves for good. Aziz and Milo are waiting for him in the open square. The atmosphere between the master and student is heavy with unspoken respect. Aziz doesn't say much, simply tossing a sheathed dagger toward Turan. The protagonist catches it midair, feeling the weight of the gift. The master explains it's a specialized magical device. Nothing flashy, but it's durable and the blade is incredibly sharp. It's a practical weapon for a practical man. Turan clutches the dagger to his chest and bows deeply to the man who pushed his body to its limits. He offers a sincere thank you for the training and the weapon. Aziz watches him with a stern, unreadable expression. He's a man of few words, and his silence carries the weight of a final lesson. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches the corners of the warrior's mouth. He's clearly satisfied with the student he's sending out into the world. Without another word, Aziz turns and walks back toward the training hall. His job here is done, and he doesn't believe in long-winded goodbyes. Suddenly, Milo drapes a heavy black cloak over Turan's shoulders, adjusting it with a wide grin. He's been waiting for this moment all morning. Turan looks down at the new garment, a bit confused by the sudden addition to his gear. He asks Milo what this is all about. Milo beams, explaining that these clothes are stain-resistant and will actually mend themselves if they get torn. He hands over a matching set of shirt and pants to go with the cloak. Turan looks at the boy warmly, touched by the thoughtful gift. It's clear that Milo truly values the bond they've built over the last few weeks. Milo tells him he's a good friend, and not just because he saved his life. Spending time with Turan has given him a whole new perspective on how to live. The boy asks where Turan is planning to head first now that he's free. Turan looks toward the horizon and says he's heading east. Milo winces, warning him to avoid taking a ship if he can. He mentions the waves over near Carmen are terrible, enough to make even wine glasses dance on a table. Turan gives a small smile, keeping his real destination to himself. To reach the land of Zahar and the Elril Desert, he'll have to brave far worse than a few rough waves. Milo tells him to return safely and make sure he pays him back for the expensive cloak someday. It's a playful farewell that masks his genuine concern. Turan begins his journey, walking through a field of golden, waist-high grass. He passes a few commoners on the road, blending in as just another traveler. Standing on a hill, he takes a final look around, his new backpack secured and his cloak fluttering in the breeze. He's alone again, just the way he started. He takes his first firm step onto the dirt path leading away from the city. The long journey toward the secrets of his past has truly begun. Suddenly, Turan shifted directions and picked up his pace, his feet kicking up dust as he sprinted through the sun-drenched forest. He decided to test his speed on the open road. He maintained a focused expression, his hair whipping behind him as he cut through the air, leaving the pilgrims dazed and bewildered. Something in the distance had caught his attention. He blurs past the trees, moving with a supernatural grace that far exceeds a normal traveler. The terrain shifts rapidly under his steady stride. Landscapes of rolling hills and distant villages flash by in a smear of colors. He's covering ground at an incredible rate, driven by a growing sense of unease. The bright midday sun filters through the canopy, casting long shadows across the path. The peaceful atmosphere is about to be shattered. Turan digs his heel into the dirt, coming to a sharp, sliding halt that sends a cloud of dust into the air. He stares ahead, his posture suddenly rigid. His eyes widen in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The air is thick with a heavy, acrid smell that makes his stomach churn. At the base of a massive, towering mountain lies the remains of a village. Smoke still curls from the charred skeletons of houses that were once full of life. Turan's nose twitches as he tries to identify the source of the stench. It's a familiar smell, one he's encountered in the darkest parts of his journey. He narrows his eyes, his mind racing through the possibilities. This wasn't a natural disaster. The destruction is too precise, too deliberate. He walks slowly into the clearing, the ground crunching under his boots. He realizes with a jolt that the smell isn't just wood smoke, it's the unmistakable scent of burning flesh. His gaze shifts to the center of the village, and he stops dead in his tracks. What he sees next confirms his worst fears about the nature of the attack. From above, the extent of the massacre is clear. The entire settlement has been razed to the ground. Debris and ash are scattered everywhere like a grisly gray shroud. A charred skull, its features melted and unrecognizable, sits amidst the ruins. The violence visited upon this place was absolute and merciless. Several bodies are lashed to thick wooden posts, their skin blackened by flame and carved with strange, jagged symbols. It's a ritualistic display of cruelty. Turan surveys the horrifying sight, his expression darkening as he realizes the implications. Dark elves have never been known to venture this far from their territories. A faint sound from nearby breaks the silence of the graveyard. Turan immediately pivots toward a partially standing stone structure. The building is a mess of broken timber and shattered stone, but it looks like the most intact part of the village. He moves toward it with cautious steps. Inside, the air is stagnant and filled with floating dust motes. The floorboards are covered in a thick layer of grime and ash from the roof's collapse. Turan spots a heavy wooden trapdoor partially hidden under a tattered rug. He kneels down, his hands reaching for the iron handles. He grips the handles firmly, his gloved fingers straining as he prepares to lift the heavy door. He senses a tiny, flickering life force coming from below. With a sharp tug, he heaves the door open, the old hinges screaming in protest. He peers down into the darkness of the cellar. His sharp eyes adjust to the dim light of the basement, searching the corners for any signs of movement. He spots a small figure huddled against the far wall. A young girl in a simple white dress is huddling in the corner, trembling violently. Her eyes are wide with a terror so deep she can't even speak. Seeing a stranger, the girl lets out a piercing scream of pure agony. She clutches her chest, her small body racking with sobs as she tries to shrink further into the shadows. Turan quickly raises his empty hands in a universal gesture of peace, keeping his voice soft and steady. He tells her to calm down, explaining that he isn't her enemy and only wants to help. The girl slowly lowers her hands, looking up at him through a veil of tears. She whispers a single, hopeful question, her voice cracking with exhaustion. Turan stands before her, his tall frame casting a long shadow as he asks her what happened to the people of her village. He needs to know what kind of threat he's dealing with. The girl's face pales even further as she recalls the horror, telling him about a mage who arrived and slaughtered everyone without mercy. Turan's mind immediately goes to the dark elf necromancer. The weight of the trauma finally becomes too much, and the girl collapses forward onto the cold stone floor. She has reached her absolute limit. Turan carefully scoops her up into his arms, checking her vitals with a practiced eye. He determines she's physically unharmed but completely drained from her ordeal. He turns back toward the stairs, carrying the small survivor toward the light. His first priority is getting her to a safe place away from the stench of death. Outside, the air suddenly hums with mana as a translucent blue arrow is notched into a bow made of solid ice. The tip glows with a dangerous, freezing energy. Turan's head snaps up as he hears a cold, authoritative voice declare that they've finally found him. He finds himself staring down the shaft of a magical weapon. A group of armed warriors has emerged from the ruins, surrounding Turan with their weapons drawn. Blonde Archer stands at their head, her ice bow aimed squarely at his chest. Blonde Archer pulls the drawstring taut, her expression full of righteous fury. She commands him to drop to his knees immediately, treating him like a common criminal. She glares at him with utter contempt, calling him a murderous bastard for what he's supposedly done to the village. Turan stands his ground, the unconscious girl still held safely in his arms. Bison and her squad surround Turan in the ruins of the village, yelling for him to stop moving. The leader, Bison Carmen, draws a crystalline ice arrow and demands he get on his knees immediately. Turan stands his ground, protectively holding the unconscious child as the group labels him a cold-blooded murderer. Bison is absolutely livid, convinced he's kidnapping the lone survivor after slaughtering the rest of the villagers. One of her men, Gil, is visibly trembling as he readies a massive fire arrow. his nerves clearly getting the best of him. Turan tries to explain that it's all a misunderstanding, but the young archer is way too jumpy to listen. Gil loses his nerve and releases the shot, sending a lethal blast of magical fire right at them. A massive explosion rocks the smoldering ruins, completely engulfing the spot where Turan was standing. Bison screams at Gil for his reckless mistake, but he can only stammer out apologies while the smoke begins to settle. Her eyes widen in total shock as she catches sight of something moving within the thick gray haze. Through the debris and smoke, a steady hand reaches out toward the stunned hunters. Turan walks out of the blast zone without a single scratch, a blue mana barrier shimmering around him and the girl. He looks down at his new bracelet, realizing he's already had to put its defensive power to the ultimate test. The hunters are completely frozen. They can't believe a human could take a magical explosion like that and just walk it off. Bison breaks out in a cold sweat, wondering if she's accidentally picked a fight with a high-tier noble wizard. Turan keeps his warning simple. He didn't do this, but if they attack again, he's going to hit back. Sensing the overwhelming gap in their strength, Bison finally lowers her bow, her suspicion turning into hesitation. In his arms, the little girl finally begins to stir, safe from the explosion thanks to his quick thinking. Turan turns to head out, seeing no point in sticking around while they're still debating whether to kill him. Bison calls out to him, identifying herself as Bison Carmen and asking for his name. He gives it to her straight, Turan. She's still skeptical, pointing out that even if he helped the kid, the evidence of him being there is hard to ignore. Turan tells her to just ask the girl when she's fully awake. She's the only one who saw the real culprit's face. Bison's expression shifts to pure shock as she realizes they have an actual witness. She urgently asks if the child really saw the monster they call the Burner. Turan stops and looks back, having never heard the name before. Bison explains that the Burner is a deranged wizard responsible for the wave of massacres in the region. For months, this rogue has been hitting remote villages, leaving nothing but ashes and charred corpses behind. Since there are never any survivors, they didn't even know if the killer was a man or a woman. All they had to go on was the name, the Burner, and the trail of devastation he left in his wake. The girl provides the first real lead. The killer was a man in a red cloak with a rough woodcutter's face. The whole group leans in, finally getting a solid description of the phantom they've been chasing for so long. Bison looks at Turan with a mix of relief and regret, realizing her group almost killed the child's only protector. She and Gil immediately bow low, offering a sincere apology for their rude behavior and for pointing weapons at him. Turan reflects on a memory of a man named Midden, a leader whose honesty and drive were often overshadowed by the envy of the nobility. He sighs and accepts the apology, knowing that at the very least, they were genuinely concerned for the child's safety. Bison gets straight to business, asking if he's planning to join the hunt and help them catch the rogue wizard. She explains they were so on edge that they attacked the first person they saw near the fresh fire, which led to the near disaster. She introduces a Sha, nodding that they have a natural-born pursuer on their side to lead the way. Turan is intrigued by the term and asks if she's from the legendary House Zahar. Bison clarifies that she's Bison Carmen of House Avicha, and these men are her loyal house vassals. She explains that a Sha is actually a descendant from a branch that mixed with Zahar noble blood generations ago. While their magic is weak, they are unmatched in search magic, a lineage her house calls the primordial bloodline. Bison shifts the focus back to the mission, making a direct request to Turan as they stand before the ruins. She asks him if he'll join her squad and help them track down the rogue wizard known as the Burner. She offers him the full bounty and her own share of mana, knowing he's trying to build a reputation in this land. Turan inquires about the target's power, and Bison warns him that the guy is at least a noble-level wizard. She elaborates on the threat, mentioning that the Burner has already wiped out several villages, even those defended by multiple knights. Turan takes in the grim details, his gaze fixed on the mounting evidence of the rogue's brutality. He realizes this is exactly the kind of high-stakes fight he needs to keep growing, since common monsters aren't a challenge anymore. He gives his consent and Bison lets out a smile of pure relief, glad to have his strength on their side. Before heading out, they make a detour to a nearby village to secure a safe place for the survivor girl. Turan hands over a heavy pouch of gold to a villager, providing more than enough to raise the child until she's an adult. He tells the man he'll be back in a few years to check on her, showing a rare moment of compassion. The villager is floored by the amount of money, staring at the bag in disbelief as the group prepares to leave. With the girl safe, the party moves out, leaving the charred remains of the village behind them. Asha, the group's scout, paused and closed her eyes, focusing her bloodline's heightened senses to find their target's trail. Her eyes snap open as she locks onto a trace of mana, her tracking ability flaring to life. As they trek through the dense forest, Bison asks for an update, and Asha notes they need to look around more. They navigate the wilderness under Asha's guidance, with the tracker pointing them toward a specific path. She spots clear footprints in the dirt, confirming that someone recently passed through this area. A broken branch catches her eye, another clue that their target is close and moving deeper into the woods. Asha pauses to sniff the air, her pursuer trait picking up the unmistakable scent of cold ash. She gets down low to examine the ground, and Bison asks what exactly she's managed to find. Asha reports finding footprints of an adult male that eventually led them right to the smell of burnt wood. She glances at Turan, noting that his scent would have made him an easy target if he hadn't changed his clothes. Turan watches her work, impressed by her quiet professionalism and how efficiently she handles the hunt. Suddenly, Asha's eyes widen as she catches a fresh scent, signaling that the target is nearby. She bolts forward without warning, leaving Bison to call out for her to wait and stay with the group. They eventually reach the base of a massive, rocky cliffside deep within the mountain range. Nestled into the jagged rocks is the entrance to a dark and forbidding cave. Bison directs Turan to stay at the front with her, while the rest of the squad follows closely behind. A small orb of blue light is conjured to cut through the oppressive darkness of the cavern. The group enters the tunnel with weapons ready, their footsteps echoing softly against the damp stone. Bison peers into the gloom, whispering a question to see if anyone is lurking further inside. Asha's eyes glow with a faint blue light, as she confirms there is indeed one person waiting for them. As they round a corner, they see a lone figure standing perfectly still in the middle of a large chamber. Bison's face hardens, her eyes narrowing as she realizes they've finally cornered their prey. A torch mounted on the cave wall flickers, casting long, unsettling shadows across the rocks. They find a man in a tattered red cloak standing in the light, his back turned to the group. He turns to face them, revealing a gaunt, scarred face and a manic grin as he welcomes his guests. Turan asks if this is the man they're looking for, and Asha confirms the heavy scent of ash coming off him. Bison doesn't hesitate, drawing her ice bow and aiming right at him as she demands to know if he's the murderer. The man just smiles creepily, feigning ignorance while his eyes glint with a dangerous, unstable light. Suddenly, he thrusts his hand out, and a violent wave of fire erupts from his palm, filling the cave with heat. The rogue wizard unleashes a violent explosion of fire, the force of the blast shaking the very foundation of the cave. Members of the squad are thrown back, as the cavern is engulfed in a sea of blinding, searing heat. Turan stands his ground, his bandaged hand raised to conjure a shimmering mana barrier that deflects the flames. Behind him, Bison keeps her composure, her ice bow drawn and ready as the inferno washes over their defenses. The rogue's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches his most powerful attack be nullified by a simple shield. Bison takes advantage of the opening, letting fly a massive ice arrow that cuts through the heat like a frozen spear. The flying projectile impaled the burner's leg with sickening force, spraying blood across the cavern floor. The rogue falls to his knees, the magical ice instantly beginning to freeze his flesh and hinder his movements. He glares up with a mixture of pain and manic fury, his expression twisted by his failing attempt at murder. In a final act of desperation, he slams his palm onto the ground, channeling his remaining mana into the earth. A massive hand of solid rock erupts from the cave floor, its stone fingers reaching out to crush the intruders. Turan leaps away with clinical grace, realizing the target is proficient in both pyromancy and geomancy. The giant stone construct slams down where Turan stood, sending shards of rock flying in every direction. Mid-air, the wizard twists his body, preparing a counterattack while the terrain continues to shift violently around him. The burner looks up, his face illuminated by a sudden, intense glow of blue mana from above. Turan descends like a predator, a precise beam of energy carving a deep gash through the rogue's chest and robe. The criminal screams as he struck again, his body becoming a canvas for the relentless power of Turan's magic. Without a moment's pause, Turan gathers crackling arcs of lightning between his fingers, his gaze cold and focused. A violent bolt of electricity slams into the burner, sending his body into painful convulsions as the current takes hold. The rogue's eyes roll back as he's scorched by the discharge, his manic laughter finally silenced by the overwhelming force. The massive stone hand loses its anchor and collapses into a pile of lifeless boulders, the summoner's mana completely spent. Turan lands softly and walks toward the broken man, his silver hair settled as he assesses the outcome of the fight. Bison approaches with a shaky breath, looking at the charred and battered remains of their target in awe. Turan reaches down and retrieves a few small, dark seeds from the dirt, examining them as if they held a secret. He tells Bison he'll handle the interrogation and asks her to check on the rest of her squad for injuries. Bison agreed and wove threads of blue mana around the rogue's limbs, binding him in a magical cage to prevent any further escape. Once the man is fully restrained, Turan uses the tip of his dagger to prod him back into consciousness. The burner groans and stirs, his head lolling as he slowly opens his eyes to the reality of his capture. He looks up at Turan with a bloody, missing-toothed grin that is more disturbing than any threat. Turan presses the cold steel of his knife against the rogue's throat, warning him that any attempt to use mana will be his last. The captive scoffs, asking who they are and how they managed to find a place that he thought was untouchable. He falls silent for a second, a dark shadow passing over his face as he contemplates his failed mission. Turan doesn't tolerate the delay, sinking the blade into the man's shoulder to force a more direct response. He states coldly that mercy is a wasted concept on mass murderers, his eyes showing zero hesitation. The burner begins to ramble about a divine voice, claiming that God commanded him to burn the sinful to gain power. The villagers and Bison listen from a distance, their faces contorted with disgust at the rogue's delusional justifications. He insists that this horrific path is a secret method to gain a noble bloodline, one he believes is his destiny. He remains fixated on his goal, muttering that just a few more victims would have finalized his transformation. Bison concludes that the man is nothing more than a dangerous lunatic who has lost all touch with reality. She finds it tragic that someone would commit such atrocities for a prize that cannot be earned through blood. The wizard looks away, his thoughts turning toward the fundamental laws of growth and power in this world. A memory of the village man surfaces, reminding him that even commoners can grow strong through the standard path of hunting monsters. Another memory flashes through Turan's mind, a smiling man with a plaid headband who once spoke of witnessing the acquisition of magical power. The burner remains lost in his manic whispers, convinced that burning just a few more victims will finally grant him the high-tier bloodline he craves. Turan observes the bound prisoner with a cold intensity, recognizing that the man's twisted logic might actually be a window into a dark truth about their world. His bandaged hand tightens around the rogue's limb as he contemplates the horrific implications of what he has just discovered. Deep in the shadows of the cavern, Turan's silhouette looms as he comes to a chilling conclusion about the grim secrets that govern their reality. The execution is swift. A single, clean stroke cuts through the burner's throat, ending the criminal's reign of terror in an instant. The body collapses onto the cracked earth. Turan and Bison stand with their group, watching the life drain from the man who had caused so much suffering. One of the knights looks away, his hand covering his mouth as he struggles with the grim sight. Bison notices his discomfort and asks what's wrong. The knight mutters that killing a man who is tied up and defenseless feels more like slaughtering livestock than justice. He can't shake the hollow feeling of the execution. Bison doesn't share his sentiment, She tells him not to be foolish, reminding him that they all could have died if things had gone differently. She stares at the corpse, nodding that after all the people he murdered, death is far too light a punishment for him. Sparing him would have been an insult to his victims. Turan reaches down toward the ground where a small, weathered book lies near the body, his bandaged fingers close around the spine. He kneels down to examine the find. The book appears to be some kind of journal or ledger kept by the criminal. He opens it to find a detailed map of the region, marked with several red crosses. This provides the definitive evidence they need to confirm the man's identity as the burner. Something on the next page catches his eye. His expression shifts as he realizes the contents are far more complex than simple maps. The pages are filled with strange combination formulas that Turan has never seen before. He wonders if the voice the man claimed was God provided this forbidden knowledge. Bison calls out to him, wondering what he's found. Turan looks back at the body, his mind already moving to the next step. He decides to take what remains. Standing over the body, he prepares to use his unique ability on the fallen wizard. Threads of green mana erupt from the corpse, swirling into the air and toward Turan's hands. He absorbs the essence, adding the dead man's power to his own. In a nearby city, an official from House Carmine, Marvin Voltas, presents a box to Bison. He congratulates her on catching such a dangerous criminal, calling her a rising star. Bison accepts the praise with a polite smile, though she remains humble about the achievement. Turan stands silently behind her, observing the transaction. Marvin mentions their plans to continue traveling and hunting monsters for a while. The city is bustling around them as they finalize their business. He hands over a heavy bag of coins to Turan. Turan weighs the reward in his bandaged hand as Bison asks about his own plans. Turan states that he is heading straight for the port city of Abacha. Bison looks surprised, realizing their paths are finally diverging. She leaned in and whispered a final warning about the secrets the burner had revealed. Turan nodded seriously, promising not to breathe a word to anyone about those nonsensical words. Bison and her team wave as they part ways. Turan turns his back on the group, his focus shifting toward the long journey ahead. He waves a hand in farewell without looking back. He knows there's no need to mention the lack of proof for what they learned. It would only cause unnecessary chaos. The journey takes him through the vast, rolling dunes of the desert. The wind howls across the empty sands, kicking up dust in the heat. Turan walks alone, his backpack weighed down with supplies. He has left the mountains far behind, moving toward the humid coastal regions. He stops for a moment, noticing a change in the air. The atmosphere is becoming increasingly humid as he nears the sea. He snaps his fingers, testing the elements in this new environment. A small spark flickers at his fingertip. He finds that his fire magic is sluggish, consuming more mana for less power. It seems the heavy moisture in the air makes handling fire quite tricky. On the other hand, the water in the air responds eagerly to his call. A perfect sphere of liquid forms effortlessly above his palm. The orb grows larger, pulsing with light as he manipulates it. The high humidity makes water magic significantly easier to channel than fire. He looks toward the bright horizon, where the sun reflects off the distant ocean. This realization will change how he handles himself in the coastal cities. Turan continues his march through the sand. The glaring sun beats down on him, but he doesn't slow his pace. He finally reaches the edge of a cliff, overlooking the massive port city of Abacha. Ships dot the harbor, and the sprawling stone buildings wait below. Inside the city, the architecture is grand and imposing. People move through the stone courtyards, though the streets seem tense and watchful. In a local tavern, a man gulps down his drink in a single, desperate go. He slams the mug down, his expression grim as he speaks to his companion. The sailors complain about having to traverse the desert and face the constant threat of pirates. They mention merfolk who harpoon their ships until the hulls look like honeycombs. Their companion listens with a weary look, asking if the situation is really that bad. The tavern is filled with the low murmurs of sailors dreading their next voyage. The captain, a stocky man with a thick mustache and an eye patch, sighs as he wipes his face. He grumbles that they are desperate for a skilled knight to protect them, or they'll be paying for funerals instead of wages. Turan stands at the edge of the scene, overhearing their conversation. He watches the group from the shadows, considering his options. He approaches the table and asks if they are indeed heading toward the Emerald Desert. The captain doesn't even look up at first, clearly uninterested in another traveler. The captain tells him they're leaving tomorrow, but his ship isn't a cruise liner. He dismisses Turan, saying they don't have any room for extra cargo. He explains that taking on one person means leaving behind a barrel of booze, which goes against his principles. He values his profits over a random passenger. Turan reaches for a mug on the table, his bandaged hand moving with purpose. The captain finally looks at him with a confused expression as the young man prepares to show his value. The captain stares in disbelief, his mouth hanging open under his thick mustache. He hadn't expected the young traveler to actually possess any real power. With a mere touch of his bandaged finger, Turan has flash-frozen the liquid in the glass. It stands as a jagged, crystalline pillar of ice, steam still rising from the cold. The captain is frozen in place, eyes wide as he realizes he's in the presence of someone far beyond a commoner. Turan tells him he can speak comfortably since he's the one asking for work. The entire tavern falls silent, patrons standing up to get a better look. One man wonders aloud what such a great knight is doing in a humble place like this. The captain adjusts his tone, now much more respectful toward Sir Knight. He asks what brings someone of his status to their rough neck of the woods. Turan keeps his gaze steady, stating clearly that he wishes to board a ship heading to the Emerald Desert. He makes it clear that he's looking to be an employee, not just a passenger. He offers his services as protection, promising to help fend off any pirates or merfolk that might attack. He intends to use his combat skills as payment for the voyage. The captain sighs, admitting that his ship is very poor and the conditions are rough. He gestures to the tavern, nodding that they've already heard about the risks at sea. He admits they can't even offer a salary or a room that would be appropriate for a knight's status. They are a ragtag crew with barely enough to get by. Turan doesn't flinch, repeating that the conditions and pay don't matter to him. His only objective is to reach the Emerald Desert as soon as possible. The captain stands up with a sudden burst of energy, nearly knocking his chair over. He can't believe his luck in finding a powerful protector so easily. With a manic grin, the captain tells him it's a settled deal. He wants Turan to join them immediately before the tide turns. The sun glints off the water as the merchant ship waits at the docks. The captain bellows a welcome to his new Sir Knight as they prepare to set sail. Elsewhere, a village is engulfed in a sea of fire and smoke. The buildings are crumbling, and the sky is choked with the soot of a brutal conflict. A castle tower burns like a torch against the dark sky. Weapons are scattered among the debris, signs of a desperate defense that has long since failed. A young soldier is doubled over, gasping for breath as sweat pours down his face. He looks up with wide, terrified eyes at the horrors unfolding around him. A massive, hulking monster with glowing yellow eyes and jagged teeth let out a deafening roar. It towers over the battlefield, ready to crush anyone in its path. The beast lunges forward with incredible speed. The soldier barely manages to brace himself, the air whistling with the force of the monster's strike. A humanoid creature with long white hair and glowing eyes leaps from the shadows. It descends toward another soldier with a lethal, predatory grace. The soldier struggles to block a flurry of attacks from the pale-haired monster. Blood splatters across the ground as the battle grows increasingly desperate. Combatants are locked in a deadly dance amidst the ruins. Streaks of purple energy clash with steel as the soldiers fight to reclaim their home. A monstrous humanoid snarls, its eyes burning with a yellow light. Its face is a mask of pure rage as it prepares to tear into its next victim. The young soldier grinds his teeth, his face contorted in a mix of fear and determination. He realizes they can't hold out much longer at this rate. Dark clouds swirl overhead, suddenly illuminated by cracks of golden lightning. The air hums with a sudden, overwhelming surge of magical energy. A massive bolt of yellow lightning slams into the battlefield with a deafening boom. Monsters are incinerated instantly, their forms dissolving in the blinding light. The soldier stares up in absolute awe at the sudden salvation. He can barely believe the raw power he's just witnessed from the sky. A young woman with long, flowing black hair descends slowly from the clouds. This is Mesa Arabian, a powerful lightning mage with a stoic, detached expression. The soldier bows his head in gratitude, thanking her for the intervention. Mesa looks at him with cold, pale eyes and simply tells him to rejoin his unit. The soldier scurries away to find his comrades as Mesa stands alone among the smoking remains. She remains calm, the wind whipping through her dark hair. A man's voice calls out her name as he approaches from behind. Mesa turns her head slightly, her expression remaining unreadable. Cadram Arabian, the muscular, red-haired vice-captain of the subjugation force, steps into view. He asks if she's hurt, his eyes scanning her for any signs of damage. Mesa assures her uncle that she's fine, but he warns her not to push herself too hard. He reminds her that her life is far more precious than those of ordinary knights. Mesa dismisses his concern, stating that this level of combat is nothing to her. She shifts the topic, asking for an update on the progress of the battle. Cadram notes that the area will be reclaimed soon at this rate, though they still haven't found the enemy's tunnels. He stands with his arms crossed over his bare, muscular chest. Mesa tells him to alert her as soon as the tunnels are found, so she can deal with them herself. Her gaze is fixed on the horizon, already looking for the next threat. She takes off again, flying high into the air with a sudden burst of mana. Cadram watches her go, a small frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. Cadram clicks his tongue in annoyance, his polite facade slipping for a moment. He grumbles to himself about how insolent she has become. He thinks bitterly about how his brother raised her far too recklessly. His inner thoughts reveal a deep-seated resentment that he hides behind his military rank. He predicts a tragic end for her, thinking she'll finish just like her mother and younger brother. Meanwhile, Mesa flies over the lush green canopy of the forest below. The scene shifts back to the vast, open ocean. Waves crash against each other, white foam spray flying into the air as the current pulls at the water. The merchant ship plows through the waves, its white sails fully caught by the wind. It's a lonely vessel on a clear, bright day, moving toward its distant destination. Turan stands at the wooden railing, his long coat whipping in the sea breeze. He stares out at the endless horizon, lost in his own thoughts as the voyage begins. Turan leans against the ship's wooden railing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He contemplates his uncertain future, wondering how he will find clues about his father once he reaches the land of Zahar. He watches the crew members go about their daily chores on the sun-drenched deck. Despite the peaceful atmosphere, Turan knows that barging into Zahar without a plan could lead to disaster. He pulls out a small, worn piece of paper from his pocket. On it is a simple portrait of his mother, her soft smile a stark contrast to the harsh world he now navigates. Staring at the sketch, Turan feels a pang of doubt. He wonders how long it will take to uncover the truth of his heritage with only a few heirlooms and this single image to guide him. A heavy, calloused hand reaches out and firmly taps Turan on the shoulder, interrupting his deep meditation. The sudden contact breaks the silence of the sea breeze. The captain stands beside him with a wide, friendly grin beneath his mustache. He jokes that if Turan keeps staring at the water with such intensity, he'll eventually burn a hole right through the seabed. Turan turns to face the captain, a subtle smile touching his lips. He explains that he was simply lost in thought, marveling at the incredible vastness of the open ocean. The captain looks out over the deck as his men work, nodding that the sheer scale of the sea can often make landfolk feel nauseous. He asks Turan if he's managing to avoid any seasickness so far. Turan keeps his balance easily against the ship's sway and assures the captain that he is feeling perfectly fine. His constitution seems well suited for the life of a traveler. The captain leans in, mentioning that he heard Turan has been spending time learning the ropes from the ship's bosun. He seems impressed by the young man's initiative to learn seafaring skills. The captain remarks on how the bosun was quite excited to have a noble Sir Knight take such a keen interest in everything from knot tying to sail management. It's rare for a guest of his status to work so hard. Turan looks back with an earnest expression, explaining that he simply thought the knowledge would be practical for his future travels. He admits that he's found the work to be far more interesting than he initially anticipated. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes across the deck, announcing that it's mealtime. The crew members immediately drop what they're doing and start heading toward the lower deck. The The captain claps his hands together with a booming laugh, urging everyone to get some food in their bellies before they return to work. He leads the way, his mood as bright as the midday sun. On a simple tin plate, a modest meal of preserved fish and pickled cabbage is served. It's the standard fare for a merchant crew, meant for sustenance rather than flavor. Turan sits on a crate in the cramped dining area, eating quietly alongside the sailors. He thinks to himself that while the food can't compare to land meals, the inclusion of pickled cabbage is a welcome relief. An older, bearded bosun sitting nearby explains that the cabbage is vital for their survival at sea. He warns that without it, they would have all succumbed to gum disease a long time ago. The bosun describes the gruesome symptoms of the disease, where a sailor's gums bleed until they eventually die. He notes that the only cure is regularly eating sour foods like the cabbage on their plates. He grins, admitting that while fresh fruit would be better, it spoils much too quickly on long voyages. The pickled cabbage might taste terrible, but it keeps the crew alive and healthy. Turan pauses with his fork, finding the piece of medical lore fascinating. He asks the bosun how such a specific remedy became common knowledge among sailors. The old man shrugs, speculating that someone must have discovered the connection long ago, and the knowledge simply spread. He adds a dark joke about how sailors used to eat merfolk raw before they knew any better. Their conversation is cut short by a frantic cry from the crow's nest. A sailor points toward the horizon, shouting that a medium-sized vessel has been spotted at 2 o'clock. High above the deck, the lookout peers through a long brass spyglass, his expression tense. Below him, the crew members start to scramble, murmuring about the possibility of pirates. Through the lens of the spyglass, a single-masted ship appears, cutting swiftly through the blue water. The lookout confirms that there is no house crest or merchant flag flying from its mast. The bosun looks up at the clear sky, a grim expression crossing his weathered face. He grumbles that things were going much too smoothly for such a nice day, and states his firm belief that the approaching ship is a pirate vessel. On the deck, the crew springs into action, opening large wooden barrels filled with an assortment of weapons. Sailors grab heavy axes, curved swords, and maces, their faces hardened for the coming fight. The bosun approaches the captain, asking if they should try to outrun the other vessel. He points out that the medium-sized ship is noticeably faster than their heavy merchant craft. The captain notes that if they are chased for too long, they will eventually be caught anyway. He suggests that their best chance might be docking at a nearby island if the wind stays in their favor. The captain presses the spyglass to his eye, his brow furrowed as he assesses the distance and speed of the hostile ship. He remains silent for a long moment, calculating their odds. Lowering the glass, the captain turns his attention to Turan, who stands calmly by the railing. He asks the young man if he'll be all right in the heat of a real naval battle. Turan offers a confident smile, his silver hair catching the light. He assures the captain that as long as there are no high-ranking knights or powerful nobles on the other ship, he can handle whatever comes their way. Bolstered by Turan's confidence, the captain bellows an order to turn the ship and engage the enemy head-on. The crew erupts into cheers, raising their weapons in a defiant roar. From a high vantage point, the two ships are seen drawing closer, their hulls cutting white lines through the turquoise sea. The pirate vessel maneuvers aggressively to pull alongside the merchant ship. The pirate ship draws close enough for the shouts and taunts of the attackers to be heard clearly. A group of rough-looking men stand on the railing, laughing and demanding the merchant crew surrender their lives. Turan stands at the forefront of the crew, his expression flat and unimpressed. He asks the bosun beside him if pirates actually keep their word about sparing those who surrender. The bosun scoffs, replying that sparing usually means being thrown into the sea after having their legs cut off. Turan acknowledges this with a simple nod, his boot stepping firmly onto the deck as he prepares to move. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Turan leaps across the gap between the two ships. He moves like a blur, his black cloak billowing behind him as he targets the nearest cluster of pirates. Turan landed in the middle of the pirate deck with lethal precision. He kicked a pirate down in a single smooth motion, catching the attackers completely off guard as they scrambled to respond. A group of shirtless pirates, their chests scarred from many battles, stares in pure shock at the lone intruder. They grip their swords tighter, their faces contorted with confusion and sudden alarm. Below the ships, the water is churned into a frenzy of bubbles and white foam. The ocean seems to react to the sudden surge of mana as Turan begins to manifest his powers. Sharp shards of blue ice suddenly materialize in the air, swirling around Turan in a deadly vortex. A pirate leader shouts in a panic, desperately ordering his men to kill the knight before it's too late. The ice shards streak forward with the speed of arrows, piercing through the pirates with terrifying force. One man is thrown backward, blood erupting from multiple wounds as he screams in agony. Turan's voice remains steady and low as he speaks, his expression hardening as he looks upon the pirates. He decides that if they are truly the kind of men who live by such cruelty, then they deserve no mercy from him. He thrusts his bandaged hand forward, a brilliant blue mana erupting from his palm and swirling around his fingers like a frigid flame. His silver hair whips in the wind, revealing a single eye that glows with a cold, piercing light as he prepares to finish the fight. Ice shards rain down from the sky, catching the pirate boarding party completely off guard. They have no idea they've just charged into a wizard's trap. The jagged shards tear through the attackers, painting the wooden deck in sprays of red. The pirates are decimated before they can even draw their swords. Turan's lips curl into a cold smile as he watches the carnage unfold. For him, this isn't a struggle, it's just business as usual. He raises a hand, his fingers glowing with the freezing blue light of his mana. He's not done yet, and the air around him begins to crackle with frost. The deck is already a graveyard of frozen bodies, but Turan stands unmoved in the center. He watches the survivors with a detached, predatory focus. The remaining pirates try to rally, shouting for their lives as they realize the monster they've boarded. They know if they don't kill him now, none of them are making it off this ship. They surround the wizard, weapons drawn, but he just stands there, unbothered by their numbers. The sheer scale of his power makes their blades look like toys. His ice-blue eye glows with a lethal intensity. He's tracking every heartbeat on the deck, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Water surged up from beneath the sea onto the deck, knocking back anyone who dared to get too close. It was a literal wall of frost that kept them at bay. Turan conjures a massive, jagged ice blade, ready to finish the job. The sheer weight of the weapon looks effortless in his hands. He moves with a lethal grace, carving through a pirate who was just a second away from swinging an axe. Blood spray hits the deck as the man collapses. "Don't let up," one of them screams, trying to force his terrified crewmates back into the fight. But their morale is already shattering along with their ship. Turan meets their desperate charge with cold ice. He blocks their blades with his own conjured weapon, the metal ringing against the supernatural frost. A single wide sweep of his blade sends shards flying, cleaving through anyone in its path. He's clearing the deck in one efficient motion. With his combat skills freshly tempered by azes, Turan impaled several pirates before they could even scream. He doesn't even break a sweat, his expression as frozen and unyielding as his magic. There's no pity in his gaze, only the calculation of a predator. He steps into a lunge, his movements a blur as he strikes down another man. The speed of his attack is impossible for an ordinary human to track. Turan catches a spear mid-thrust, his grip firm and unshakable. He doesn't even flinch at the weapon centimeters from his face. He drives an ice shard straight into his attacker's chest, ending the fight instantly. The pirate's eyes glaze over as the cold takes hold. The wizard glances over his shoulder, his face splattered with blood but his mind focused. He's already moving on to the next threat. He leaped backward to evade a mace strike, his ice blade humming with a deadly blue light. Every swing was aimed at a vital point. His gaze is sharp, locked onto the next target with predatory focus. He isn't fighting for his life, he's executing a chore. The ice blade shimmers, its edge unnaturally sharp when needed, and liquefies into a water whip for long-range strikes. It's a miracle of magical engineering designed for one purpose: killing. He spins through the crowd, his water whip leaving a trail of blood as it sweeps across the deck. More pirates fall, their bodies pinned to the deck by the shards of his relentless magic. The floor is slick with both ice and blood. One pirate thinks he's found an opening, lunging at Turan's back with a desperate cry. He's betting everything on this sneak attack. The man grabs Turan from behind, holding him still for the others to move in. It's a suicidal tactic, but it's all they have left. Now's the chance. They yell, their blades coming down on the trapped wizard. They think they finally have him pinned. The pirate's eye widens in shock as he prepares for the kill. He thinks he's the one who will finally end the shepherd's spree. He presses his dagger against Turan's throat, certain he's finally won. He puts all his weight into the thrust. But the blade doesn't sink in. It just rests against the skin, unable to draw even a single drop of blood. The pirate stares in horror as his weapon fails against Turan's durability. Turan doesn't even flinch as he prepares a counterattack. Blood splashes as another ice shard hits its mark elsewhere on the deck. Blood splatters the air as his ice magic erupts once again. The pirates are being torn apart by the very ground beneath them. He spins out of the pirate's grip, his blades carving a path of destruction through the remaining crew. He's a blur of black and blue in the center of the storm. It's a total massacre. The pirates are being cut down like wheat. Turan's efficiency is terrifyingly precise. Screams echo through the rigging as the ship becomes a floating slaughterhouse. The battle is already over. The rest is just cleanup. Turan stands tall among the corpses, his ice blade still dripping with the remnants of his enemies. He looks completely untouched by the carnage. From above, the deck is a scene of absolute devastation. There isn't a single pirate left standing on the blood-soaked wood. Ropes are tossed over the side as the merchant ship pulls alongside the captured vessel. The survivors are ready to reclaim what's theirs. The captain steps onto the bloody deck, letting out a jovial laugh at the sight of the carnage. He walks past the fallen pirates as if he's strolling through a park. He jokes about Turan having a side job as a cleaner, given how neatly he wiped out the enemy crew. The wizard just stands there, silent and blood-stained. His crew cheers from the other ship, celebrating the victory Turan secured single-handedly. They chant for the knight who saved them from a watery grave. Despite the carnage, Turan looks completely unscathed. One of the merchant crewmen, eyes wide with worry, suggests he see a physician immediately. Turan just shakes his head, the blue mana still shimmering around his ice blade. He assures the man that none of the red on his coat is his own. It all belongs to the pirates. Later, back on the open water, the captain reveals he's finished a thorough search of the captured ship. He's practically beaming with the news of their haul. They've retreated to the captain's quarters to discuss the details. It turns out the vessel was a merchant ship that vanished from Abacha years ago, presumably taken by the very pirates they just finished off. The captain explains that the pirates tried to cover their tracks with a fresh coat of paint, a typical low-life move. He spreads a map across the table, his one good eye focused on their current position. Since Turan handled the entire boarding party alone, the captain makes it clear that the ownership of the ship belongs entirely to him. He leans back, waiting to see what the wizard plans to do with his new prize. Turan takes the news with his usual stoicism, simply blinking at the sudden acquisition of a massive merchant vessel. He asks what's typically done in a situation like this. The captain explains there are a few options on the table. They've both settled in for a long discussion, the cabin lit by a warm, golden glow as they talk business. One option is returning it to the original owners in Abacha and hoping for a reward. The captain speaks from experience, his mustache twitching as he describes the humble act of asking for a payout. However, that path involves mountains of paperwork and catering to bureaucrats. It could take months just to see a single copper coin from the legal owners. The captain points to another spot on the map, suggesting the Northern Sea Islands. He thinks it's better to just sell the ship there since they're already heading in that direction. His finger lands on a specific island as he explains that the locals are always desperate for ships. Selling to those in need is the quickest way to get the highest price possible. But moving a vessel that size requires a crew, and Turan is just one man. The captain notes that he'll have to mobilize several of his own boys to get the ship to port. Turan, ever the pragmatist, agrees that he can't sail it alone and should pay for the help. The captain laughs, appreciating a man who understands how the world works, and suggests a 10% service fee. Turan counters with 20% if the captain handles every aspect of the sale. He holds up 2 fingers to emphasize the point, his expression calm and focused on the deal. The captain practically explodes with laughter, clutching his chest at the generous offer. He knows plenty of people in the islands and promises to get them an incredible price. Their business meeting is abruptly cut short when a crewman bursts through the door. He's panicked and shouting something about finding a mermaid on the pirate ship. The captain slams his hands on the desk, his shock evident as he wonders if they're being attacked by mermaids now. Turan just looks on, his gaze sharp as he takes in the new information. The crewman clarifies that it's not an attack. They found a captive mermaid hidden below deck. The captain's shock turns into a different kind of intensity as he hears the news. Turan and the captain immediately head out to investigate the find. They descend into the hold of the pirate vessel, the air thick with the smell of damp wood and salt. As they walk, the captain's crew is busy cleaning the blood-stained deck. They're scrubbing away the remnants of the battle, making the ship look like a merchant vessel once again. The captain and Turan walk through the corridors with the crewman who reported the find. The mood has shifted from business negotiation to curiosity about this important guest. The captain asks if Turan wants to see the mermaid for himself. Turan agrees, but his first thought is practical. He asks if mermaids actually sell for a high price. They descend the stairs into the dark, lower hold of the ship. The captain explains that a pretty female mermaid would be worth a fortune on the mainland market. He describes how the rich lords who have nothing but money and aging bodies are obsessed with anything mysterious or exotic. A mermaid is the ultimate prize for their collections. They reach a heavy wooden door at the end of the hall. The captain gestures forward, his tone hushed as they prepare to see what the pirates were hiding. Turan steps into the room and stops, his ice-blue eyes landing on the captive. He takes in the small figure huddled in the corner without saying a word. The captive is a young mermaid with blue-tinged skin and jet-black hair, bound tightly with thick ropes. He looks up at the intruders with a mix of fear and defiance. The captain's face falls as soon as he gets a good look at the captive. He sighs, nodding that it's a shame, but the mermaid is clearly a male. He clicks his tongue in disappointment, explaining that this one will go for a pittance since the rich lords have no interest in male mermaids. Turan stands silently, observing the worthless captive. The captain notes the only exception would be a legendary royal who can transform into a fish, but those are practically myths. The boy's eyes flash with anger as he listens to them talk about his value. Armani shouts back at them, calling them insolent and demanding to know how they can speak of him like that. His voice is high and desperate as he struggles against his bonds. He identifies himself as Armani, the 47th Prince of North Estadale. He demands respect from what he calls lowly humans of the land, his blue eyes bright with turquoise light. Turan and the captain share a skeptical look. The captain wonders aloud if the boy is actually saying he's royalty or just desperate to stay alive. The captain suggests it might be a bluff, a last-ditch effort to keep himself from being killed or sold as a common slave. Turan remains silent, his expression unreadable as he studies the prince. The captain asks if Armani can actually transform into a fish, as the legends say. Armani admits he cannot, which only seems to prove the captain's point about his lack of value. Armani desperately explains that he can only transform when he's in the sea and in a perfect state. Being tied up and kept out of the water makes it impossible for his magic to work. Turan and the captain don't look convinced. The captain thinks the boy is just playing tricks to find a way to escape back into the ocean. The captain asks Turan what he wants to do with the captive. He mentions having heard that mermaids have a habit of eating humans, adding another reason to be wary. Turan looks down at Armani with a terrifyingly cold expression. Since the boy isn't worth any money and is just another mouth to feed, he simply says they should kill him. The captain considers the idea, nodding it would be a jackpot if the boy were telling the truth, but the risk of being made fools of is too high. Armani's eyes widen as he realizes the wizard isn't joking. The boy trembles as they discuss releasing him, just to watch him swim away. He knows he has to offer them something more if he wants to survive this encounter. Turan towers over the captive boy, blue mana gathering in a shimmering ball within his palm. Bound in thick ropes, Armani cringes back against the wooden floor, his expression filled with dread. "Estop, how dare you?" Armani screams, his voice cracking as he looks up at the looming shadow of the wizard. Sweat beads on his forehead, his turquoise eyes wide with terror at the display of power. The blue light pulses with a sharp, crackling sound from Turan's bandaged hand as the spell intensifies. The raw energy swirls around his fingers, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Armani frantically pleads for his life, swearing that he has never once eaten a human being. He looks absolutely desperate, insisting that such a thought never even crossed his mind. Turan's gaze remains ice-cold and unmoving, his single visible eye fixed on the mermaid with a murderous focus. There is no hint of mercy in his expression as he prepares to strike. Armani's jaw tightens and he grits his teeth, trying to find any leverage to save himself. He knows he has only seconds left to convince the wizard to stay his hand. "If you spare me, I'll give you treasure, treasure!" he bellows, his voice echoing through the damp hold. Turan and the captain stand in the background, their silhouettes dark against the dim light. The captain's interest is immediately piqued by the mention of riches, echoing the word with a curious tone. Armani continues to shout desperately, his face contorted with the effort of his plea. He speaks of the legendary relics left behind by the Freyan gods, conjuring a mental image of a golden-haired goddess surrounded by divine weapons. The vision of the Freyan goddess and her treasures hangs in the air between them. Outside, the sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow across the rolling waves of the open sea. A small, rocky outcropping sits lonely in the distance under the fading light. The ship eventually pulls into a bustling port city, the last rays of the sun bathing the stone buildings and tall masts in a deep orange light. The entire harbor seems to glow in the peaceful twilight. A collective cheer of "Land!" erupts from the crew as they prepare to head ashore for a night of hard drinking. They're eager to leave the ship behind for a few hours of relaxation in the city. As the evening settles in, Turan walks along the balcony of the port's overlook, his coat fluttering slightly. A man follows close behind, asking if he's finally reached a conclusion about the boy. Turan reveals that the location Armani mentioned isn't far, and he plans to investigate it and return before the night is through. He looks determined to see if the mermaid's claims hold any truth. The heavy, metallic sound of chains clanking fills the quiet evening air as they prepare to secure their guide. The iron links are cold and unforgiving in the dim light. A small rowboat departs from the stone docks, cutting through the calm water as twilight deepens into night. The silhouette of the city begins to fade into the darkness behind them. Armani sits in the boat, his wrists bound by the heavy chains, and complains loudly about the lack of trust. He insists that as a prince, his promise is ironclad and he wouldn't dream of running. "You'll really let me go if the treasure is actually there, right?" Armani asks, his voice smaller now as he seeks one last confirmation of their deal. He looks up at Turan, hoping for a sign of sincerity. Turan stands at the stern, his glowing hand resting near the hilt of his ice blade as he gives a simple, chilling, "Yes." His silver hair catches the faint light as he stares out across the dark water. From high above, the small boat appears like a tiny speck on the vast blue ocean, moving further away from the safety of the port. Armani warns Turan not to be disappointed by the treasure's nature, as it is sacred to his people. The full moon hangs high in the clear night sky, its pale light cutting through the scattered clouds. Turan simply tells the boy to stop talking and lead the way. The boat glides through the dark water under the watchful eye of the moon. Both Turan and Armani fall into a tense silence as they reach their destination. Leaving the boat behind, Turan dives deep into the ocean, swimming down toward the darkened structures on the seafloor. He moves through the water with surprising grace, heading for the shadows below. Beneath the surface, Turan navigates the silent, blue world, his silver hair flowing as he looks around. He's stripped off his heavy coat, moving more freely as he searches for the promised relics. He holds his breath, his eyes scanning the depths for anything out of the ordinary as small bubbles escape his lips. The pressure of the deep sea doesn't seem to slow him down. Suddenly, the silhouette of a colossal creature emerges from the darkness, its serpentine body coiled around glowing white rocks. The massive beast looms over Turan, its presence filling the deep underwater canyon. Turan swims closer to the massive beast, its scales shimmering with a cold, blue light that matches the depths of the ocean. He appears tiny compared to the sheer size of the creature's crystalline body. He reaches out toward the massive crystalline plates, the light from the creature illuminating the jagged rocks of the underwater trench. The treasure Armani promised is protected by this ancient, slumbering guardian. Under the pale glow of a full moon, Turan uses his magic to propel their small boat across the dark waters of the Freyan Sea. Armani grumbles, warning Turan that the treasure might be underwhelming by human standards. High above, the moon sits cold and indifferent in the cloudy night sky. Turan doesn't seem to care about the quality of the loot. He just wants the guide to keep moving. The boat cuts through the waves, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. Armani keeps rowing, his expression a mix of nervousness and lingering defiance. Turan remains silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the horizon as he waits for their destination to appear. A rugged island looms out of the darkness, its rocky cliffs silhouetted against the bright moon. Armani confirms they've arrived at the spot. Turan reaches down, his fingers skimming the surface of the water as he prepares to use his magic. He closes his eyes and activates his search magic, a soft blue light pooling in his palms and reflecting off his face. The magical pulse ripples through the ocean, illuminating the depths and revealing the marine life drifting through the currents. Sharks and strange deep-sea creatures glide through the dark, unaware of the wizard's prying eyes scanning their territory. Turan notes with a hint of satisfaction that Armani hasn't led him into a merfolk ambush, at least not yet. The boat approaches a jagged rock face where the tide crashes violently against the stone. They find a calmer stretch of beach and pull the boat ashore, the dark forest of the island waiting for them. Leading Armani by a heavy chain, Turan walks through the dense woods, the boy stumbling slightly as he searches for a landmark. Armani suddenly stops, peering through the trees as he spots the clearing he remembers. Turan steps forward to see what has caught the boy's attention. In the center of the forest lies a glowing inland pool, the abyssal spring, its waters shimmering with an eerie light. Turan looks down into the depths, questioning if it's as shallow as it looks. Armani admits it's actually about 300 meters deep. The wizard stares at the boy, who shrinks back under the silent, intense scrutiny. Armani lets out a cry as Turan begins wrapping thick ropes around a nearby tree trunk. Turan ties the boy securely to the tree, ignoring his frantic questions about whether this is just more imprisonment. Armani shouts in a panic, realizing that if Turan dies down there, he'll be left here to starve to death. Turan sheds his coat and tells the boy he'd better hope for both their sakes that he makes it back. Standing at the edge of the pool, Turan's reflection ripples in the water as fish swim peacefully below. He takes a final, deep breath, his lungs filling with air before the long descent. A massive splash echoes through the quiet clearing as Turan dives headfirst into the glowing spring. He plunges into the dark blue void, leaving a trail of bubbles as he swims toward the bottom. Turan keeps his eyes open, scanning the surrounding darkness for any signs of movement or treasure. The pressure builds as he descends further, his body cutting through the water with focused determination. He reaches a cavern floor covered in glowing aquatic plants that provide enough light to see his surroundings. Turan swims through the strange underwater forest, his eyes darting around as he searches for the specific location Armani mentioned. Suddenly, he freezes mid-stroke as a gargantuan shape emerges from the shadows. A giant underwater serpent is coiled around the massive underwater rocks, its scales shimmering like dark metal. Turan approaches the beast, looking small and fragile against the creature's immense size. He looks up to the top of the serpent's head and sees exactly what he was looking for, a figure sitting cross-legged. A small burst of air escapes his mouth as he takes in the incredible sight. He quickly clamps his hand over his mouth, struggling to hold the remaining air in his lungs against the crushing depth. Pushing off from the rocks, Turan swims up toward the serpent's head. He stands on the creature's back, coming face to face with the mysterious armored figure. Turan narrows his eyes, examining the motionless knight for any signs of life. The Freyan knight is clad in ornate dark armor, sitting as if in meditation even in death. Turan marvels at how the body has remained perfectly intact at this depth, without turning into a wraith. He spots a golden, compass-like artifact hanging from the knight's belt and reaches out to claim it. The golden compass glows softly, its intricate needles and markings promising to reveal more than just direction. It's an ancient artifact with power that Turan is only beginning to understand. Back on the surface, Armani remains bound to the tree, staring anxiously at the dark, still waters of the spring. The silence of the forest only adds to his growing dread. Suddenly, the surface erupts. Turan bursts through the water, gasping for air as he hauls his way back toward the grassy shore. Armani's eyes go wide with relief. He frantically asks if Turan actually found what he was looking for down in that abyss. Turan pulls himself onto the bank, his shirtless torso glistening with water as he catches his breath. He looks exhausted but successful. He doesn't answer immediately, his expression unreadable as water drips from his silver hair onto the forest floor. Through the lens of his new artifact, Turan sees a flickering blue flame ignited deep within the boy's chest. The energy doesn't stop there. It pulses through Armani's entire body, making his pointed ears and scaled skin glow with a vibrant, ethereal light. Turan holds the compass up, confirming his theory. The artifact allows him to perceive the hidden life force and internal energy of any living being. Without a word, he extends a hand and unleashes a precise burst of magic that shatters the heavy iron chains binding the boy to the tree. Armani stares at his freed hands in disbelief, the broken shackles falling into the dirt at his feet with a heavy thud. As Turan pulls his coat back on, the boy admits he never expected to be let go so easily, assuming he'd just be sold back into slavery. Turan simply replies that he's a man of his word. Since the boy didn't lead him into a trap, his debt is paid and he's free. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Armani calls him a kind demon and promises to spare Turan's life if their races ever go to war in the future. Turan brushes off the promise as sentimental nonsense, already focused on his next move as he turns away. With a final look back, Armani dives into the spring and disappears beneath the surface with a powerful splash. The boy's true form is revealed underwater, a graceful silhouette swimming back to the depths where he belongs. Turan watches the ripples fade, acknowledging to himself that the kid probably wasn't lying about his royal bloodline after all. Later, at a bustling harbor, a massive wooden ship sits docked against the stone pier under a clear blue sky. The sound of a heavy whip cracking echoes across the deck, followed by a pained groan from one of the crew members. A group of sailors huddles together on the deck, their backs raw and bleeding from a public lashing as their crewmates look on. The chief mate, a rugged man with a thick mustache and an eye patch, commanded everyone to repeat his warning. They would not be allowed to be late again. Turan steps onto the deck and asks what the commotion is about. Captain Samuel greets him, noticing he's finally awake. The whipping continues without pause, the chief mate making it clear that insubordination is a death sentence on his ship. The chief mate explains that these men weren't just late. They caused a massive brawl at a tavern, and this is the price for ignoring his orders. Turan watches the punishment with a detached expression, his mind focused on something other than the sailors' immediate pain. He looks through the compass again, and the sight is different this time. With every strike, he can see the sailors' vibrant life force leaking out. The blue and orange flames of their internal energy flicker and fade with each wound, visually representing the physical toll of the violence. Leaving the deck, the scene shifts to the warm, amber glow of a tavern where the real business is about to go down. Turan sits at a heavy wooden table across from Captain Samuel and his associate, the atmosphere thick with the smell of old wood. Samuel's one good eye narrows as he looks at the wizard, his face a map of scars and hard-earned maritime experience. He gets straight to the point, acknowledging Turan's presence and asking if they can finally settle the deal for the ship. The captain introduces himself and his one-handed associate, joking that between the two of them, they've got just enough parts to make a whole man. He offers a lump sum of 1,000 Zahar gold coins, a fortune, expecting a quick handshake to finalize the sale. Turan leans back, admitting the price is fair, but states that there is one significant problem with the arrangement. He explains that carrying around sacks of gold coins is inconvenient, and asks for payment in magic tools or holy relics instead. Their associate let out a dry laugh, telling him that such rare items couldn't be found in a place like this. He would need to go to Kamad for that. He describes Kamed as a city ruled by the House Derman, a powerful tamer bloodline that controls beasts of all kinds. Turan considers this, thinking that a beast capable of understanding human speech would be a massive asset on his long journey. Soon after, the anchor is raised, and the great ship sets sail, its white canvas catching the wind as it heads for the open sea. On deck, the sailors are in high spirits, considering the voyage a lucky break after their previous run-in with pirates. The mood shifts instantly when the lookout in the crow's nest shouts a frantic warning. Dark, ominous clouds are rolling in ahead. The storm strikes with sudden, violent intensity, swallowing the ship in a vast expanse of dark, churning water. The ocean has turned into a wall of shadow and spray. Massive waves crash against the hull, and torrential rain blurs the line between the sea and the sky in a chaotic dance of nature's fury. On deck, the chief mate screams over the howling wind, ordering the crew to furl the sails and secure the cargo before everything is lost to the deep. The sailors scramble to move heavy crates, their faces taut with fear as a giant wall of water looms over the railing, threatening to sweep them away. The vessel is tossed like a toy, tilting precariously as it's caught in the center of a massive, swirling vortex of ocean and rain. Desperate cries fill the air. Men lose their footing on the slick wood, sliding toward the edge as the ship lurches violently to the side. One sailor is thrown into the air, his scream cut short as he is swept toward the raging, white-capped ocean. Suddenly, the sailor's eyes widen in utter confusion, as his body inexplicably hovers right above the cold, dark water. It turns out Turan was the one who acted. He stands firmly on the deck, his hand raised as he weaves a complex spell that lifts the falling men and heavy cargo into the air. With a sharp gesture, he directs the levitating sailors back toward the safety of the ship's center, far from the churning edge. He commands a startled crew member to get down, his voice cutting through the roar of the tempest with unnatural clarity and authority. Turan's hands glow with a brilliant blue light, the threads of his mana weaving into physical form to take control of the maritime chaos. Ethereal blue ropes of energy lash out, binding the loose cargo and securing the ship's structures against the battering wind. Barrels and crates that were once sliding toward the sea are now held firmly in place by Turan's magical, glowing grip. Lightning fractures the sky as the ship survives the first wave of the assault, the hull groaning under the immense pressure of the storm. Deep inside the hull, the passengers and crew huddle together in the dim light, shivering from the cold and the sheer terror of the ocean's wrath. Turan enters the crowded hold, his presence immediately drawing the eyes of every frightened person in the room. Relieved whispers of gratitude break the silence as Turan checks on them, his calm expression a stark contrast to the violence outside. The captain, drenched and exhausted, thanks Turan, admitting that they surely would have sunk if he hadn't furled the sails in time. He looks around at the shivering group, wondering aloud if they can really withstand the rest of this brutal storm. The people pull their blankets tighter, their teeth chattering as the damp, biting cold of the sea seeps into their bones. Turan remains silent for a moment, his serious gaze fixed on the shivering survivors huddled on the floor. He suddenly commands everyone to gather in a tight circle around him, his voice leaving no room for argument or hesitation. The captain's eyes widen in alarm as he asks if Turan intends to start a fire in the middle of a narrow wooden boat, a dangerous gamble. Ignoring the protest, Turan snaps his fingers with a sharp clack, a small spark of orange light appearing at his fingertip. A massive spiral of fire magic erupts from Turan, swirling upward and illuminating the entire hold with a fierce, golden radiance. The flames dance harmlessly through the air, carefully controlled so they radiate warmth without scorching the wooden planks of the hull. The people breathe heavy sighs of relief as the biting cold is pushed back, replaced by a deep, comforting heat. The captain watches in awe, finally understanding the true depth and sophistication of the magic Turan wields. Under the protective glow of the wizard's fire, the crew finds the strength to endure, a living testament to the ancient rule that wizards must both reign over and care for humanity.